Chapter 24:14. She just likes to play a little tricks to avoid the hardships, right? He Jing spoke up for Yi Qian. She patted Yi Qian's shoulder lightly and sighed. Little Jane Eyre, I realize that you are actually a very soft-hearted person to the people around you. You forgive people very easily. Yi Qian raised an eyebrow. Am I? I don't think so. I just help when I can. If I can't, I definitely won't make things difficult for myself. Suwon is different. She's from our class, our comrade. If she makes a mistake, we will point it out together and let her correct it. If she is alone, we will help her and do our best to help her. Comrade is always different. If this incident still doesn't wake her up, don't worry. I won't say anything else and let the academy handle it. The academy already knew Suwon's personal situation. Right now, they were actually observing Suwon in secret. If she still didn't want to improve during this exercise and really wanted to find a place to sleep, then wait until the battle for the high ground. What awaited Suwon would definitely be expulsion. This was the result that Yi Qian didn't want to see. She would do her best to help Suwon once more. If Suwon was still the same as before, she wouldn't care anymore. The latest news came from the front lines. 2 of the red team's battalions were ambushed by the blue team. The red team's 2 battalions immediately came to their aid. In the end, the blue team didn't have much of an advantage. The blue team's commander immediately adjusted his tactics and cut off the red team's communications. This caused the red team to lose contact with the command center. The blue team then took the opportunity to attack. The red team had already analyzed the blue team's strong points. Yi Qian made it clear that even if they lost contact, their goal wouldn't change. Even if they lost contact, they would still continue to move forward. Therefore, when the other battalions lost contact with Yi Qian, they didn't panic and stubbornly fought with the blue team. They tracked our route. 2 of our students were alone and were ambushed by the blue team. They are now dead. From the side came the latest battle situation from one of the battalions. They were already engaged in close combat with the blue team. I suspect that the blue team has already cut into our communications to steal information. A call from one of the red team's camps reached the blue team's camp. The blue team's communications center revealed a mysterious smile, and several of the students made a V sign. They couldn't help but be secretly delighted. They had indeed cut into red team's communications and eavesdropped on the movements of red team's 2 battalions. Blue team immediately set up an ambush on red team's movements. The only bad thing was that the red team had dispersed, which meant that the blue team's forces were also dispersed. Both sides' marching speed was delayed. There's no need to rush. Just follow our original plan. A clear female voice came through the earpiece. It was like a spring breeze, exceptionally pleasant to the ear. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Blue Fong. See you later. The first sentence was for the brothers on the red team, while the second sentence was for the blue team. The blue team technical students who had just made a V sign looked at each other. They felt that something was wrong. Soon, the communication with the red team was interrupted, and the technical students of the red team took action. Rebuild the firewall. Quick! The technical students of the blue team didn't have time to think about what was wrong. They hurriedly guarded their communications. If the red team counterattacked, the blue team would be in trouble. The red team's movements sped up, and the blue team followed closely behind. The command in both camps was in full swing. The brigade commander, political commissar, and other leaders in the main camp all had serious expressions on their faces as they watched the first-year freshmen begin their actual combat training. Chapter 24:15. The first-year drill was to occupy the high ground before 5 p.m. First come, first serve. Right now, the advance of both sides was delayed by each other's tactics, so the movement speed of the majority of the troops was quite slow. The early sun slowly rose. At noon, the clear sky suddenly changed and dark clouds gathered. Half an hour later, it actually began to drizzle. Downhill, it's all green moss. Slow down. The blue team, ambushing the red team, carried their guns and slowly made their way through a steep hill. The hill was facing away from the sun, so there were more rocks and a thick layer of moss growing on them. If one was not careful, they would slip and fall. The blue team students at the front carefully climbed down a rock and reminded their comrades behind them to be careful of their footsteps. Don't just look at your feet when you walk. Remember to pay attention to your surroundings. Don't let the red team counterattack. The blue team's movements were similarly cautious. The blue team communicators in charge of communications were constantly reporting their latest movements to the blue team's military camp so that the military camp could tell the red team how far away they were. The experts from the computer science department had hacked into the satellite system of the main military camp. Before the fourth-year students had noticed, they had actually intercepted the red team's current movements. The blue team commander immediately deployed his troops to ambush the red team in advance. However, they did not know that the target of the ambush was none other than the Red First Company, led by Yi Qian. It was drizzling, although the rain was not heavy, and even though they had put on their raincoats in time, they were still soaked from the long march. Yi Qian slowly bent down. Her slender hand gently pushed aside a clump of grass. A footprint on an ant's nest was clearly visible, and it had been left not long ago. Following Yi Qian's reminder, the various groups of communicators quickly learned that the blue team had ambushed them ahead. They immediately passed the information to the red team students. In the drizzle, a group of young faces that had been in the military academy for almost a year all revealed cold and solemn expressions. From their youthful faces, one could already see that they were beginning to have the coldness that a soldier should have. The blue team never would have thought that they would be exposed with a single step. In the main military camp, the video of Yi Qian observing the footprints in the grass once again appeared on the projection screen. Seeing her calm command, precise and powerful battle deployment, and her experienced observation, even the brigade commander could not help but be surprised. He asked Political Commissar Yu, "Has Yi Qian participated in military exercises before? Why did he look like an experienced veteran?" The military academy did not know much about Yi Qian. Therefore, Political Commissar Yu could not answer this question. No, she did not participate in any battle drills in her file. Then that's godly. Every step and move of hers is exquisite. Lan Feng has such a great advantage, but in front of her, it's actually useless. In that case, I'm looking forward to the drill with the third-year students the day after tomorrow. As long as the red team won, they will be able to see the mock battle between Yi Qian and the fourth-year students the day after tomorrow. Up ahead, the blue team students were a little confused. They were the ones who had ambushed the red team. So why was it that the red team had surrounded them instead? Break out of the encirclement first. Don't get entangled with them. This way, go around them. No, the road ahead is blocked. We can't get through. The blue team was in a state of panic. When the student leading the team saw that a company of red team had arrived, he knew that there was no way for him to rush out. He gritted his teeth and said, "If we can't rush out, then let's keep them close. No matter what, we have to bite off a piece of meat. 15 people, one person each, we can still take out 15 people from red team." It was no different from a fight to the death. It was still better than being directly surrounded and disarmed. Chapter 24:16. 15 people killed 15 students of the red team. This score was very clear. However, the reality was cruel. The two male students had just come out and were killed by Yi Qian in seconds before they could do anything. The two male students on the other side found out and quickly came to help. Similarly, they were subdued by one of their hands before they could make a few moves. Song Jiqiu, who was with Yi Qian, saw everything clearly. She was really shocked to see that she killed one student in a few seconds. When she directly threw the student of the blue team, who was at least a head taller than her, over her shoulder, Song Jiqiu and the other red team students couldn't help swallowing their saliva. It was too scary. How could she throw such a tall male student over her shoulder? The student of the blue team, who had been turned upside down, didn't come to himself for a long time. He didn't even realize what was going on. His lower body was unsteady, and his upper body was locked. He felt the sky and the earth were spinning. He screamed, "Ouch!" and fell into the grass. It was raining, and the grass was full of water. The student of the blue team's back was all wet after he fell. His hands were even stained with the grass fragments. Seeing so many people, the red team swallowed their saliva. No wonder Yi Qian said there were only a few people, and it was a waste of time to set up a minefield. With her speed of killing people, Even a simple minefield would be a waste of time. Although there were no real swords or guns in the actual combat exercise, there were real minefields and so on. Of course, they were all fake minefields. Fake minefields didn't have explosive power. After all, they were only freshmen. There were many things they hadn't learned yet. Even if the school wanted to promote the fighting spirit of individuals and teams, they wouldn't joke about the lives of these future army leaders. The real military exercise with a certain casualty rate would only have a real casualty rate when they joined the army exercise in their senior year. The students of the blue team wanted to kill one student of the red team each. In the end, they couldn't accept the fact that they were killed in action. Among the people they met, 2 of them were the most powerful. A petite female soldier directly killed 6 people by herself. A tall male soldier killed 3. As for the rest, it was not worth mentioning. They were hugged, dragged, and pounced on. In the end, only one student of the red team was killed in action by a student of the blue team. Reality was so cruel that they couldn't accept it. When the other blue team student saw that something was amiss, he immediately sprinted away. In the end, before the red team student could chase after him, he tumbled to the ground and let out a scream that was even more unsettling than spring thunder. Yi Qian quickly finished off the last 2 blue team students and immediately came over to check. At around 3:00 in the afternoon, news came from the front line that the blue team students had been ambushed by the red team. One of the students accidentally fell while escaping, resulting in a broken leg. Once the location was determined, troops were immediately sent to rescue the student, sending him to the nearest hospital. "Give me the straps and cut a few more bamboo branches." Yi Simple knelt on the ground, skillfully and quickly dealing with the fractures of the injured blue team students. He pulled up the trousers and pressed lightly with his fingers. Based on the student's reaction, he determined that the student's calf was fractured and needed immediate treatment. During the ambush, Yi Qian did not make a sound. Now that he was treating the fractures of the blue team students, the moment he opened his mouth, he forced the wounded to swallow their screams. The surrounding blue team students asked uncertainly, "Are you the commander type Yi Qian? That's super strong physical Yi Qian?" Yi Qian was binding the wounded to prevent a second fracture. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "I am indeed the commander type Yi Qian. As for the super strong physical Yi Qian, I don't know who you are." Chapter 24:17. It must be Yi Qian. Among the female students, you are this one. A student from the blue team gave him a thumbs up. He was quite convinced that they had lost to Yi Qian, the king of all-around physical fitness, ranked first in overall results. He was not an ordinary person. Even the seniors in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th years had to say that they might not be able to beat Yi Qian. Seeing Yi Qian being praised by the blue team, the students from the red team felt honored. The male student who had been thrown over his shoulder by Yi Qian rubbed his shoulder and said somewhat embarrassedly, "You scared me. I am at least 75 kilograms. I was afraid that you would be crushed and fractured when you fell like that. In the end, I'd almost got a concussion." There was laughter all around. Yi Qian reminded them, "Red team, be more alert. Don't be killed by the blue team the next second when you are laughing." After being reminded, the red team students kept a serious face. Even the blue team students did not dare to say anything. Yi Qian cut off the thumb-sized bamboos around him with his dagger. He cut off the branches and fixed them in place for the student. He used a bandage to fix one layer first. Then he asked the student to cut a few more bamboo branches and fixed another layer with a bandage. By the time the rescue team arrived, the injured student had been carried by the dead blue team students for several kilometers on a mountain road. The rescue team did not need to do a simple bandage again. They just needed to continue carrying the student. The rain was not heavy, but it had a great impact on the freshmen. Among them, except for Yi Qian, even the commanding male soldiers, such as Song Jiqiu, could not stand it. It was 2:00 in the afternoon. There were still 3 hours before the end of the actual combat training exercise for the freshmen. The blue team took advantage of their advantage again and attacked a camp of the red team. At the same time, the red team's scattered forces began to gather. The blue team was used to dispersing. The red team's sudden change made the blue team's military tent very busy. What? Did you not see them? Didn't you keep a close eye on them before? They ran away. Where did they run to? Don't you know how to chase after them? They didn't come? That's impossible. Their mobile route is here. How could they not come here? You battalions gather immediately and concentrate your forces temporarily. There are still 2 hours before the end of the exercise. We still have time. Let's concentrate our forces and advance towards the highlands. Quick, you guys come and look at the battle map. Red team's movements have changed. Something's wrong. Throughout the entire exercise, both the red and blue tents were filled with freshmen. Other than them, no one else helped them. They had to rely on themselves when they were marching and fighting. There were no reminders or pointers. They had to rely on themselves to win. The speed at which the Red Army gathered its forces was quite fast. The main reason was that Yi Qian had planned beforehand. Even though it was raining, the communication between the camps and the companies was kept simple and clear. The blue team could not decipher the numerical dialogue. Although it was a bit messy, they still managed to gather all their forces. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the red team launched an all-out counterattack. Only then did the blue team realize that they had been led by the nose by the red team from the beginning. The red team's forces were fully concentrated, but the blue team's reaction was a few beats too slow. They were swept away by the red team's main forces. Even if they had a satellite map tracking system for electronic warfare, it was useless at this time. It's over. They're coming in full force. Second Company can't stop them. Chapter 24:18. First Company, reinforce them. Slow down their march. 3 battalions were wiped out. We lost 90 people. 4th Battalion fled and regrouped with 2nd Company. In the main tent, the combat spirit evaluation curve of each student fluctuated intensely. In the red team, led by Yi Qian, the combat spirit evaluation curve of all the students rose. Their collective combat spirit reached an unprecedented level, and the thick and red curve at the top remained in first place from start to finish. There was not much fluctuation in the middle. This proved what the brigade commander said at the beginning. A soldier with a strong combat spirit could influence the entire army. This was the power of a role model. Fight for the final high ground. Wipe them out. 1st Company, charge. 6th Battalion, 5th Company, bring up the rear. 2nd Company, sweep them out. Yes, Roger. Execute immediately. Following Yi Qian's orders, the red team, whose morale was high, advanced towards the final high ground. At 4:34 p.m., the red team achieved total victory with a suppressive attack. This was a roundabout battle. It was also a battle where the red team jumped out of their weakness and scattered the blue team's forces. They jumped out of the blue team's strong suit and achieved total mobility. In the end, the scattered forces quickly gathered and caught the blue team off guard. By the time the blue team reacted, the red team's mobility had far surpassed the blue team's. They had finished gathering the scattered forces and gathered the main force. At this point, the outcome was clear. In the end, there was conflict, there was rear guard, and there was restraint. The various battalions and companies worked together to form 3 major forces to seize the high ground. The blue team's morale was damaged, and they were forced to retreat. In the end, they completely suppressed the red team and won. A single drill was enough to determine the winner and loser. The blue team lost. The 8 schools regrouped. All the students stood in the drizzle. Even after a day of drills, their backs were straight like unbreakable pine trees. The brigade commander announced the results of a drill. The red team had won. The blue team's commander could not see through the red team's strategy in time. Even with the support of the satellite system, it was useless. At 5:30 p.m., the freshmen set up camp. The commanders of both sides gathered in the main tent. The commander of the blue team could not help but feel nervous. When he passed by Yi Qian, he could not help but ask softly, "Do you think we'll be scolded?" "I don't think so." Brigade commander looked fine just now. Yi Qian knew the blue team commander who was talking to him. He lowered his voice and comforted him. He should be pointing out where we are lacking, where we need to correct, and where we have made mistakes. That's right. It would be great if that was the case. The male student pursed his lips uneasily. After all, he was only a freshman. Although he had changed a lot, he hadn't been through enough training and couldn't remain calm. The main military tent was right in front of them. There were two fourth-year students standing guard outside with rifles in their hands. They stood upright and solemnly on the left and right, watching the first-year students walk past without looking sideways. They were extremely professional. As he walked past the military tent, the first thing Yi Qian saw was the projector screen hanging at the most prominent part of the tent. The reason why he noticed it first was because there was a picture of himself on the projector screen. Judging from the position of the photo, it was taken in the morning when she led her troops to destroy the blue minefield and rushed out of the trench. Yi Qian had never seen a photo of himself in combat before. When he saw it, he was a little stunned. Chapter 24:19. He looked a little different. The other students had already seen Yi Qian's photo. When they first saw it, their hearts skipped a beat. They were stunned by Yi Qian's gaze in the photo. It was full of sharpness and killing intent, as if he would point the gun in his hand at their heads in the next second and fire a fatal shot. Some people were stunned by Yi Qian's murderous gaze. Even their pupils constricted. After one glance, they did not dare to take a second look. There were also some students who were stunned by the sharpness, standing in place without moving for a long time. Other than the brigade commander, there were also the political commissar and other leaders of the military academy in the main tent. The tables and chairs in the tent were all folded up and put away. No matter who it was, they were all standing and facing the projection screen. Take a look at this photo. Do you see anything? The brigade commander asked in a low voice. The question he asked was the same one he had asked the leaders when he first saw Yi Qian's photo. What do you see? Start with the blue team camp. The blue team camp's commander-in-chief stared at the photo that made his heart skip a beat. He was even a little afraid. Pursing his lips, he steadied himself before saying, "I see the killing intent. Her gaze is like a bullet, making me not dare to look directly at her." Another blue team camp student said, "I see the killing intent, the drive, the fearlessness of sacrifice." The blue team camp had a total of 6 commanders. None of them spoke a word, but the one thing they had in common was that they saw the terrifying killing intent in Yi Qian's eyes. That was a gaze that made them not dare to look directly at her. Just one glance was enough to make them lose half of their confidence. The brigade commander nodded slightly, then asked the red team camp. Compared to the blue team camp, the red team students were more talkative. The red team student, Old Wang, said with a solemn expression, it was precisely because of the determination in Yi Qian's eyes and the fearlessness in her actions that our morale was greatly boosted. Especially when she led us to destroy one of the blue team strongholds. We red team students seemed to have seen hope. There was really not much fear in our hearts. We only had one thought, and that was to continue fighting with Yi Qian. There would definitely be no problems. We would definitely win. What he meant was that the red team's overwhelming victory had a lot to do with Yi Qian. Old Wang's speech received the unanimous approval of the red team students. It was indeed so. If not for Yi Qian's leadership, even if they won, it would have been extremely difficult. The brigade commander was quite satisfied with their speech. He nodded slightly and slowly said in a deep voice, "I believe all of you can see the indomitable spirit of bravery and battle from Yi Qian. Where the red flag points, advance courageously." Hearing this, the freshmen were all shocked. They looked at the photo on the projection screen again. With the brigade commander's words, they looked at it again. Seeing that the students all looked at the projection screen with the same solemn expression, the brigade commander nodded with satisfaction. He was quite satisfied with the freshmen's drill. Although there were various unsatisfactory aspects, overall, it was still acceptable. His gaze fell on Yi Qian, and it was filled with encouragement and gratification. When he looked away, there was only coldness in his eyes. He swept his gaze across the rest of the students and spoke slowly with a dignified tone. Just now, the red team student said that because of Yi Qian's existence, they saw hope and no longer had any fear. This is the fighting spirit that all of you must have as soldiers. I hope all of you can continue to work hard, and I look forward to your next performance. Chapter 24:20. Facing the young students who were still young but had the temperament of a soldier, the brigade commander carefully guided them. He spoke with a majestic voice, making the young students present feel as if thunder had struck their ears. They did not dare to be distracted at all. He looked forward to the drill the day after tomorrow. He looked forward to the wonderful performance of each student. He also looked forward to the future of them shouldering the responsibility of the country and fighting for the country. Therefore, students, you need to have the fearlessness of not being afraid of strong enemies, but also the courage to win every battle. From Yi Qian, you can see the quality and spirit that the current generation of students should have. This is what you need to learn. Why did the red team say that with Yi Qian leading them, they think they will win? This is the influence of the fighting spirit. It will subtly influence you and stimulate the part of you that has not awakened yet. The purpose of this exercise is to train your fighting spirit. It is to see if you have the courage to compete with the strong enemy. Can you see the strong points of the strong enemy and further improve your fighting ability? Students, the future of national defense depends on you, and the future of the future will depend on you to take the hard work of your seniors and pass it on from generation to generation. The brigade commander's words were deeply engraved in the hearts of the students. The power of role models was the power to push them forward. This drill had indeed left a deep impression on the freshman students. They had also learned a lot from it. The students who had died knew that the battlefield was strange and unpredictable. They did not know how they had died. They were very glad that this was a drill. If it was a real battlefield, they would not be able to return. The students who were shocked knew how they should develop in the future. Only by improving their abilities in all aspects could they face a real war calmly. Only then could they be fearless of strong enemies and overcome all difficulties. Yi Qian in the photo also shocked the freshman students. It also made them know how big the gap between them and Yi Qian was. However, Yi Qian was indeed a little embarrassed by the brigade commander's praise and the students' praise. She did not like to be too ostentatious, nor did she like to be compared. In addition, her starting point was different from the freshman students. Yi Qian was embarrassed and guilty at the same time. Therefore, when the meeting was adjourned, Yi Qian found political commissar Yu and softly explained his purpose for coming. Take down the photos? Why? Political commissar Yu was a little puzzled. Seeing that the female student in front of him was a little unnatural, he thought that she was not used to praises. He smiled and said, "Little Yi, everyone in the military academy has seen how outstanding you are. Everyone knows about your results. However, no one knows how you fight. Didn't brigade commander just say that sometimes fighting spirit needs the power of an example? Look at today. If the red team didn't have you as the commander-in-chief and had a morale-boosting battle first, I believe the red team wouldn't have a big chance to win. And your appearance, your leadership, and your deployment made all the students feel that it's not impossible to defeat a strong enemy. As long as you work hard, find the right method, and seize the opportunity, you could take risks in the midst of danger." Political commissar, you also liked this student who knew how to take the big picture into consideration. Seeing that she was looking for him, he wanted to give her some pointers. Chapter 24:21. She wanted to remove the photos? Was it because she was shy? Political commissar, you smiled. You also told all the students that if you want to defeat a strong enemy, you have to defeat yourself first. If you want to have the courage to face a strong enemy, you have to have the confidence to do so. And to defeat yourself and have the confidence to do so, it all comes from your hard work. Little Yi, you have taken the lead. There is a power in your body that makes us feel shocked. This is a power that pushes everyone forward, a power that can let people see hope. It was strange for this power to appear in a little girl. She was like a hero who came back from a bloodbath, giving hope to those who fell into despair. Political commissar, you couldn't figure out why Yi Qian had such power. But if he knew that Yi Qian had lived 2 lives and knew about the twists and turns of the 2 lives, it would not be hard to understand. Living was hope, and hope was always for the living. The death of the previous life made Yi Qian who lived in this life. Facing Political Commissar Yu and Chu Wan's persuasion, Yi Qian thought for a while and said, "Political Commissar, I have my own ideas, so I don't want any photos to be leaked." Have your own ideas? Don't want any photos to be leaked? Political Commissar Yu was a soldier. After hearing this, he understood what Yi Qian meant. He was so shocked that his face became very serious. You want to go to the field forces? In the field forces, the officers' photos would not be leaked. Even if they took photos with their family members, they would be avoided. Yi Qian nodded. Yes, the school knows that I was raised by a first-rank sergeant major. They also know that my mother was a martyr. So, I want to follow the path of my elders. But this was not just an ambition. It was a continuation of his responsibility. Political Commissar Yu was in awe when he found out that Yi Qian was just a freshman. After a while, he said, "Xiao Yi, you are a role model. Okay, I will report to the brigade commander. Don't worry, the photos will only appear during this exercise. After the exercise, they will be destroyed immediately." Yi Qian still wanted to say something, but Political Commissar Yu waved his hand and stopped him. "I know you don't like to show off, but Xiao Yi, you have to consider your influence." Seeing that she wanted to say something but stopped, a faint smile appeared on Political Commissar Yu's serious face. It was a good thing to keep a low profile, but sometimes circumstances forced one to do so. He smiled and continued, "We hope that more students will be influenced by you and understand what it means to go to a military academy. In today's society, even our military academy needs the power of role models. It's a good thing to keep a low profile, but Xiao Yi, you have to remember that sometimes an appropriate amount of publicity can be beneficial to you. Do you really think it's a good idea to keep lowering it?" The only thing missing was telling Yi Qian that if he kept lowering the ratings, wouldn't he be afraid that others would steal his credit and step on his shoulders to climb up while he stayed where he was? Was that really a good idea? This was the first time someone had reminded Yi Qian like this after she left Fujian town, walked out of her original life circle, and walked into a brand new life circle. Although Political Commissar Yu did not say it directly, his meaning was the same as what Commander-in-Chief Xia had said. It was good to have responsibility, but he also had to know how to climb higher. Water flows downwards, and people walk upwards. This was a principle that had not changed since ancient times. Chapter 24-22. When Political Commissar Yu saw this, he knew that Yi Qian knew what he meant. Seeing that the sky was getting dark and the smell of food wafted through the misty air, he signaled for Yi Qian to rest and leave the other matters for him to handle. Knowing that the photos would only appear during the drill, Yi Qian calmed down a little and did not insist anymore. The rain was a little heavy, so she had to go and help her class clean up. Political Commissar Yu looked at her back as she walked away. The smile in his eyes deepened. There were too few students like her. There were even fewer students who could understand what responsibility was at such a young age. Meeting one today was enough to leave a deep impression on him. Very quickly, the brigade commander understood Yi Qian's intentions. He smiled and said, "This female student is quite opinionated. We respect her decision. Wanting to join the field forces is not ambition, but courage. With her current performance, the field battle unit will welcome her very much." Based on Yi Qian's current performance, as long as she continues to develop steadily in the future, regardless of whether it is the field forces or other forces, they will all welcome her. Political Commissar Yu smiled gently. The military academy existed to cultivate talents for the military. If Yi Qian could develop in the future, it would be an honor for the University of Science and Technology of China. After he finished speaking, he saw that there were a few drafts on the folding conference table. Political Commissar Yu looked at them and picked up one of the drafts in surprise. "Brigade Commander, are you planning to give us the rules for the drill the day after tomorrow?" "Yes. My intuition tells me that student Yi Qian has a lot of potential. Perhaps she has strengths that we have not discovered yet. Since we're going up against third-year students this time, let's make it a little more difficult. Don't let the third-year students think that we are leading a bunch of child soldiers for a drill." Hearing this, Political Commissar Yu's smile deepened. He looked at the new rules for the drill. "You gave another 10 first-year students technical support. Are you purposely testing Yi Qian to see what kind of novel tactics she can use? Brigade Commander, she is only a first-year student. I'm afraid she doesn't have a deep understanding of information warfare. Otherwise, today's drill would not be a surprise attack drill. A surprise attack was equivalent to going into battle barehanded. There was no high-tech involved. It was all based on command and deployment during the march, then using their fists and feet to defeat the enemy. This was to stimulate the aggressive nature of the freshmen. The brigade commander did not agree with what political commissar you said. He switched to a video of Yi Qian's deployment during the day. In the video, Yi Qian said to the first-year technical students, "The blue team might have already stolen our information. Rebuild the firewall and counterattack." I've been observing Yi Qian's interaction with the technical students. When I saw this, I vaguely felt that Yi Qian had a certain level of understanding of information warfare. That's why I wanted to adjust the rules to increase the difficulty. The brigade commander tore up the scrap draft and handed the final draft to political commissar Yu. We'll follow the new rules for the drill the day after tomorrow. Regardless of whether we overestimated Yi Qian or not, let's see how far she can take the freshman. The brigade commander changed a few more points of the maneuver rules for the freshmen and juniors. The main direction of the maneuver remained the same, but it was more flexible. It could also better see the commanding and combat standards of the commanders-in-chief of both sides. I'm afraid that your words will make the commanders-in-chief of the drill the day after tomorrow a little worried. Political commissar Yu, who took the final draft, saw the last point. He, who was originally standing, sat down. There was obvious interest on his face. This is good. We have to make them feel more psychological pressure. The tasks of the drill could be increased at any time. This was one of the new rules added by the brigade commander. Chapter 24-23. Missions could be added at any time, but the end time of the exercise did not change. This meant that the red and blue teams would have less time to prepare for the exercise the day after tomorrow. They needed to be more careful and faced more pressure. Strength can only be shown when there is pressure. Student Yi Qian is a rising star in this exercise. I want to see how dazzling this star is. After the brigade commander finished speaking, he and political commissar Yu looked at each other and smiled. The third-year and first-year students standing guard in the main military tent had a bad feeling. Yi Qian did not know about the conversation between the brigade commander and the political commissar. She returned to the large tent in class. The basic large tent for the exercise in the northern part of the province was a basic facility. A large tent could accommodate an entire class of students. The female students slept in the innermost part of the tent. Then a curtain would be pulled out from the rain, and the four sides would be fixed to form a small independent space. When Yi Qian went over, the students in the class had already set up the entire tent in the rain. The tent was still in the process of being tidied up. Soon, everyone worked together to pull up the waterproof tarpaulin and used about 10 minutes to pull up the tent for sleeping tonight. They then spread out the waterproof tarpaulin inside, and a simple shelter from the wind and rain was completed. After they finished, He Jing pulled Yi Qian to a corner and said softly, "The instructor called Wenzi to talk to her not long before you came back. It's been almost 20 minutes. Why hasn't she come back yet? Could something have happened?" She was very worried. Yi Qian pursed her lips slightly. She hadn't come back in such a long time. She was probably being trained. Previously, she had made a scene in order to sleep. Perhaps she had been caught on camera. Sighing softly in her heart, Yi Qian said, "Don't think too much. Let's wait for her to come back and ask her. Let's see if she's willing to take the initiative to mention it to us. If she doesn't, we don't need to ask." She was already an adult. She had to bear the corresponding responsibility for her actions. He Jing saw that Yi Qian's expression was slightly cold. She nodded in response and absent-mindedly tidied up her bag. Yi Qian, He Jing, you two see if there's enough space. If there's not enough space, move the curtain out a little more. The male student, who was in charge of drawing the curtain for the female students, raised his voice and said, "Come and take a look." There were around 40 students in the class. Even though the tent was big enough, it still had to be slightly squeezed together. Yi Qian looked at it and smiled. There's no need to make it so wide. Just make it 8 meters wide. She had left a space of 3 meters. The male students sleeping outside were going to be crowded. Yi Qian and He Jing took the initiative to shrink the space to only 8 meters, which was just nice for the three of them. They just needed to sleep quietly and not move around. Suwa didn't come back until bedtime. Feeling down, she took off her wet clothes in the dark. When it was time to put on the clothes to keep warm at night, her hand froze in her backpack. She didn't bring a thermal jacket. The temperature in the mountains was already low. With the addition of the rain, the temperature at night was even lower. Even the male students wore thin thermal jackets to prevent themselves from catching a cold. Su-won, who was so cold that she had goosebumps, subconsciously looked at the two people sleeping next to her. Just as she was about to open her mouth to ask, she suddenly remembered what the instructor said. With red eyes, Su-won bit her lower lip and crawled under the blanket in her wet clothes. Soft sobbing could be heard. Even though she was crying under the blanket, Yi Qian, who was sleeping next to her, could hear it clearly. Yi Qian was sleeping in the middle. He Jing, whose left hand was still awake, also heard it. She was about to get up and ask Su-won what was wrong, but Yi Qian pressed her arm down. Chapter 24:24. The soft sobbing continued from under the blankets, but this time, Yi Qian did not ask her what was wrong. He also did not ask if she needed a set of warm clothes. He did not ask anything. He just closed his eyes and quietly waited for Su-won to stop crying. Su-won was used to being taken care of. She was used to people taking the initiative to help her whenever she needed help. In the end, it became a terrible habit. It wiped away her sense of responsibility and the responsibility she should have. As he listened to her crying, Yi Qian also reflected on whether he had helped her too much and ended up making things worse. He slowly thought about it and found the problem. Gradually, Yi Qian found the problem with himself. He could help Su-won, but he could not help her like he did with his classmates in high school. The military academy placed more emphasis on personal independence. If he helped too much, it would hinder Su-won's growth and make her dependent on him. She did not help Su-won solve her problems. She helped Su-won discover her own problems and solve them herself. Just like how Captain Xia treated her. He never took the initiative to help her. During training, he was even cold and cruel. He would watch her make a mistake and then use an even crueler method to make her remember what her mistake was and what it would affect. Grandpa Jin and Uncle Chun were the same. They chose to stand by the side and never take the initiative to remind her that she was in the wrong. She had to do this and that. Realizing his mistake, Yi Qian closed his eyes and looked a little cold. Su-won needed to change. Similarly, he also needed to change. After about half an hour, Su-won's sobbing finally stopped. Yi Qian heard He Jing let out a soft sigh. She did the same. Yi Qian tilted his head and looked in the direction of Su-won. He slowly reached out his hand and gently patted Su-won's shoulder. Go to sleep. We still have training tomorrow. After a while, Su-won grunted in a nasal voice. Her heart was in a mess. Then she closed her eyes. Yi Qian's actions made Su-won, who had finally stopped crying, burst into tears again. Fortunately, she bit the blanket in time to stop her tears from falling. I can't think anymore. I can't cry anymore. I still have training tomorrow. I can't affect Yi Qian and He Jing. Su-won bit the blanket tightly and forced herself to fall asleep as soon as possible. The sound of the wind and rain came from outside. The dripping sound of rain was like the best lullaby. It was late at night and quiet. It was the best time to sleep. Yi Qian slept very soundly. However, most of the freshmen couldn't sleep well. It was their first time participating in an exercise, so their cerebral cortex was relatively active. They would think about what happened during the day at night. While they sighed, they would also sum up their shortcomings. As a result, they were more energetic. After the excitement passed, they fell asleep in a daze. Because the place they slept in was uneven, they were either woken up in the middle of the night by the brothers next door. They had never known the pain of sleeping, but for the first time, they felt the pain of sleeping. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Yi Qian opened his eyes. As soon as he moved, Su-won, who was sleeping next to him, also got up and said softly, "In the future, I'll wake up early with you for morning exercises." At 5 o'clock, There was a faint light in the mountains. However, there wasn't much light in the tent. Yi Qian, who was dressed, smiled and nodded. Okay, but you have to take the initiative. In his heart, Yi Qian breathed a sigh of relief. This meant that Su Wen hadn't been expelled by the university. Or rather, she was temporarily staying on campus for observation. Chapter 24-25. Su Wen did not mention last night's incident again, and Yi Qian did not ask again. At 6 p.m., all the students got into formation and started exercising. They ran around the drill grounds and completed a 10-kilometer-long run. The students who did not sleep well were still a little tired at first, but after running for a while, they woke up and started chanting 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1 in unison. On the second day of the holiday, in addition to their normal physical training, the freshmen watched the red and blue teams' drills. Compared to the freshmen, the third-year students' drills had a much higher level of technical content. In the end, the third-year blue team won. They fought for the high ground at 3 p.m. and defeated the red team. Yi Qian had been sitting in the commander's tent the entire time and watched the entire drill from beginning to end. The third-year student combat thinking was much more active and incisive. They changed their maneuver route midway and were able to quickly complete the following maneuver route. From this, it could be seen that they had a high degree of adaptability to the terrain. After watching the drill, Yi Qian had a better understanding of the third-year blue team. He loosened his clenched fists. Tomorrow was the duel between the freshmen and third-year students. As the third-year students were stronger than the freshmen in terms of electronic information warfare, the brigade commander sent out 10 third-year students from the Computer Science Institute to support the freshmen. At 7 a.m. the next day, the first-year red team and the third-year blue team officially started their drill. Similarly, the winner would be determined by fighting for the high ground at 5 p.m. When the red team's commander-in-chief, Yi Qian, received the rules of the drill, he pursed his lips slightly. The difficulty had obviously increased. This time, it's really going to be a little tricky. Old Wang from the Optoelectronic Science Institute said to Yi Qian with a serious expression, "Yi Qian, our chances of winning are very, very small." The third-year blue team was the victorious team in yesterday's drill. When they watched the drill, they knew that the other team was very strong. Now that the third-year blue team had become the main attacking team today, if the first-year red team bumped into them, there was no way for them to survive. When Old Wang saw that Yi Qian's expression was equally gloomy, he thought to himself, it's over. If even Yi Qian felt troubled, then the red team probably had no chance of winning at all. Yi Qian's finger tapped on the last rule of the maneuver. During the maneuver, additional tasks can be added at any time. He said in a low voice, "This is the biggest unknown factor and also the key to victory. The difficulty lies in this." The difficulty was here. It felt like Yi Qian was focusing on something else entirely. The blue team had deployed their advanced technology, and their technological level was much higher than the red team's. This was not because this was the difficult part, but because all the rules were difficult for the red team. "Yi Qian, what are your chances of winning?" They didn't ask about anything else. The few students in the red team tent who were in charge of deploying troops directly cut to the main point. They just wanted to know what the chances of the commander-in-chief winning were. Yi Qian looked at the third-year technical support senior she had just met, then looked at the first-year students. She smiled and said, "It's fine as long as everyone works hard. Let's make some arrangements first." Did that mean they could win? Seeing the faint smile on her face, the first-year students from the red team felt their spirits lift. Meanwhile, the 10 third-year students who were providing technical support looked at each other secretly. There was a faint light in their eyes. His junior sister in her first year of university seemed to be quite confident. But today they were facing the third-year blue team that even the third-year red team had lost to yesterday. Even they had lost by a bit. Could these first-year juniors win? Chapter 24-26. Let's listen to her deployment first. This is Junior Yi Qian we're talking about, not just anyone. A third-year technical support student said in a low voice. There was a hint of curiosity in his tone. "I've heard so much about her. Since we can work together today, we can watch her up close." Another student nodded and smiled. "That's right. There's nothing to be ashamed of even if you lose. After all, They're only freshmen. If the third-year students lost to the first-year students, that would be embarrassing. Now that the blue team is the main attacking team, we'll be the defending team. Yi Qian asked the technical support student to project the electronic battle map onto the projection screen. She pointed at one of the points with her baton. We're here. The terrain is low-lying, so it's easy to attack but hard to defend. Therefore, we need to move as a whole. The direction of movement starts from here. Although it's also a low-lying area, the trees here face the sun. The leaves are dense and the shrubs are overgrown. This area is enough to ensure the passage of a larger army. This is the main team's marching route. After we get out of here, we'll march in a standard column formation. At the same time, we'll widen the distance between each battalion and each company. And here, Yi Qian drew another marching route. This is the route that our knife-sharp battalion will take. We'll be responsible for the march of the main team and the timely reporting of any enemy movements. Look over here. The main attacking team is the main force of the blue team. We need to send out a battalion of assault troops. It's equivalent to a suicide squad. We have to draw the attention of at least 3 battalions of the blue team. After Yi Qian finished speaking, someone said, "I have a question. Please ask." Yi Qian turned around and smiled at the first-year student who asked the question. If one battalion of soldiers draws the attention of 3 battalions of the blue team, we have to trick the blue team first. Otherwise, this so-called suicide squad won't work at all. This student sharply pointed out the crux of the problem. The smile in Yi Qian's eyes deepened. That's right. Therefore, I have to first make the blue team believe me. And how to make the blue team believe me will depend on the skills of our technical support students. We have too many shortcomings. The blue team can suppress us in every aspect. Therefore, we need to be the first to occupy an advantageous area. Here, we also need the support of the technical students. The infantrymen only need to march according to my arrangements and keep a close eye on the blue team's movement until the red and blue teams are at the same speed. Yi Qian's words made the freshmen in the tent somewhat uneasy. However, they trusted Yi Qian very much. So even though they were uneasy, they did not doubt the credibility of Yi Qian's words. She was the commander-in-chief of the red team and the decision-maker of the entire maneuver. Her subordinates could ask questions and be puzzled, but they could never not trust her. Otherwise, it would be a big mistake on the battlefield. This time, Yi Qian didn't explain too much. She needed to make full use of the time to carefully deploy the troops. This was the deployment of the infantry. Next, she needed an even more important deployment, a deployment for information warfare. The red team was up against a strong opponent. Although the possibility of winning was not very high, she would try her best to win. Even if she lost, she would lose beautifully. This is the deployment of the infantry. In accordance with the final rules of the maneuver, I need to keep a battalion of soldiers by my side in case of emergency. The maneuver mission could be increased at any time. The water here was too deep. She needed to have a mobile force at all times. A battalion of soldiers wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small number either. Chapter 24-27. After all the arrangements were made, Yi Qian looked up from the battle map. His dark eyes scanned his surroundings, sweeping across the faces of the students who had just listened to him. His clear eyes were sharp as he confirmed, "Is there anything you don't understand? You can tell me now." "No. Understood. No problem." Seeing this, Yi Qian nodded slightly. "Very good. In order to prevent our movements from being eavesdropped on for the next 1.5 hours, you cannot contact the command center. I will contact you every 20 minutes or so. Only when I contact the company commanders at the same time and enter the comms channel can we communicate our movements." The red team's weakness was the blue team's strength. The blue team's display of strength in information warfare yesterday left her with no choice but to think of another way to counter it. And she herself wasn't very confident in countering the blue team's strength. Even if she wasn't confident, she had to try. She would only know after she tried. After finishing the arrangements for the infantry, Yi Qian turned to the 10 third-year technical students supporting the red team. "My 10 seniors, let's do something first. After we finish this, we'll do something else." The 10 third-year technical students were waiting for the red team's commander to make arrangements. Hearing this, they all nodded, indicating that they were ready. Then let's first disconnect from the main server. Yi Qian threw the first bomb at the third-year technical students. It was a little heavy, so much so that the third-year seniors were stunned for a moment. Disconnect from the main server? Disconnect from the main server that they were thinking of? Disconnect from the entire red team's information system? Yi Qian smiled slightly and nodded. That's right, that's what it meant. Rebuild the server, reorganize the comms network. This was the idea that Yi Qian had suggested to the 10 seniors in the morning to see if it would work. Answer: yes, it's worth a try. The maneuver began, and the red and blue teams officially entered the maneuver. The 10 third-year seniors' brains were already stretched taut. They hadn't guessed wrong. The bold commander of the red team, Yi Qian, was about to do something big. Something big that they hadn't done in the few drills they had participated in so far. The maneuver outside had just begun, and both sides were stuck in a sticky situation. Both sides were ambushed by each other during their maneuvers. After half an hour, the red and blue sides had the same number of casualties. In the third year's blue tent, the third year's commander-in-chief, who was in charge of this command, pointed at the dynamic electronic battle map with his baton and said in a deep voice, "Think of a way to get rid of the strongest freshman, Yi Jian. If we don't get rid of her, we'll be bitten to death by her." The cold-eyed commander-in-chief drew a line across the battle map with his baton and pointed at a certain area. Their main command center should be in this area. Send a team of scouts out to scout this area and see if they can find the red team's command center. Being bitten so tightly was something that Blue Fong hadn't expected. They had all heard of the famous Yi Qian back in school, mainly because this junior sister had stunned all the fourth-year seniors during their military training. Her results after that. To be honest, there really weren't many in the military academy who could match her. Now, knowing that she was the commander of the red team, and that she was also the commander of the freshman drill 2 days ago, the third-year students sitting in the military tent felt a layer of cold sweat break out on their backs. Chapter 24-28. Junior sister, are you planning to become an all-rounder? You know how to fight, you know how to command. Is that really a good idea? Yi Qian was a little busy. There were only a few first-year students guarding the main server, and this main server was in a half-dormant state. It would be silent for a while, and then it would be turned on again. The radio waves were very unstable. Soon, I've already established the link. At a place at least 5 kilometers away from the red team's tent, the 10 third-year students of the red team were rebuilding the main server in a hidden place made of tree branches. As for the server left in the red team's tent, it was just a distraction used to confuse the blue team. Rebuilding the main server was no small matter. It was feasible and testable, which meant that there was no guarantee of success. Rebuilding the communication network was much simpler. It was equivalent to building a wireless local area network. Electronic communication was a back-and-forth process of intercepting each other's communications. What Yi Qian wanted was to first control the flow of information and information to gain the initiative on the battlefield. From there, she would continuously obtain useful information. Then, she would use military deception, combat secrecy, and electronic warfare to block the blue team's information system from exchanging information. At the same time, she also needed to create false information for the blue team to steal. Then, step by step, she would lead the blue team further and further down the wrong path. This was a type of military deception warfare. The main server left in the red team's tent was the first error message to lead the blue team. The 10 third-year students were shocked by her information warfare strategy, but this was a challenge that they had never challenged before. Whether it succeeded or not, they wanted to try. Band connection testing, sharing testing connected, server migration testing, firewall reconstruction, information reorganization. All preparations are in place. The red team began preparations for the next major event. Every third-year technical student was nervous, but they didn't panic. They kept their minds clear, used their knowledge, and began rebuilding the main server. Her bold combat style shocked all the leaders in the main tent. From her first suggestion, the leaders' hearts skipped a beat. After listening to her bold plan, they were shocked by her boldness. Rebuilding the server, rebuilding the communication network. What a bold student. The technical soldier in charge of technical support muttered softly. This was a true preparation for information warfare. For a freshman to be able to think of this, it was not easy. It meant that she had a deep understanding of electronic information warfare and understood that information warfare was a strategic method that required no blood, was clean, and was extremely destructive. Yi Qian's abilities are definitely not what we've seen. This female student is not simple. The brigade commander watched the video in front of him and saw that she was still calm in the face of the powerful blue team. Moreover, she was able to quickly arrange a military deception battle, which was enough to make everyone look at her in a different light. He said to the technical soldier, "Cut to the red team's latest battle footage." The entire performance base in the Northern Lands had a digital satellite map that could provide timely feedback of the latest battle from various locations to the main tent. Following the operations of the technical soldiers, the image of the red team's command center was cut into the system and transmitted to the projection screen in the main tent. In the image, Yi Qian's expression was solemn and cold. He said calmly, "Thank you for your hard work. Now that we have completed the first step, let's move on to the second step." Chapter 24-29. Yi Qian, who had a cold expression on her face, seemed to have noticed that the screen had switched to the inside of the military tent. She glanced at the front of the screen intentionally or unintentionally. Her cold and sharp gaze seemed to have swept across the faces of every leader in the military tent. She smiled slightly, and there was a certain look in her eyes. The second step is to set up a wireless interference signal and a fake base station. I need to send a fake signal to the battlefield commander of the blue team through the wireless and send a fake order to the subordinates. The third-year students, who provided technical support, sweated a little when they heard the commands of the red team's commander-in-chief one after another. This was Yi Qian, a Yi Qian who made them feel quite horrible. A fake base station. She even wanted to set up a fake base station. 1.5 hours. I only have 1.5 hours for you. I hope you can finish it. After Yi Qian conveyed her order, she contacted the first-year technical students at the main server quickly. Send a fake signal to the blue team to intercept it and inform the 4th Battalion to cover it up. Yes. In the red team's military tent, the technical students conveyed Yi Qian's order to the 4th Battalion right away. Soon, the red dots representing the red team on the huge battle screen started to move. This was the assault team to cover it up and attract the blue team's troops. There was a battalion of students. The commander of the 4th Battalion was Song Jiqiu, who led the team to lure the blue team. After conveying her order, Yi Qian began to assume command. It was not the most important part yet. The most important part could not start until the fake base station and the wireless interference signal were set up. However, for the third-year technical students, Yi Qian undoubtedly posed a problem for them. The two needed to be set up in 1.5 hours. This was simply the most severe test for them. It's a little difficult to set up in 1.5 hours. In the military tent, a technical company commander who was watching the maneuver frowned slightly. He had some doubts about this. The pseudo-base station that Yi Qian mentioned was not an ordinary base station. It was a defensive base station that had to fight against the blue party's server and prevent the blue party from catching it. Just this point alone made it very challenging. But these 10 technical students didn't say that they couldn't do it. Political Commissariat smiled. So it's possible to set it up. Indeed, it could be built. Back when he saved K7, Han Zheng of Z7 used less than 50 minutes to build the pseudo-base station and the wireless LAN. That was under the condition that he didn't have any good equipment. Han Zheng used only 50 minutes to complete the two. Now, the equipment was complete, and she had given an extra 40 minutes. With the amazing people in the computer science department, they would definitely be able to complete it. Yi Qian didn't know how long it would take. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. This is an order, and your duty is to fulfill it. The third-year students knew better than the first-year students the sacred meaning of the phrase. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. Therefore, they did not stand out and say, "They can't do this." They didn't dare to say that. Yi Qian had a kind of fierceness that made people obey him unconditionally. He also had a murderous aura that would kill once he unsheathed his sword. The 10 of them quickly got involved in the maneuver and didn't think it was just a maneuver anymore. Yi Qian told them, setting up the two is equivalent to setting up a combat platform without shedding any blood. It can attack and defend. This is what I want. I hope you can do it. Chapter 2430. Since this maneuver involved communication and information warfare, the Red Team had to show some hard skills. Informationized warfare was a modern military battle that was bloodless and smokeless, but the overall situation was under control. The students of the National University of Science and Technology all knew the importance of informationized warfare, and they definitely had their own specialization. Then, as the commander-in-chief, she had to play everyone's strengths and let everyone find their correct position, so that she could achieve the true goal of applying what she had learned. The third-year students were already stunned by Yi Qian. She let everyone know that the person who gave them the orders was their junior sister. She really treated this exercise as a battle. Now that our main server has been established, the Red Team will continue to move. The main force will march quickly. Next, the assault team will hold back a portion of the Blue Team's forces. The main server will stabilize the Blue Team and send out fake signals to confuse the Blue Team. Meanwhile, you all should seize the time to establish the pseudo-base station. This is the most time I can buy for you. 1.5 hours. The maximum amount of time, no more. Yi Qian revealed her entire deployment to the third-year technical students. The speed of her speech, her expression, and her actions all exuded a majestic military might. While the 10 technical students were shocked, they also understood that the influential figure of the National University of Science and Technology, Yi Qian, did not have an undeserved reputation. Leave the establishment of the pseudo-base station to us. Although we have never actually established one on the battlefield, we usually do experiments. 1.5 hours is fine. The senior brother in charge of the overall technical support had a serious expression. Following Yi Qian's orders, the soldiers had to obey the orders of the general. This was a military order, and it was also the responsibility they had to shoulder in this exercise. When Yi Qian saw this, her rose petal-like lips curled up slightly. This was a soldier. They had a noble sense of mission and responsibility. When they wore their military uniforms and stood on the battlefield, they used their towering bodies to carry the weight of the country and its people forward. Even if they died, their heroic fighting spirit would never be erased. It would continue to influence generations of soldiers. When the two sides fought, electronic communications were exchanged. The positive side allowed the enemy to intercept intelligence. When the Red Team established the pseudo-base station, the Blue Team's technical students finally broke through the Red Team's communications and intercepted them. When the sound of small frames of electric current came from the radio waves, other than the radio signal being unstable, there was also radio interference. When Yi Qian heard the TSS sound coming from the small frame of the comms, he knew that there was radio interference. The Blue Team had begun to take action. Sitting firmly in the command center, she took the military binoculars and walked out of the temporary command center. The rain in the mountains had stopped, but there was a thin mist. After being washed by the water, the trees in the mountains were green and beautiful everywhere. Scanning through the binoculars, there were no red or blue trainees in the maneuver. There were only a few birds flying across the valley, leaving a string of crisp bird cries. Although the rain had stopped, the sky was still gloomy. The weather forecast said that there would be light rain in the next few days. It seemed that they would have to continue the exercise in the rain today. With the wind and rain, they would probably take down a few more people. Last night, there were 4 freshmen who had diarrhea in the middle of the night. The accompanying military doctor didn't even sleep as he checked on the students and gave them intravenous drips and medicine. At this time, it was actually the best time to see if the student's physical fitness was strong. Chapter 2431. He didn't know how Sue was doing. She was one of the students who had been knocked out last night. She had a stomachache in the middle of the night and had to go back and forth several times. It wasn't until 3 in the morning that she couldn't take it anymore and went to the military doctor. With Yi Jing by her side to take care of her, she was more or less at ease. In addition, she was going with the main group and had a military doctor with her. If she really had any problems, she would be able to get treatment immediately. Hopefully, Miss Zhao's temper wouldn't act up again this time. Just bear with it for a while and it'll be over. Also, let the school leaders see how much she had changed. Yi Jian was worried about Su Wan, but the people in the general tent were all cheering for her battle strategy. You can never have too many students like this. How great would it be to have more than 10 of them at once? Once the false message is released, even if the blue team is suspicious, they will still be baited by the assault camp she arranged. Although the hook is small and the bait on it isn't very heavy, Yi Qian's genius is that the bait on her hook is a good piece of material. The blue team will think it's the real deal and will be able to open up a path for the red team if they kill it. The red team's commander has talent, substance, and guts. The blue team will most likely fall for it. Faced with Yi Qian's strategy, the more the leaders in the general tent analyzed it, the more they felt that the layout was quite ingenious. It was simply interlocking, luring the blue team step by step into the trap. The hook that was thrown out was the route that the red team would take. This was a route that would allow them to overtake the blue team and attack the high ground. Once they passed through, it would be equivalent to leaving the blue team's main group behind. Moreover, the most ingenious part was that they might run into the blue team's main group midway. Not only did they have to overtake the blue team, they also had to think about how to safely escape even if they ran into the blue team's main group. The troops sent out should be at least elite. Not only did the troops have to be elite, they also had to have enough troops. Therefore, Yi Qian's false message to confuse the blue team was that she had sent out 3 battalions of troops. In reality, it was just 1 battalion of troops. As for whether or not they were elite, that would have to wait and see. Only when the red team's troops matched up with the blue team's troops would they know whether or not they were elite. The hook thrown out was the route of the red team's battalion, and the bait thrown out was to make the blue team think that the red team had sent out 3 battalions. Coupled with the fact that the blue team had stolen the information from the red team's communication system, the blue team would at least be 80% convinced that the red team had indeed sent out 3 battalions. After analyzing her battle strategy in detail, the leaders of the general military camp all felt nervous on behalf of the third-year students who represented the blue team. Even if the blue team had the advantage, even if they won, it would be an extremely difficult victory. Report: deciphering the red team's communication. There are 3 battalions heading towards this area. In the blue team's tent, a technical student passed on the intercepted intelligence. The red team's forces have the motive to bypass our camp and complete the reverse. The overall commander of the blue team was a student with outstanding overall results. Hearing this, he immediately cut into the red team's movement direction and looked at the battle map. His gaze was a little nervous. The other 2 students came closer and looked at the map carefully. Their faces were full of suspicion. Something didn't feel right. 3 battalions going around in a circle to achieve the goal of overtaking the blue team. What if they ran into the blue team's main group? Not only would they lose their troops, but wouldn't they also waste time? No matter how they looked at it, it felt a little off. Chapter 2432. Could it be false information? A blue team student raised his own opinion, his fingers swiping across the red team's starting point. Look here. Although there is an opening here, it is too far from the high ground. If 3 battalions were to go around it, it would undoubtedly be a waste of time and resources. No, that might not be the case. Another student expressed his opinion. Do you see that? Right now, the red team's movements are 1 left, 1 right, and 1 in the middle. It is equivalent to an arrow-shaped movement. Once the forces are gathered here, it means that all of the forces have been gathered. Our blue team has not finished gathering all of our forces yet. You can't believe it completely, but you can't not believe it either. This is the first piece of information that the blue team has intercepted from the red team. It has already been 2 hours since the exercise. 2 hours had passed, and they had only intercepted 1 piece of information. It was clear how tight the red team's communications firewall was. In the end, The blue team also sent out 3 battalions to ambush the red team. When the leaders in the main tent saw this, they all lightly shook their heads. Even an old horse would stumble. This time it would be painful. They were worried that the blue team had made a mistake, but they were also happy for the red team's arrangements. The red team had made the right move. The red team had purposely sent out a piece of information. After the blue team had deciphered it, after some debate, they were still misled and made a fatal mistake. And this mistake affected the entire battle. It was equivalent to the red team controlling the flow of information first. By the time the red team's fake base station was established, the blue team could have made one wrong move and then another and finally be defeated. Up until now, the blue team had not discovered that the red team had even changed their main server. Although the server they had stolen was the red team's main server, it was actually bait that the red team had placed for the blue team. They had given the blue team a taste of the sweetness so that the blue team would continue to bite. In reality, the blue team had been biting very tightly. They had not discovered that the main server they had hacked into was only bait. It was not that they were not as skilled as the red team, but that they had not expected the red team to have such a strategy. The leaders in the main tent nodded in approval of Yi Qian's remarkable performance. During the discussion, they cheered for the red team's military deception battle strategy. They also felt sorry for the blue team's error in their analysis of the information. In this way, the red team's first step was correct, while the blue team was misled and took the most important step. The brigade commander couldn't be more satisfied with Yi Jian now. She could weaken the enemy's command and control ability and ensure that her own command and control system wouldn't be destroyed by the enemy. She knew how big the gap between the red team and the blue team was, so she tried her best to be one step ahead and control the whole situation. Following Yi Qian's order, the blue team made a wrong move, and the main military tent once again fell into an abyss of heated discussion. One wrong step leads to many wrong steps. It all depends on when blue team realizes that they have fallen into red team's trap. If we don't find it, there's a 40% chance that the red team will win. The probability of winning was only 40%. It was clear how powerful the blue team was. I didn't expect Yi Qian from the red team to be so bold. And I didn't expect. A leader with a serious expression looked at the blue team and sighed. And I didn't expect that she actually wanted to control the entire informationized battlefield. This leader was a senior colonel of a military academy. He was one of the teachers sent by the school this time. He was mainly in charge of the arrangements for the third-year students. Therefore, they couldn't help but worry when they saw the blue team lose. Chapter 24:33. Who would have thought that Yi Qian, who was still in her first year, would be so capable? She made a prompt decision and boldly arranged for the third-year students to face a challenge that was both mentally and mentally stressful. This deployment set off a small tornado in the military tent. Some agreed, some disagreed. The discussion was particularly heated, and it still hadn't ended. Just her deployment of the battle made the leaders in the military tent argue until their faces turned red. Being too bold isn't a good thing. If you're too bold, you'll be called a brave man and lose your wisdom. Since the main server has been rebuilt, we should focus on marching and raiding. Building a fake base station is too risky. It's very likely that all our previous efforts will be wasted. This was the leader who questioned Yi Qian's deployment in the later stages was too dangerous. His words were echoed by another leader. That's right. Since the first step has been a narrow victory and a path has been created, for the sake of stability, we should take advantage of the situation and use the bait we threw out to distract the blue team's forces. The red team's main forces will take the opportunity to complete the raid and seize the high ground. This way, the red team's chances of winning will increase by 5%. Senior Colonel Yu did not agree with his colleague's opinion. He calmly argued, "The two of you are wrong. This is an information warfare. Since the red team has already won one round and knows how to use military deception to complete the next step of deployment, as long as the fake base station is built, the red team's chances of winning will definitely be equal to the blue team's." Political Commissar Yu, who was still standing and watching and did not jump to conclusions, joined the discussion. We can't say that the red team's chances of winning will be equal to the blue team's. The blue team's strength is right in front of us. The combined strength of all the students is far superior to the first-year red team's students. We can only say that Yi Qian's commanding skills are equal to the blue team's. Deployment is important, but the strength of the troops must be able to keep up with her commanding skills. After this leader finished speaking, another leader continued. The fourth-year students, standing in the military tent, all secretly exchanged glances several times when they heard this. First-year junior sister Yi Qian was really godly. Every time he appeared, he would set off a storm of debate in the general tent. He had completely become the center of discussion among the leaders. A lieutenant colonel with the surname Jia added political commissar Yu's words. Therefore, Yi Qian knew from the very beginning that red team's military strength could not compare to blue team's military strength. Therefore, she needed to rebuild the main server, rebuild the local area network, and finally build a fake base station. From this, it can be seen that she has no intention of using the red team's forces to fight the blue team's forces head-on. She wants to seize the initiative on the battlefield by controlling the flow of information and intelligence. Her combat deployment is completely in line with the main principles of our maneuver, using military deception, combat secrecy, and electronic warfare to block the flow of information to the blue party's information system. This is a deployment against information warfare. I agree with Old Merchant's point of view. At present, we can see that Yi Qian knows that the red team is at a disadvantage. She also knows that the possibility of winning is very small. However, she has not given up on fighting and winning. Instead, she is thinking of ways to win. I'm guessing that this unyielding student must want to lose beautifully even if she loses. This was another leader who was cheering for Yi Qian. He was a regiment commander from the army who came to watch the maneuver. Therefore, his words carried a certain amount of weight. They did not expect Yi Qian to be so bold. They did not expect a first-year student to present such an exquisite combat deployment to the general tent. Chapter 2434. The brigade commander listened to everyone's discussion, but he did not join in. His gaze was fixed on Yi Qian's deployment video. He watched her deployment step by step. Her meticulousness did not seem like a first-year student's at all. Her commanding ability did not seem like a first-year student's at all. Her thinking was meticulous, her battle experience was mature, and her deployment was exquisite. Even if the red team was facing the blue team, which was made up of third-year students, it did not seem like the red team would win. On the contrary, Yi Qian had led the red team to victory in the first step of information warfare. It was a clean and beautiful victory. Just this step alone was breathtaking enough to shock everyone. So what if her suggestion of building a pseudo-base station was too bold? Everyone knew that the future of warfare was developing towards information warfare. Could it be that they were still clinging to the previous head-on combat style, where each person carried a cannon and used their bodies to block the cannon when something happened? Before you could carry the cannon out, the other party would control the powerful weapons from a distance and bombard your entire army with a missile. The brigade commander agreed with Yi Qian's bold strategy. He was not afraid of her being bold, but he was afraid that she would be too timid to even try. The brigade commander moved his gaze away from Yi Qian's deployment video and faced the leaders in the military tent. He raised his hand and gently knocked on the foldable conference table. After a few knocks, the military tent immediately quieted down. No one spoke again. Their gazes fell on the brigade commander sitting at the top. The rain that had stopped began to fall again. The raindrops hit the top of the tent and made rapid pitter-patter sounds. The brigade commander's deep and cold voice came from the quiet tent. What will the future of warfare be like? Electronic information warfare training is necessary to improve and win information warfare. Digitized troops, digitized battlefields, nonlinear warfare, dimensional warfare, three-dimensional space warfare, information warfare, and finally, intelligent warfare. This is the change of the military revolution, and its focus is information warfare. The transformation of a mechanized war into an informationized war is a war without smoke. You can't even see its existence. However, if you make a mistake in your analysis and receive even one wrong piece of information, you will be the one to fall in the end. Just now, the blue team destroyed the red team's information system and was misled by the red team. This is the beginning of the blue team's mistake. When the red team's pseudo-base station is established, the possibility of the blue team walking out of the error circle will be even smaller. Combined with Yi Qian's previous battle deployments, we can see that her focus is on information warfare. It's also not hard to see that she has a deep understanding of information warfare. Just based on this alone, she deserves praise. Although Yi Qian is only a freshman, she's already at the forefront in all aspects. She can think of things that others have never thought of, or even dare to think of, and she can do things that others are still waiting for. Her pseudo-base station will give us a brand new information war. You say that she's brave, that she's in danger. In your eyes, is the drill just a drill to win? It's a drill that exists to win. We don't need such a drill. Although he didn't mention it, everyone knew who the brigade commander was referring to. The atmosphere in the general tent suddenly became solemn and dignified. You should reflect on yourselves. Let's see who's the brave one. Who is the real strategist? Although Yi Qian is only a freshman, her awareness is higher than some of you. Chapter 2435. Speaking up to this point, it was clear that the brigade commander was angry. A drill that existed to win. It was fine to not have it. It only had form and no substance. There was no real innovation or innovation. These were the brigade commander's unfinished words. With the brigade commander's reprimand, the leaders who did not think highly of Yi Qian's pseudo-base station did not say anything else. Even if they had discussions, they did so in private. It was clear that a few of the leaders did not think highly of Yi Qian's move. They felt that it was impossible to build a pseudo-base station in a short period of time, and that they would lose the chance of victory that they had fought so hard for and ultimately fail. But the brigade commander was right. It was fine to not have a drill that existed to win. Yi Qian's courage to challenge was indeed worthy of praise and was something that the students could learn from. Battle videos and battle reports kept coming in from the front. The main military tent was focused on whether the red team's pseudo-base station could be successfully built. Soon, the brigade commander gave the red and blue teams an additional drill mission. Inform the red and blue teams to find their respective military tents and destroy their base stations. After the mission was given, the blue team's military tent let out a sigh of relief. They had previously sent a scouting team to the red team's hinterland to find the location of the enemy's commander. Now, the additional drill mission was equivalent to them completing it ahead of time. Find a military tents and destroy the base stations. We can complete these two tasks. A blue team student suggested. The red team can also complete it, so we have to be careful here. Indeed, the red team had received technical support from the third-year students. They also had the ability to destroy the base stations, so they had to be careful. The red and blue teams had to complete the drill mission given. Inform a scouting team to find the red team's military tents as soon as possible and tell them that there is no backup, the blue team's commander ordered. Yi Qian did not immediately take action. Even the battalion that she had left behind to be ready to move at any time did not move. Finding the blue team's military tents and destroying their base stations. These were not the top priority for Yi Qian. She needed to complete the tasks at hand first. Following the blue team's orders, Yi Qian also received the latest reports from the various battalions and companies at the front. The blue team has increased their speed. We have already split up. Most of our troops will pass through the valley and march vertically towards the highlands. The 5th and 6th battalions were ambushed. The current situation is not optimistic. The comrades of the 2nd Company are on their way to support us. They will arrive in about 10 minutes. The Sharp Knife Battalion has successfully crossed the blue square crouching ground and arrived at the destination. News from the front line came in one after another, some good and some bad. After Yi Qian finished listening, he calmly gave his orders. The Sharp Knife Battalion will head straight for the highlands. Set up an ambush along the way. After 2nd Company reinforcements, the 5th and 6th Battalions quickly marched to the destination and complete the march. The main server had been moved, and the communication system had been rebuilt. She was no longer afraid that the blue team would overhear the red team's information. The battalions and companies that received her orders responded with resounding voices. There was nothing to be afraid of. No matter if they won or lost, they would continue to fight. They would not back down just because the blue army was stronger. Time passed bit by bit. Yi Qian gently wiped the sweat from her palms. She was also very nervous, several times more nervous than when she was commanding the battle 2 days ago. 2 days ago, the blue team's strength was almost on the same level as the red team. She only needed to arrange the entire battle line, and if there were no accidents midway, she would be able to win. Chapter 2436. But today was different. Today was the third-year students. Based on yesterday's observation, they were all in a technical battle. This was a condition that the first-year students did not possess. It was fatal for the first-year students. If they wanted to win, they had to attack the enemy's information system. They had to know every step the blue team commander took to control the flow of information. This was her idea. Now it was up to the 10 third-year technical students to complete the task she gave them. Distress points entered. Communications system virus completed. Test completed. Test passed. Point A completed bridging. Point B accepted virus. Roger. Point B accepted virus. Test completed. Test passed. Input successful. Terminal station, please accept point B bridging. Final test completed. Roger, roger. Logic bomb virus activated. Activating all points. Base station completed. Bridging all points. Following the progress of the red team's pseudo-base station, the leaders in the main tent who had been paying attention could not help but clench their fists. There were still 24 minutes left before Yi Qian's 1.5 hour. Now, the red team's progress was extremely smooth. They had already entered the debugging stage. Once the debugging was successful, then the pseudo-base station would be successfully established. The red team would have completed a challenge that some leaders thought was impossible. Even though the new exercise task had already been issued, the red team remained calm. They did not immediately arrange for people to carry out the new exercise task. All the leaders knew that Yi Qian had placed the focus on the establishment of the pseudo-base station. Once it was successfully established, it would be the red team's counterattack. Looks like there's an 80% to 90% chance of success. They've already entered the debugging stage. Once it's successfully established, even if the red team does not win the exercise, they will lose beautifully. Indeed, it will let us all know that nothing is impossible. It just depends on whether you're willing to try and whether you are willing to fail. The leaders who had not been optimistic about Yi Qian's chances heard the whispers of the leaders. They faked a cough in an unnatural manner. This was really awkward. The brigade commander gave another order. Capture the commanders of both sides alive. He wanted to see if Yi Qian, who had remained motionless even after hearing the news, would do anything about his order. He was deliberately testing Yi Qian's ability to remain calm. On the red team, the pseudo-base station entered the final debugging stage. Yi Qian received an order from the main tent. This time, he was really stunned. Capture the commander alive? Did this mean that Lan Fong was here to capture her alive? After a moment of shock, Yi Qian smirked. That meant that the blue army had sent out to find the red team's tent would also be responsible for capturing her. The commander could not directly join the battle, but since the enemy had already come knocking on her door, she naturally had to fight back. She could also destroy the troops sent by the blue team to capture her alive. The mobile battalion that she had left behind was ready for action. Mobility Battalion, you guys are in charge of attacking the blue team's military tent and capturing the blue team's commander alive. Yi Qian, who was staring at the computer screen, gave the command to the Mobility Battalion, who had been idling all this while. Qian Yanjun, who had been cooped up for a few hours, heard the news and felt energized. His voice came through the rain. Roger that. I promised to complete the mission. Yi Qian nodded encouragingly. Good luck. I look forward to hearing good news from you. This mission was a little difficult, and it was not certain whether or not it could be completed, but he couldn't give up just because he couldn't do it. First, he had to have an attitude. Chapter 24:37. Less than 5 minutes after the mobile battalion left, the Red Team's pseudo-base station was finally set up. Base A established. Base B established. Base C established. Correct. Establishment complete. Initiating all procedures. Activating wireless interference and implanting logic bomb virus. Program transfer complete. Base A established. Receiving program. Base B established. Receiving program. Base C established. Receiving program. Reporting pseudo-base station and wireless interference tests completed. Successful establishment. Please give your instructions. The third-year student in charge of technical support saluted and reported the latest results to Yi Qian. The Red Team began a complete destruction of the Blue Team's information system. When the leaders in the main military tent saw Yi Qian salute the 10 technical students, applause rang out. It was done. It was done. The Red Team had completed a task that many of the leaders did not think highly of. They had completed the challenge with their strength. Under Yi Qian's command, Yi Qian had opened a new chapter for the future exercises. He made the students participating in the exercise understand that as long as you dared to think and try, the chance of winning was in your hands. Warm applause rang out in the main military tent. The brigade commander personally contacted Yi Qian and said with a smile, "Well done, Yi Qian. You have shown us limitless possibilities. Wonderful, beautiful. Yi Qian, you have won the applause of all of us." She had led her subordinates to challenge, complete, and innovate. Regardless of whether they succeeded or not, they were destined to leave behind a page of precious information for the future students to use as reference. Amazing Yi Qian. Amazing commander. Yi Qian was also very happy about the successful establishment of the pseudo-base station, but he was not so happy that it was as if he had overcome an insurmountable obstacle. After all, she had seen with her own eyes how Z7 Han Zheng had completed the establishment of the pseudo-base station in less than an hour with the strength of one person. And she had only come up with this move because of Han Zheng's inspiration. Therefore, when everyone was happy, Yi Qian's reaction was quite calm. It's not that I did it well. It's all thanks to the efforts of the 10 seniors from the computer science department. If it weren't for their strength, I wouldn't have been able to do anything even if I wanted to. He was not greedy and knew how to share the credit. The smile in the brigade commander's eyes deepened. The leaders who were watching Yi Qian also nodded in satisfaction. The 10 third-year students who were mentioned by her were a little excited. Although they were the founders of this pseudo-base station, it was the commander who made the request and gave the order. When it came to the credit, the commander naturally took the lead. However, Yi Qian had pushed the 10 of them to the front and obtained the greatest merit, while he himself had retreated to the second line and did not fight for it. While the 10 third-year seniors were moved, they also admired Yi Qian even more. It was impolite not to reciprocate. Since Yi Qian was so generous, they naturally had to repay her. Although the few of us did work, if it weren't for the Commander-in-Chief's instructions, we wouldn't have taken the challenge, even if we had the strength. During this time, the few of us were also very nervous, but the reason we persevered was because the Commander-in-Chief, Yi Qian, believed in us and recognized us. If it weren't for Yi Qian, the 10 of us would indeed have found it very difficult to complete the establishment of the pseudo-base station in less than an hour and a half. Outstanding performance during the exercise would also be counted as military merit. This would be included in the graduation results. At the same time, it could also play a role in the good and bad assignments after graduation. Therefore, the 10 third-year students were very excited. Water flows downwards, and people walk upwards. It was very normal to have such an attitude. Chapter 24:38. Everyone in the Blue Team Command Center, who didn't know that the Red Team had set up a fake base station, felt troubled by the thought of capturing the enemy commander alive. Finding the location of the enemy's camp and destroying their base station wasn't a problem, but capturing the commander alive was something they were worried about. Everyone knew about Yi Qian's overall fitness. 2 days ago, there was a rumor that she had single-handedly defeated 6 tall and strong male students. Capturing Yi Qian alive with this ability was too difficult. Lock onto the location of their main server and send it to the reconnaissance team. Destroy the red team's base station. If possible, the blue team commander paused for a moment and asked his comrades, if possible, do you think we can capture Yi Qian alive while we're at it? He wasn't sure, which meant that he wasn't confident. He didn't have a certain level of confidence, and neither did his comrades. He smiled and said, let's not think about it. Although we didn't watch the first-year drill 2 days ago, we heard that Yi Qian had single-handedly defeated 6 male soldiers and even threw one of them over her shoulder. Forget it. Let's just destroy their base station. Don't even think about capturing Yi Qian alive, lest we get caught up in it. Don't you have any sense of danger? Aren't you worried that our reconnaissance team will be discovered by Yi Qian and then destroyed by her? Someone reminded his comrades in a tense voice. It was as if a deep water bomb had been dropped on a calm surface of water. Everyone in the blue team command center instantly froze. That's right, they were only thinking about how to capture Yi Qian alive. They actually forgot that Yi Qian could also capture their reconnaissance team alive. It shouldn't be that easy for Yi Qian to defeat them. The reconnaissance team, led by He-kun, isn't to be trifled with either. Moreover, He-kun herself has a certain level of strength. In any case, she has won an award in the physical fitness competition. Let's be a little more optimistic and have some confidence in He-kun. At the mention of He-kun, the expressions of everyone in the blue team command center cleared up. That's right, He-kun was a male student, and her physical fitness wasn't bad either. Against Yi Qian, it was hard to say who would win. After all, none of them had sparred with Yi Qian before. They knew that Yi Qian's strength stemmed from his two gene techniques. 1. During the freshman's military training, a rumor spread among the fourth-year students. It's very impressive. Number 2. Last year's final physical fitness test was very impressive. He didn't come to school for a month, but his physical fitness results swept the list and crushed everyone else. Other than that, there seemed to be nothing else. Remind He-kun to be careful. Don't be too careless. Although the blue team's commander also believed that it was unlikely for He-kun to lose, it was still best to be cautious. He-kun has always been cautious. Yesterday, it was because he was more careful that he didn't get tricked by the red team. With him around, the reconnaissance team still has a chance of winning. One of the students laughed and said, if he really manages to capture Yi Qian alive, then Yi Qian wouldn't be as powerful as the rumors say. He would only be considered average among the first-year students, not to the point of being breathtaking. For the sake of fairness, the third-year students did not watch the first-year drill this time. As a result, the third-year students did not know how powerful Yi Qian really was. The third-year students and the commander in the blue team command center also did not know much. Yi Qian's performance at the beginning was that the red team had been biting the blue team very tightly. But now, a few hours had passed, and the red team did not have much of an impact on the blue team. Instead, their troops were constantly being ambushed by the blue team. At first glance, the red team had suffered several times more casualties than the blue team. Chapter 2439. A battle depended on the level of a commander's endurance. If the commander was fierce in the early stage, it would be useless if he lacked stamina. It was unknown whether Yi Qian was fierce in the early stage but lacked stamina. If so, He-kun's team would have a chance of winning. While the blue team was discussing, the whole situation of the battle had quietly changed. The red team had collected a lot of information about the blue team's battle. At the same time, the logic bomb virus of the red team's pseudo-base station broke through the blue team's first firewall. The blue team's firewall was not easy to break through. When the red team launched an attack, the blue team received the alert immediately and launched a counterattack. The red team is making a move. It's quite big. The blue team's chief technical officer interrupted their discussion. The red team is trying to cut off our communication system. They're quite fierce. They've already broken through our first firewall. Once several firewalls were broken, the blue team's communication system would be controlled by the red team. Track their main server's location and launch a counterattack. enter the entire communications system and destroy it. The blue team's chief commander frowned. He was under a lot of pressure. It was said that the blue team had the upper hand. However, it seemed that the blue team had been closely followed by the red team and had not suppressed the red team. The blue team had ambushed 2 of the red team's battalions and was later reinforced by the red team's reinforcements. The blue team had no choice but to give up. They had not achieved much in this battle. It had been a few hours since the start of the maneuver. It was time to teach the red team a lesson. The blue team stopped discussing the topic of capturing Yiqian alive. The atmosphere in the blue team's military tent became extremely solemn. They began to launch an encirclement and annihilation operation. They wanted to teach the red team a lesson. However, they did not expect that the red team had been waiting for the arrival of this lesson. In the red team, the first-year technical officer guarding the Hookfish main server sent the latest news. They're tracking the whereabouts of our main server. Just in time, the third-year technical officer guarding the main server said excitedly, "Track them down and implant our virus into the blue team's information control center. Set the time to destroy the information resource. We lost yesterday. We have to win it back today." At the same time, Yiqian sent the latest action order to the red team's battalions through the newly established wireless local area. Song Jiqiu sent the latest news that the 3 battalions of the Blue Party had been successfully controlled by him. 1 battalion had controlled 3 battalions of the Blue Party. Yiqian nodded with satisfaction. "Half an hour. Hold on for another half an hour." A faint smile appeared on Yi Jian's cold face. This is the most crucial hour. At this time, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The most crucial hour was when the red team's forces completed their maneuvers. At the same time, the red team destroyed all of the blue team's information systems, causing the various battalions and companies to lose contact with the blue team's command center. The red team would launch a counterattack, and when the blue team's forces were wiped out, they would take the high ground in one fell swoop. The pseudo base station was successfully established within an hour and a half. As Yiqian issued one order after another, the applause in the general tent grew even louder. At this moment, the applause was for Yiqian and the 10 third-year technical officers. They had completed the commander's order and successfully grasped the main battle situation of this information war. After the order was issued, Yiqian loosened his limbs and said to the sentries who were protecting the 10 technical officers, "You guys guard here well. I'll go back to the military tent to check the situation. The blue team will be here soon." Chapter 2440. Yes, sir. The sentries were all first-year students. Their morale was extremely high, and they had no fear at all. If the blue team really attacked, they would not be afraid. Yiqian said a few more words to the 10 third-year seniors, then brought the 2 sentries back to their original tent. As for the blue team, who had never been weak, they quickly noticed something strange. "No, something is wrong here. Look, according to the information we stole, the red team should be marching along this route. Right now, our blue team has not ambushed the red team. Something is not right. It's been 23 minutes since we received the information. No matter how slow the red team is, they should have appeared by now." This technical student's discovery immediately alerted the blue team's decision-makers. "Contact the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th battalions. Have they already ambushed the 3 red team battalions?" "Yes, sir." "Contact the reconnaissance team. I need to know their exact location." "Yes, sir." The blue team decision-makers' response made the leaders in the main tent nod slightly. Not bad. They were able to immediately be alert and quickly investigate. If they really lost, at least they would not lose too badly. Very quickly, the blue team's reconnaissance team sent back news that they had already discovered the red team's tent. When this news came, the blue team's tent was overjoyed. Destroy their base station and complete the new drill mission. "Yes, sir." The blue team's reconnaissance team replied softly. They had 15 people. Through their binoculars, they saw that there were pitifully few troops near the red team's tent, probably only a squad of troops. A squad of troops, easy to deal with. How many troops are there outside the red team's tent? If there are many, don't be in a rush to attack. You can sneak over and deal with them. The blue team's commander-in-chief suggested, sneaking over and dealing with them is less dangerous than directly charging in. The reconnaissance team's leader, Hikun, laughed and said, pitifully few, only a squad of troops. Looks like our red team's commander, Yi Qian, is really not afraid of trouble. He knew a thing or two about Yi Qian in school. There was no helping it. As a first-year commander, Yi Qian was really famous. In the entire school, there were not many military academy students who did not know of her name. There really were not many. Even those fellows who spent all their time in the labs had heard of her. Everyone said that this junior was amazing, so he had to meet her. The captain of a reconnaissance team was from the martial arts school. He was quite skilled and had even won a prize in a physical fitness competition. He had long wanted to challenge Yi Qian in school. Now that he had the chance, he was even more unwilling to let it go. The blue team's commander wasn't so optimistic. They had a battalion of soldiers outside their tent, but the red team only had a squad of soldiers outside their tent. Was Yi Qian overconfident? Or was there another reason? Don't laugh too early, Hikun. Since Yi Qian could become a student admired by so many freshmen, she must have her own strengths. Her stamina is also quite good, so don't let your guard down. After receiving the reminder from the commander-in-chief, the smile on Hikun's face gradually disappeared. Arrogant soldiers were bound to lose on the battlefield. He had to remember this at all times. Yes, I'll be careful. After cutting off communications, the blue team's reconnaissance team began to move. The drizzle did not stop. The inside and outside of the mountains were misty and foggy. The peak of the mountain seemed to be covered by a thin layer of gauze. It swayed slowly with the rain and the wind, but it always surrounded the peak of the mountain and never dissipated. Figures slowly crept forward in the rain-soaked grass. When they got close to a rock, several figures rolled through the grass and quickly hid behind the rock. The blue team's reconnaissance team prepared to attack the red team's tent. Chapter 2441. At the same time, a student in Song Jichio's camp became anxious. Battalion commander, the blue team has started to take action. We've been surrounded. He was worried that the blue team would launch an attack. Song Jichio checked the time. There were 11 minutes left before the 30 minutes Yi Qian had said. They had been holding back 3 battalions of the blue team. Now that the blue team had launched an attack, one of the red team's battalions was no match for the blue team. This was the reality that they had known from the very beginning. There are 5 minutes left. They'll attack, and we'll fight back. We have to hold back their troops first. In this way, the red team will have a chance to win. After Song Jichio finished speaking in a low voice, she started to discuss the deployment with several squad leaders. As a general, not all the battle arrangements needed to be made by the commander-in-chief. Like a marionette, they had to have their own battle arrangements. The battlefield was not the commander-in-chief's battlefield alone, but everyone's battlefield. The waiting time was undoubtedly the longest. After returning to the red team's camp, Yi Qian took a deep breath of the air with the smell of grass and trees. After exhaling slowly, he ordered Song Jichio, "Let's fight to the death." Song Jichio's camp had originally existed to hold back the blue team's troops. It was expected that they would be surrounded in the end before the battle. The blue team was shocked. They only had 1 battalion's troops, but they had sent out 3 battalion's troops. False information, military deception. A technical student swallowed with difficulty. Is this Yi Qian's arrangement? If so, she's really terrible at using troops. She's the commander-in-chief of the red team, the decision-maker. It must be her arrangement. The commander-in-chief of the blue team seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly changed his expression and shouted, "Quick, check the firewall of the information system." "No, there's no time. Rebuild a firewall. Quick." Military deception. It was a kind of information warfare. Before the blue team could think of how to use it, the red team had already done it. This was the battle strategy that Yi Qian had come up with. She was only a freshman. Her mind was weird. It made people tremble with fear. "Quick, contact the reconnaissance team. Ask them to evacuate quickly." The commander-in-chief of the blue team realized something. When he gave the order, his face was as cold as ice. The red team has been luring us into a trap since the beginning. Quick, check our main server. The expressions of all the blue team technical students changed greatly upon hearing the commander-in-chief's words. One by one, they quickly rebuilt the firewall with grave expressions. However, when they rebuilt the firewall, they activated the logic bomb virus that the red team had implanted. The blue team's communication nodes and command and control center malfunctioned, and all resources stopped operating at the same time. Not good. The communication node has been disconnected. It's the same for me. Communication with First Company has been lost. We've lost contact with the tracking device. The blue team's commander-in-chief's face turned green. The chief technical officer beside him said in a tense voice, "We've encountered a logic bomb virus, but the red team's main server is operating normally. What if the red team rebuilds the base station? What about rebuilding the main server? What about all the wireless local area reorganizations? It's normal to use the main server as a fishing hook. Find out where the fake base station is and cut off their information system. This is our only way," the head technician said coldly as he quickly operated the computer. When the student in charge mentioned the fake base station, the other technical students were shocked. They didn't believe it at first, but after a while, they had to believe it. Chapter 2442. The blue team's command center was in disarray. They had lost contact with all the battalions and companies. In war, this was the most fatal incident. The red team's fake base station gave a fake order. This order was given through decoding. Not long after, a few of the blue team's battalions carried out the fake order given by the red team. Yi Qian's order was not too ridiculous. If it was, it would be underestimating the enemy. The blue team's battalion commanders would definitely find something fishy. After the fake order was given, the blue team did indeed find something unusual. Something is wrong. Our marching route is the best route. The command center's latest order is for us to adjust our route. This is not normal. A blue team company commander opened up an electronic battle map and analyzed it calmly. After a short analysis, the company commander realized something was wrong and immediately contacted the command center. However, the blue team's main server was still being rebuilt. Even if they contacted the red team, they would be directly connected to the red team's fake base station. Seeing this, Yi Qian had a technician send over the decoding code. The red team's main force is heading south. We will intercept them. The blue team's battalions and companies that receive the decoding code looked at the battlefield. The red team's main force is heading south. We will intercept them. If that was the case, then it was possible. There was nothing unusual about it. The blue team's main force, no longer suspicious, began to follow Yi Qian's fake order and head south to intercept the red team. At the same time, the blue team's reconnaissance team, led by He Kun, launched a full sneak attack on the red team's tent. Take down all the sentries outside. Move quickly. They're all freshmen. Their reactions aren't as fast as ours. Quickly charge inside. With a few people attacking together, I'm not afraid that we can't capture Yi Qian. He Kun, who was lying in the grass, made the final detailed arrangements. After the deployment, they began to move. They followed the blue team's commander's suggestion. They did not charge out directly, but used a sneak attack method. Throw the smoke grenades. Following He Kun's signal, 3 smoke grenades were thrown from different angles near the red team's tent. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The detonation of the fuse caused the explosive in the barrel to explode. The white phosphorus that could release smoke scattered in all directions with a bang. The white phosphorus rapidly burned upon contact with the air, and in less than a second, the red team tent was engulfed in thick smoke. Only the tent was not invaded by the smoke. It was at this time that He Kun launched a sneak attack on red team's tent. He even heard the sentries outside the red team's tent shout, "Not good. The blue team has launched a sneak attack." Ha ha ha, too late. He had already brought his comrades to the door. The sentries outside the red team's tent were indeed very easy to deal with. The scouting team that He Kun had brought were all students with decent skills. A few of them rushed up and took down one in a few seconds. It didn't take long for all the freshmen outside to be taken care of. Inside, several students guarding the main servers followed Yi Qian's orders and cut off the power to all the main servers. They were to prepare for battle as soon as possible. Yi Qian was guarding the entrance of the military tent. When the first figure rushed in, she lifted her leg and lightly tripped and hooked it. The third-year student who rushed and did not stabilize himself and fell over. Hold it tight. Draw your cards. A few freshmen who were on guard immediately rushed down and held down the third-year student who was at the front. The other party was still stubbornly resisting, so one of the students simply pressed on top of him, using his weight to completely control the other party. His armband was torn off by the freshman, and at the same time his neck was tightened. This was definitely a death. Chapter 2443. While several freshmen were killed and a third-year student was killed, Yi Jian's side took down another person with an imposing manner. She directly threw the other person out of the door like a sandbag. With a bang, he crashed into two people who were about to charge forward. Yi Qian shouted at the freshman technical students, "Retreat!" Then he took advantage of the thick smoke to rush out of the tent. The red team's tent was no longer there after the main server was rebuilt. If it weren't for the mission of capturing the enemy's commander alive during the exercise, Yi Qian wouldn't have returned to the tent to avoid being discovered by the blue team's reconnaissance team. Now that he was back, he definitely wouldn't give the blue team's reconnaissance team a chance to leave alive. Out of the 15 people from the blue team, 3 of them were killed in the blink of an eye. This was fast. When the freshman technical students heard Yi Qian's order, they immediately rushed out. They knew that their chances of surviving were slim, but Yi Qian was still here. She had only brought 2 sentries back with her. For the sake of their commander's safety, they had to give it their all. Even though the freshmen had only been in military training for less than a year, they still had a lot of bravery. Faced with the blue team's sneak attack, they fought tenaciously under the leadership of Yi Qian. In the end, 2 of the third-year students were killed. The smoke from the smoke grenades gave the blue team an advantage in concealment. At the same time, it also gave Yi Qian an advantage in concealment. The smoke grenades used for the exercise were only made from white phosphorus. There were no other chemicals added to them, not even a choking smell. They were only used for concealment. Yi Qian shuttled through the white smoke. A Special Forces soldier was very decisive and took care of 2 blue team students in an extremely swift and fierce manner. He-kun, who was hiding outside, stared at the white smoke without blinking. When he heard 2 muffled sounds coming from inside the white smoke, his face turned cold. Don't charge forward. Yi Qian is really not easy to deal with. He stopped his comrades who were preparing to charge forward. Wait for the smoke to disperse. Maybe continue to hide. It was impossible to save the comrades who were charging forward now. They had already been taken care of by Yi Qian. If the rest of them charged into the smoke, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths. Yi Qian led the 3 students out of the fog and hid in the bushes. Without the cover of the thick fog, Yi Qian got close to them and whispered, "We still don't know how many troops the blue team has sent out. Let's not move for the time being. We have to wait for the blue team to make a move first." "I have a suggestion," a technical student from the red team suggested. Yi Qian's eyes lit up when he heard this. He nodded and said, "Yes, but in the end, the 3 of you died together." They planned to rush back to the tent before the smoke dissipated because the blue team had yet to complete their mission of destroying the red team's base station. If the blue team retreated, then the 3 of them would be fine. If the blue team didn't give up and continued to rush into the red team's tent, then the 3 of them would work together to kill as many as they could. In this way, Yi Qian was also relieved of some of the pressure. A few of the dead red and blue team students waved their hands to disperse the thick smoke in front of them as they rushed out. The blue team students sized up the freshmen. With a glance, they knew that their target was still alive and had not been captured alive. The person who ambushed me just now should be Yi Qian. He attacked me from behind and directly locked my neck. In that second, I really thought I was going to die. A third-year student stood to the side and said to his comrades with lingering fear, "It was very scary. What a strong, murderous aura." It didn't feel like a drill. It felt like a real battle. Chapter 2444. I was in the same situation as you. I also ambushed him from behind and lock him in a neck lock. The student exhaled a mouthful of white phosphorus gas and shrugged his shoulders. My shoulder should be bruised from the fall, so I tried to defend against her, who knew that she would throw me sideways and hit my shoulder on a rock. It hurt so much that my face turned green. These two were the third-year students that Yi Qian had rushed out to take care of. When they talked about how they had been killed, their eyes were still filled with panic. The neck was the most vulnerable and fatal part of the body. Suddenly being locked from behind, that feeling was like being bitten on the neck by a ferocious beast. As long as the beast gently closed its mouth, the sharp fangs would pierce deeply into their necks. Then, with a forceful bite, kacha, the cervical vertebrae were bitten off. This feeling was too terrifying. Even now, the trauma was still lingering in their hearts, and they still had lingering fears. Junior Yi Qian. I've seen it for myself. If Ikun were to go up against her, he probably wouldn't have much of a chance of winning. The student who was the first to be knocked out by Yi Qian gently rubbed his comrade's injured shoulder and said worriedly, "I'm afraid our scouting team will fall at the hands of Yi Qian." When the student whose shoulder was injured heard this, he endured the pain and said softly, "Don't scare me. 7 of us have died in battle. We still have 8 people left. Are you saying that 8 of us can't beat Yi Qian? Don't be an alarmist. What's so impossible about it? Look at the 2 of us. How much time did she use to take care of us? Was it even a minute? Not even a minute. And she took care of us from behind without anyone noticing. With her strength, it would be too easy for her to take care of the remaining 8. Yi Qian had left a deep psychological trauma in this student's heart. As he spoke, he touched his neck and a trace of lingering fear flashed in his eyes. He said softly, "I can't help but want to look back, to see if she's standing beside us." As soon as he finished speaking, the student whose shoulder was injured reflexively looked behind him and heard his comrade snicker. "Damn, you scare me to death. Let's not talk about it anymore. They're coming over." Seeing the other 4 dead comrades walking over with the dead freshman, the 2 of them stopped talking at the same time. The students who had been killed stood to the side. They maintained the most basic drill rules and did not inform their comrades nearby. They stood to the side and waited quietly. The thick smoke gradually dissipated, and the red team's tent reappeared before everyone's eyes. Hikun looked at the red team's tent, then at the students standing in the distance. Judging from their figures, there were no female soldiers in the tent. This meant that their 7 comrades had not finished off Yi Qian. What should we do? Are we going to drag things out? The blue team student asked Hikun. Dragging things out isn't a solution. Either we attack or we retreat. We can't retreat. We've already made it this far, but we haven't destroyed their base nor captured Red Team's commander-in-chief, Yi Qian. If we retreat like this, wouldn't our brothers at the front have died for nothing? I don't agree with retreating. They found it hard to accept that 7 of their brothers had been killed in an instant. Hikun looked around and pursed her lips. If we don't retreat, we should at least destroy Red Team's base and capture Yi Qian alive. Leave it to me. You guys go and destroy the base. Sure, Red Team doesn't have many soldiers left. Split into groups of 4. The 4 of us will charge in and destroy the base. The 4 of you will deal with Yi Qian. Chapter 2445. Everyone agreed with his suggestion. If they couldn't retreat or delay, then they had to charge out and fight. Later on, Hikun couldn't figure out how Yi Qian had found their hiding spot. The brothers who had rushed out to destroy the Red Team base station had clearly avoided his hiding spot, but Yi Qian had accurately found his position and attacked him. Yi Qian's attacks had always been fast, accurate, and ruthless. As long as she attacked, she wouldn't leave empty-handed. Out of the 4 blue team scouts, 2 of them had been taken care of by her. Hearing the commotion behind her, Hikun turned her head and saw a scene that made her heart skip a beat. Her body reacted far faster than her brain. With a loud roar, she raised her leg and swept it towards Yi Qian. When Yi Qian saw the wind from the kick, she knew she was up against a powerful third-year student. She grabbed the student's right arm with one hand and locked it behind his back. At the same time, she used one hand to support herself on the student's back and lifted her whole body into the air. She also raised her leg and swept it back with an even fiercer stance. Hand. My hand is broken, my hand is broken. This move of hers was very painful for the student whose right arm was locked behind his back. The huge twist almost dislocated his arm and shoulder. The pain was so intense that he couldn't help but scream out in pain. It was probably not just any pain. Yi Qian kicked away He-kun's attacking left leg. Furthermore, she kicked the other party's calf. When a student who was locked down with one arm screamed out in pain, He-kun's back was covered in cold sweat from the pain. Her calf was trembling from the pain. Her strength wasn't just any normal amount. She wouldn't break his calf, would she? He-kun resisted the urge to bend over and grab his leg to rub it. Her heart was screaming in pain. Only her forehead was tense. She couldn't break her technique. She definitely couldn't break her technique. She had to hold on. Yi Jian, on the other hand, knew how hard she had kicked him. Seeing the corner of his mouth twitching a few times, she let go of the student in her hand and asked, "It hurts, right? Do you want to rub it first?" He-kun would remember this sentence clearly even after a long, long time. He wanted to attack again, but because of her words, he really hugged her leg and rubbed it first. Yi Qian did not expect him to really hug her leg and massage it. She had only mentioned it casually and did not really want him to massage it. The third-year student who had his arm twisted and was screaming in pain was thrown aside by Yi Jian. The dead student quickly ran to the side and was several meters away from Yi Jian. He had to run a few meters away. Yi Qian was already fighting He-kun, using his fists and kicks. When he saw Yi Qian raise his leg high up and chop down like a sword, hitting He-kun's shoulder, he couldn't help but cry out "I-O" for He-kun. Although that kick didn't land on him, he felt pain for He-kun. Even the roots of his teeth were sore. Ouch! The dead student rubbed his shoulder and slowly turned it around. He was also in pain, but fortunately, his shoulder was not dislocated. He-kun was forced to kneel on one knee by Yi Qian. He was in so much pain that he was about to cry. How could a woman be so strong? He-kun, who came from a martial arts background, was strong. In a one-on-one fight, he was also an elite soldier. Although he was in so much pain that he was about to cry, the ferocity in his bones was also aroused. When Yi Qian pulled back his leg, he rushed over like a leopard. The dead student couldn't bear to watch the fight. He covered his face with his hands, but he didn't want to miss the excitement, so he stood in a safe area to watch the whole thing. Chapter 2446. He saw He-kun, who had won an award for physical fitness, get beaten up by Yi Qian again and again. The process was brutal, and every move was fatal. He-kun had won an award for physical fitness, but in front of Yi Qian, it was nothing. It gave him the illusion that He-kun was a first-year student. In the end, he saw Yi Jian make a move. She suddenly lifted her foot and stepped on He-kun's foot. Her whole body went around He-kun's back. Plop! He-kun was thrown to the ground by her, while she stood to the side and scathed. Damn. She. How did she do it? How did she do it? Like this, like that. She went around He-kun's back like a monkey, her feet not touching the ground, her hands locked onto He-kun's shoulders. When her feet touched the ground, He-kun fell to the ground with her back facing the sky. He saw the entire process, but he didn't see it at all. He didn't see how she threw He-kun to the ground. The students closest to her didn't see it clearly, and the students further away didn't see it clearly either. After Yi Qian finished off his opponent, she turned around to look. There wasn't a single student left on the red team. Even the two sentinels she brought with her had died in the fight against the other two third-year students. Seeing that the third-year student she had thrown to the ground didn't get up, Yi Qian took a step forward, bent down on one knee, and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, senior, but time was tight. You were a difficult opponent, so I had to end it quickly." He-kun, whose head was still buried in the grass, waved her hand to indicate that she was fine and just wanted to lie down for a while. Yi Qian looked at the grass that was so thick that it could bury her face, then thought about the sound she made when she threw the third-year student over. She pursed her lips and smiled. Now she understood why he didn't want to raise his head. After Yi Qian left, the third-year student who was watching the fight patted He-kun's shoulder, who was still in the grass, and sighed, "Brother, we didn't lose too badly." Junior Yi Qian is very skilled. We still have to practice a little more. This time, they finally understood why the group of first-year students admired Yi Qian so much. After today, they had no choice but to admire him. They were convinced. He Kun, who had a mouthful of grass in her mouth, silently spat out the mouthful of grass foam. When she raised her head and opened her mouth, the corners of her mouth were stained with green grass paste, and there were also bits of grass stuck between her teeth. Yi Qian heard the sound of laughter. Then he heard the male student who had been thrown to the ground and chewed on the grass say angrily, "What's there to laugh about? I just ate a mouthful of grass. What's so funny?" It was still a little funny. At least she wanted to laugh. Yi Qian, with a slight smile, didn't stay in the red team's abandoned tent any longer. He quickly left alone. The sentry she had brought with her had all been killed, so she could only return alone. A report came from the rear through her earpiece. The blue team has already begun to enter. The fake orders we issued have most likely been seen through. The third-year student in charge of technical support told us that the blue team's technical students have already analyzed that we have built a fake base station and will immediately rebuild their own servers. With the blue team's strength, it won't take them too long to cut off our fake base station and stop our fake orders. A conservative estimate is about an hour. Listening to the report, Yi Qian ran all the way back to the command center, which was 5 kilometers away. It took her about 40 minutes to get back. 5 kilometers wasn't a long distance, so it wouldn't take much time to run back. Chapter 2447. She also did not expect the fake orders to last for a long time. After all, the blue team's strength was there for all to see. If they really did not discover it after a long time, the leaders in the main tent would be the ones having a headache. Time seemed to pass very slowly. When the main tent saw that the blue team had finally cut off the red team's fake base station, the leaders all breathed a sigh of relief. Although there was a bad result, they did not lose their sense of direction. After reacting, they calmly carried out the next step. It was clear that they also had excellent military discipline. The blue team's technical students were very strong. After cutting off the red team's fake base station, the red team had no way to issue fake orders to the blue team's battalions and companies. Yi Qian, who already knew that the blue team's reconnaissance team had entered the red team's tent, felt that it was a pity, but he also applauded the blue team's strength. The red team's fake base station took a total of 1.5 hours, while the blue team's interception took only 40 minutes. 40 minutes was enough. The blue team's main forces had all changed directions, giving the red team enough time to move. Now it was time to fight head-on. Qian Yanjun sent the latest news. They had already discovered the blue team's main command center and were requesting Yi Qian's instructions. No rush. Hide well first and show yourself last. Yi Qian continued the Snowfield Brigade's dark style of fighting. Compared to fighting openly, she preferred to fight in the dark and catch the enemy off guard. Qian Yanjun slowly put away the binoculars and said softly, "Their command center is very close to the battle for the high ground. If we wait until the blue team's main forces arrive, it will be too late for us to show ourselves. Showing ourselves now is suicide." Yi Qian sneered. The third-year seniors are not easy to deal with. Arranging for you guys to go over is not to send you to your deaths, but to take advantage of the opportunity to ambush. If you succeed, then you succeed. If not, at least you guys made a move. The third-year students were indeed very strong. Qian Yanjun's mobile battalion had no way of capturing the blue team's main commander alive. In this drill, the red team would win beautifully in the early stages, but as the fake base station was broken, the blue team would quickly adjust their battle arrangements. The further they went, the harder it would be for the red team. Yi Qian knew all this. At the same time, the blue team's battalions and companies could not communicate normally. They also lost contact with the command center, but they did not panic. The battalions and companies' commanders quickly opened up their electronic battle plans, and very calmly. Why did they lose contact? Obviously, the communication system had been destroyed by the red team. It didn't matter if the communication system was broken, as long as they didn't panic. They are the future leaders of our country's national defense and the founders of our country's national defense. They have excellent military qualities, firm ideals, and tenacious fighting spirit. Among them, there were countless students who were elite future military officers. They were cultured, understood technology, and could fight. Even if they were to encounter a fatal situation, maintaining calm was a necessary quality for them. Our system has been breached by the red team, causing complete paralysis. We are now 10 kilometers away from the Highlands. The end of the exercise is less than 3 hours away. Within an hour, we must conserve our forces and gather here. This is the rendezvous point for our forces. The other battalions and companies will arrive soon. Now that we have seen it, although the red team is a freshman, their strength is not to be underestimated. Remember, if you encounter the red team, it is best to eliminate them first. Chapter 2448. All the companies and battalions are definitely aiming for our final rendezvous point. Losing contact isn't scary. Our biggest problem now is how to break through the red team's obstruction and successfully rendezvous. The blue team battalions and companies began to discuss their battle plans. They all had a common goal after losing contact. Before communication was restored, they would all set out towards their final goal. Even though they were misled by the red team's false information, their final goal was still the same. Moving in this direction would not be wrong. This information exercise was exceptionally difficult. Even though the red team had seized control of the entire battle, the blue team's counterattack was quite fierce. As the overall commander of the red team, Yi Qian played the role of mobilizing the entire army and stabilizing the situation. The blue team's morale was high and fierce, while the red team was fearless and won the battle. In the main tent, applause rang out every once in a while. Applause for the red team's brilliance, applause for the blue team's tenacity. At 3:30 in the afternoon, a mobile battalion of the red team launched a surprise attack on the blue team's command center, intending to destroy the blue team's base station. The blue team, who were already prepared, responded and launched their final attack at the same time. The battle at the front was getting more and more intense. Yi Qian, who had been staying in the command center all this time, listened to the latest battle situation with a serious expression. Sometimes she would smile slightly, and sometimes she would purse her lips and her eyes would emit a cold sharpness. It was obvious that she really wanted to go to the battlefield herself. But the rules of the exercise stated that the overall commander could not leave the command center and could not go to the battlefield. Therefore, when the 10 third-year technical students saw her like this, they were worried for Yi Qian. They felt that if Yi Qian personally led the troops, it would be even harder for the blue team to win. The rain, which had stopped, began to drizzle again around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The red and blue teams entered their final battle. The students running in the rain did not stop because of this. They needed to reach the final high ground. That was their final destination. No matter how strong the wind or the rain, they could not stop their footsteps. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the exercise ended. Yi Qian and the blue team's overall commander shook hands. In the rain, the two of them smiled at each other, and together, they placed a bright red flag on the flagpole. In the rain, the color of the red flag was incomparably fresh. It added a touch of light to the gray sky. In the mountains on the plains, all the students saluted the red flags that faced the wind and rain. In the wind and rain, the students in their battle uniforms stood tall and straight, saluting the red flags solemnly. Standing in the mountains, they seemed to be one with the green mountains and rivers. Even if the rain fell into their eyes were still looking forward without blinking. Where the red flag points, advance courageously. Generations of soldiers took over the red flag and shouldered the heavy responsibility of protecting the country. Even if they died on the battlefield, they had no regrets. The construction of your pseudo-base station surprised all of us. This is a very risky decision. If it fails, the red team will be forced into a passive position. In the end, the blue team will be able to complete the battle for the high ground without any effort. On the way back to the main tent, Blue Team's commander-in-chief summarized the drill with Yi Qian. He was quite interested in the fact that Yi Qian could come up with a pseudo-base station. Yi Qian smiled and said, "A drill itself is an adventure. discovery, innovation, change, and improvement. These are things that normal training cannot give us, but a drill can. Chapter 2449. At the end of the drill, Yi Qian slowed down his pace. Even the sharpness in his brows disappeared, leaving behind only a faint smile. I have thought of failure, but I have more faith in the technical student's abilities. Since there is the existence of a pseudo base station, why don't we also give it a try and challenge ourselves? If we fail, it doesn't matter. We can discover the root of the problem from our failure. If we succeed, it will be a change, an improvement, and even a breakthrough. Failure represents discovery. Success represents victory. So, whether we fail or not, we are not at a disadvantage. The existence of a drill is for the sake of discovery and victory. The existence of a drill is for the sake of discovery and victory. The blue team's commander-in-chief carefully considered these words. Gradually, the expression on his face became more and more solemn. He realized the difference between himself and Yi Qian. He practiced for the sake of winning or losing a drill, while Yi Qian fought for the sake of discovery and victory. The former defended, while the latter innovated. Information warfare did not require defending, but innovating. Just now, he was relieved that the blue team had won this drill. But now, he deeply understood that he had actually lost, and lost completely. When they reached the main tent, the blue team's commander-in-chief also said, "On the surface, we have indeed won, but in reality, I feel ashamed. We, the blue team, have lost." When the leaders in the main tent heard this, they could not help but look at Yi Qian. This female student's influence was really extraordinary. She could even make the winning team feel ashamed of their victory. However, this was indeed the case. Although the blue team had won, they had actually lost. They also thought so. With Yi Qian's military deception battle strategy, the blue team's conservative battle strategy had already lost. Just as Yi Qian said, the drill was not a drill for victory or defeat. The drill itself was a risk. Discovery, innovation, change, improvement. This was the meaning of the drill's existence. Failure represented discovery. Success represented victory. Yi Qian's words later became a phrase that the National Science University wrote to every freshman. It was written by graduating seniors to the freshmen, and it became a tradition after a long time. Those leaders who didn't think highly of Yi Qian's battle strategy and even thought that she was being too daring felt their faces burn. Even a student could think of a direction, but as the leaders, they were still stubbornly clinging to the goal of winning, not even thinking of innovating or challenging it. Their awareness was even worse than a student's. The 3-day exercise ended quickly. That night, the last-minute train carried the freshman and third-year students back to school. On the bus, the students were still discussing the drill in detail. The third-year students mentioned Yi Qian the most, saying that it was too difficult for them to win. But even if they won, they did not feel very excited about winning. A few of the third-year students who had fought Yi Qian head-on during the drill spoke with the most authority. He Kun told his comrades beside him in a very serious manner, "Yi Qian is quite skilled. I lost to her in less than 3 minutes. She can fight and command. That's what a first-year junior is like." The entire bus fell silent. The only sound that could be heard was the rumbling of the train moving forward. And the 10 seniors who had supported the first-year technical team also had the right to speak, especially when they mentioned that the construction of the pseudo-base station was all proposed by Yi Qian. Later on, when the brigade commander praised her, she even pushed all the credit to them. Such behavior made the third-year students in the bus admire her even more. Chapter 2450. This was military merit. She could have taken all the military merit for herself, but she generously gave it all to someone else. She was so open-minded that it was admirable. Yi Qian was indeed worthy of her reputation. In the train, the brigade commander said to Political Commissar Yu, after returning to school, "Train Yi Qian well. Others are under a lot of pressure, but the academy will give her 12 points. Write an observation report on her at the end of the year." "You are." Political Commissar Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. He thought of a possibility and asked uncertainly, "Are you planning to send Yi Qian to a higher place?" The brigade commander nodded. "Her ambition is to join the field forces." "That's good. But with her abilities, the field forces won't give her much room to show off. She should go to the special forces. Yi Qian has a murderous aura about her. I think she will like to join the special forces." The main thing was that it would be a pity if a student like her didn't join the special forces. Yi Qian is indeed more suitable to join the special forces. However, our country doesn't have a female special forces unit. Which special forces unit should we send her to? Also, we have to ask for her personal opinion. Political Commissar Yu thought deeper. His voice became a little tense. It's quite cruel to send a female student to the special forces. It was indeed a little cruel, but the country really needed female special forces soldiers like her. The brigade commander was silent for a while. He sighed and said, "If she goes to the field forces, she won't be able to show off her strengths. Let's wait and see. Write an observation report on her first. I will send it to the military when the time comes. Talents can't be buried. They have to be used properly." Political Commissar Yu lowered his voice even more. The military should have seen Yi Qian. 2 months ago, the leader of the academy brought Yi Qian to Beijing. Later, the leader went back to the military academy first, and Yi Qian came back later. "You mean?" The brigade commander had a serious look on his face. He leaned slightly towards the political commissar, who was sitting on the opposite bunk. "The military has already noticed Yi Qian a long time ago." Did that mean that the military had discovered Yi Qian's abilities earlier than the military academy? Political Commissar Yu nodded lightly. "I guess so. So, please don't recommend anyone for the time being, in case they don't fit in with the military's arrangements and end up doing bad things with good intentions. If I really want to train her, I'll send her to the army with the juniors and seniors during the holidays. She'll have to endure more hardships and experience the atmosphere in the army. I think the military will be happy to see that happen." After a long time, the brigade commander nodded slightly. "That's fine, but we still have to write her observation report. This female student is tough and a little indifferent. She's a student without much ambition. Since she's a top student from the military academy, the academy should take care of her a little." The premise was that in the future, Yi Qian would be able to stand on his own and be able to stand on his own 2 feet. Yi Qian didn't know about the conversation between the brigade commander and the political commissar. At the moment, she and He Jing were listening to Suwon. On May 1st, the drill between the freshmen and the blue team ended. Suwon was called by the instructor for a lecture and didn't come back until 9 p.m. In the next 2 days, Suwon had changed. At least, she didn't deal with it casually. During the drill with the juniors, Yi Qian had specially arranged for Suwon to be in Song Jichio's battalion. 1 battalion was against the 3 battalions of the blue team. During the final siege, Suwon was so scared that her face turned pale when she heard what Song Jichio said. The students of the 3 battalions of the blue team were brave and good at fighting. They were really like the enemy who killed people without batting an eyelid. Suwon was spoiled, so she was directly pressed to the ground by a male soldier. The other party didn't show any mercy at all. Half of her face was directly bruised. She was scared at that time. Chapter 2451. Suwon lowered her head with lingering fear. She said softly, "The instructor said that I'm now in the observation period. If I don't pass, I'll be expelled. No one can plead for me then. I don't want to be expelled. If my dad knew that I was expelled, he'd probably want to shoot me. I thought that after entering the military academy and going through the initial military training, I just needed to make sure I didn't rank last and graduate with a military rank. Now that I think about it, I was too naive. There's no time for me to muddle along. In the end, I'll cut off my own path. I signed a military pledge. If I don't improve this semester, I won't be in the dorm next semester." Suwon said in a low voice, and He Jing handed her a piece of tissue to wipe her tears. Suwon, who was frightened by He Jing's advice, finally realized the seriousness of the problem. She didn't want to be expelled, but she knew her own problem. After crying, she smiled bitterly. "I couldn't bear hardships since I was young. When I came to school, I met you 2 who took care of me. Because of that, I became lazier and lazier. I felt that there was no need to work so hard. That night, Su-wen spoke for a long time. Yi Qian and He Jing listened to her quietly. Halfway through, the two didn't express their opinions. They only said a few words of encouragement. Other than that, they didn't say anything else. What Su-wen needed now wasn't encouragement, but change. She needed to change herself and not rely on others to encourage her. Only by changing herself seriously could she be truly independent. She probably knows her mistake. Let's see how it goes in the future. He Jing waited until Su-wen fell asleep before whispering to Yi Qian. She didn't smile like before and act like nothing happened. I think she's really reflecting on her mistakes. She also didn't want her roommate and comrade in arms to be expelled, but Yi Qian was right. They couldn't take care of Su-wen like before. They had to let go. Problems can't be developed in a day or two. Even though she's reflecting now, she still needs to change. Yi Qian already knew what he should do to help Su-wen. Naturally, he hoped that He Jing would do the same and help Su-wen. In the wee hours of the morning, Yi Qian leaned his head against the train window frame, closed his eyes, and slowly fell asleep. A 7-day holiday was equivalent to no holiday for them. After the 3-day exercise, the next 4 days were mainly for work related to the exercise. Commendation and self-criticism would be carried out simultaneously. The morning sun pierced through the clouds, bringing light to the city that had been raining for 3 days. In the east, the sun was floating at the edge of the clouds like a dancing golden dragon. It was so dazzling that one could not look directly at it. Yi Qian walked out of the campus of the National University of Science and Technology with her luggage. She arrived at the school at 4 in the morning and left at 6 in the morning. Yi Qian thought that she would spend the next 4 days at school. However, the Southern Province Public Security Bureau called her on the 1st of May and told her that she needed to rush back to Southern Province. Not for anything else, but for the matter of Yi Jifan's family. She needed to show up. As for why she needed to show up, the Southern Province Public Security Bureau did not explain in detail. She had to go back to find out. After walking out of the school, Yi Qian called Ho Zi, the Southern Province Public Security Bureau, and Ho Zi called the school. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the faint sunlight of Southern Province was already shining. Ho Zi, who woke up early, took the phone from the nanny. When she heard a clear Brother Z from the phone, Ho Zi smiled and said, "You're the same as old 6. It's too hard to find you. I was worried that you wouldn't be able to rush back to Southern Province on the 1st of May. Ho Zi had been paying attention to Yi Qian's situation. Chapter 2452. With Ho Zi's explanation, Yi Qian found out that Yi Jifan had already been taken away by the disciplinary committee, and that the ones who reported him for violating the law were none other than Sun Dongqing and Sun Ying. In such a short period of time, so many things had happened in the Southern Province. What was even more unexpected was that the ones who sent Yi Jifan to jail were actually Sun Dongqing and Sun Ying, mother and daughter. On the way to the airport, Ho Zi picked out the main points of Yi Jifan's case to Yi Qian over the phone. After being here for 2 months, we haven't been able to find out anything. It's all thanks to Sun Dongqing's letter of complaint that your sister didn't manage to find out the contents of the letter. But now that he's been locked up for so long and still hasn't been released, it's clear that the report is no small matter. Yi Jifan himself probably didn't expect that even though he tried so hard to guard against everything, he didn't manage to guard against the person who slept next to him. All right, there's also his daughter. She's changed her surname to Sunday. She's also a ruthless character. In order to get herself out of jail, she also reported Yi Jifan. Right now, Yi Jifan has been deserted by everyone. Even his only sister, Yi Jixiang, hasn't shown up. He's been left to fend for himself. When you see him, you don't have to be afraid. If there's a grudge, then there's a grudge. Deserted by everyone. Yi Qian lowered his eyes slightly to hide the darkness in his eyes. To Yi Jifan, desertion was nothing. He didn't need any kinship, nor did he need any kinship. He only wanted one thing: power. He only needed that. As long as he had power, he could give up on his wife and daughter, but he could never let go of power. But now he didn't even have power. Yi Qian suddenly wanted to see Yi Jifan. He wanted to see what Yi Jifan had become after losing his power. He must be in a sorry state. He had painstakingly studied everything, but in the end, he ended up with nothing. Moreover, the ones who buried him were his ex-wife and biological daughter. Yi Qian, who was sitting in a taxi, revealed a cold and sharp smile. It's time for you and Yi Jifan to come to an end. The sooner you come back, the sooner you can settle it. In the future, you don't have to worry about people like him anymore. Before hanging up, Ho Zi said this to Yi Qian with a smile. The sooner he came back, the sooner he could end it. Yes, there had to be an end. 2 lifetimes. She had waited for 2 lifetimes. She was just waiting for this life to end. Speaking of which, it was also the May Day holiday in her previous life. At the age of 20, she had taken a train for an entire day and night to Yi Jifan's house in the southern province. She had waited from morning to night just to see him. Once again, she begged him to give her the household register so that she could apply for an identity card. What did Yi Jifan say? He sat on the sofa and looked down at her with a cold expression. So what if you have an identity card? If I don't want to do something, even if you have an identity card, you can't do it. At that time, Yi Jifan had just entered the provincial party committee. He was at the peak of his career and was full of mettle. The heavens were clear, and retribution was not pleasant. At this time in her previous life, Yi Jifan was at the peak of his success. But in this life, he was in jail and had become a prisoner. With a cold smile, Yi Qian tilted her head and looked at the scenery outside the window. She had returned to the southern province because she wanted to see if Yi Jifan, who was now a prisoner, was still as arrogant as he was in her previous life. The plane landed in the southern province airport. As she walked out, she saw the powerful Ho Zi standing at the front. In his arms was the pregnant Xia Wei. Chapter 2453. Yi Qian smiled deeply when he saw the two of them. Xia Wei also saw Yi Qian. She wanted to wave and greet him, but Ho Zi quickly pressed her hand down. Don't raise your hand. Don't raise your hand. I'm standing right here. Are you afraid that she can't see me? Ho Zi was very nervous. When he first found out that Xia Wei was pregnant, he wanted to watch over her 24/7. Now that they found out that she was pregnant with twins, Ho Zi was in a combat-ready state 24 hours a day. She paid attention to Xia Wei at all times, afraid that she would hurt herself and the 2 children in her stomach if she was careless. Ho Zi, who had killed his way out of a bloody storm, was also an ordinary man in front of his wife and children. He would also go to the market with a basket to buy the freshest vegetables. He would also go to the baby counter to carefully pick out all kinds of things for the 2 children who were about to be born. If there was a difference, it would be that other people rode bicycles or motorcycles to the market, but he drove a luxury car there. After going there twice, a few farmers market vendors recognized this man who drove a luxury car to buy vegetables. Xia Wei was not as nervous as him. When she heard him, she glared at him with her bright eyes and said coquettishly, "You're so nosy. You can't even raise your hand." No, the doctor said that I should raise my hand less to prevent the umbilical cord from wrapping around my neck. Ho Zi, who was determined to protect his wife and children, hugged Xia Wei tightly and slowly raised his hand to wave. Yi Qian saw Ho Zi hugging the pregnant woman who was about to jump up and greet him in time. His heart that was in his throat finally calmed down. Last time, when she joined the Jingxia team, they told her that Yi Wei was pregnant with twins. Due to her old age, her health was not very good, and there were signs of miscarriage. When she heard that, she couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Now that she was about to jump up and greet him, Yi Qian was so worried that he took large strides. He was afraid that he would be one step behind, so he asked Xia Wei to wait for him for a while. When Ho Zi saw Yi Qian striding over, his flirtatious eyes revealed a faint smile. He knew that Lu Siqing found a capable and likable girlfriend. Look, he must have seen his wife's actions just now and was worried, so he walked over with large strides. He was indeed very happy to help such a sensible and grateful sister-in-law. When Yi Qian came over, he immediately held Xia Wei's arm. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked him to pick me up. As she walked closer, her belly got bigger. Thinking about Xia Wei's behavior just now, Yi Jian was a little scared. I didn't want her to come over, but she insisted. I had no choice. You know that I've always been a henpecked husband. I'm afraid of your sister Wei. When she frowns and glares at me, even a tiger would turn into a cat. I wouldn't dare to disobey her. Hosea joked as she drove. Other men were afraid that others would know that they were henpecked, but when it came to Hosea, it was the opposite. He was afraid that others wouldn't know that he was henpecked. With one hand on her stomach, Xia Yiwei smiled and glanced at him. She said to Yi Qian, "Don't mind your brother-in-law. He's so nervous now. When I waved my hand just now, he was even more nervous than me. He even said that the umbilical cord was wrapped around his neck." The two of them got their marriage certificate in April and were legally married. They planned to hold the wedding banquet after the two children were born. It would be more lively and festive when they each held a baby in their arms. Chapter 2454. Yi Qian thought for a while and said seriously, "Brother Z is right. If they get older, they can't raise their hands too much. The babies don't have any toys to play with in their stomachs, so they can only play with their umbilical cords." Seeing that someone supported him, Hosea raised his eyebrows proudly. "Honey, did you hear that? I'm not making a fuss. I'm just worried that the babies will be naughty and play with their umbilical cords like toys." Xia Yiwei snorted softly and smiled at Yi Qian. "Don't mind your brother-in-law. The older he gets, the more he looks like a child. Look at him. He doesn't look like an adult at all." As she spoke, she laughed happily. "I'm really worried that I'll have to raise 3 children in the future. That'll be a lot to worry about." It was obvious that Xia Yiwei was very satisfied with the current situation. Her entanglement with Hosea for nearly 20 years had finally blossomed. She had already received the greatest happiness of her life. When she mentioned Hosea and the children in her stomach, her bright and mature face was full of gentleness. Yi Qian was also happy for the two of them. He pursed his lips and smiled. "That's good. In the future, the older child will play with the younger child. Sister Wei, you can just watch from the side and command them." "Ha, that's right. I think so too. But your sister Wei doesn't like me." Hosea laughed heartily. His wife and children were everything to him. His world was his wife and children. Now, there was nothing more important in his world than making his wife and children happy. Xia Yiwei looked at her husband, who was laughing heartily. There was deep gentleness in her eyes. The man she loved was less flamboyant and less arrogant. Now, he only had a steady temperament that was as deep as the ocean. He was introverted and responsible. He had enough ability to hold up the sky for her and their unborn child. From an ignorant youth to an arrogant youth, and then to a steady middle-aged man. She had spent nearly 20 years waiting for this man to put away his crazy ambition. For her, for their love, he gave up his dark empire and stayed only for home. Xia Yiwei, who had a smile on her lips, looked at Hosea with gentle eyes. The man driving seemed to have noticed it, and his lips curled up into a satisfied smile. Yi Qian, who was sitting next to them, could feel the deep affection between the two. Yi Qian did not speak. In order not to interrupt the warmth between the two of them, she even held her breath. Looking at how happy they were, she sincerely wished them well. The tender moment was interrupted by Hosea. He stopped the car at a red light and turned his head to look at his wife, who was staring at the back of his head. He teased, "Honey, if you continue to look at me like that, Xiao Yu will be so embarrassed that he'll ask me to pull over and run away. If sixth brother finds out that we left his girlfriend behind, I'm really worried that he'll come to our house in the middle of the night and beat me up." Xia Yiwei blushed slightly. She glared at the guy who made fun of her and said to Yi Qian, "I was thinking about something just now. Don't listen to your brother-in-law's nonsense. He's as thick-skinned as sixth brother." Indeed, Yi Qian also noticed it. He did not expect that Master Ho San, who was feared by both the government and the underworld, would be like this in private. In his previous life, he could not find Hosea no matter how hard he tried. Was it because of Sister Yiwei that he retired from the underworld and no longer participated in the underworld? That should be the case. Otherwise, the boss of the security company in his previous life would have some information about Master Ho San. Chapter 2455. In the previous life, Sister Yiwei and Brother Z lived the same blissful life as they did in this life. Yi Jian's gaze sneaked a peek at Xia Yiwei's big belly and realized that she was not sitting comfortably. She immediately turned around and passed a pillow to Xia Yiwei. "Is your waist not feeling too good? Pillow with this." She was very attentive and seemed to know a lot. Xia Yiwei's heart skipped a beat. Her gaze unconsciously fell on Yi Qian's flat belly. "Old Six, this devil, didn't bully Xiao Yi, right?" Yi Qian understood her gaze and instantly felt awkward. She and Captain Xia were still innocent. There was nothing going on between them. Xia Yiwei saw her expression and knew that she had misunderstood. Her red lips curved into a smile and said, "Old Six is really lucky to find you. If he dares to bully you in the future, give me a call and I'll teach him a lesson." Hosey didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she heard that. She said, "If you teach Old Six a lesson, I'm really afraid that he will teach me a lesson in the future." "You shouldn't teach him a lesson. You should at least care for your husband." She was reminding Xia Yiwei not to meddle too much. Both of them had their own opinions. Plus, it was not appropriate for others to interfere because of their profession. Xia Yiwei naturally understood her meaning. She raised her hand and patted Yi Qian's hand gently. She gave her a warm smile. Old Six was indeed her younger brother, but Yi Qian was a girl that she admired. Moreover, she was an introverted girl. She was indeed afraid that Yi Qian would suffer alone if she was wronged. She could see that Yi Qian was deeply in love with Old Six. If Old Six did something unscrupulous, Yi Qian was a girl with no one to rely on. If she was wronged, no one would stand up for her. Because of her background as a woman, she should take care of her. Although Xia Yiwei was cold and arrogant, she was kind-hearted and had a simple nature. Otherwise, she would not have been pestered by Hosey. Her kindness turned into a warm current that slowly flowed into Yi Qian's heart. It made Yi Qian believe that Xia Yiwei in her previous life must have been as happy and fulfilled as she was now. Hosey didn't notice Xia Yiwei's little movements. He drove the car on the highway and was no longer distracted. He concentrated on driving to the downtown area of Southern Province. After driving for about 20 minutes, Yi Qian said softly from behind, "Brother Z, Sister Yiwei is asleep. You can send Sister Yiwei home. I'll go alone." "I can't let you go alone. She's afraid that you'll be at a disadvantage." Hosey lowered the temperature of the air conditioner in the car by 2 degrees. Pregnant women were hot and covered with a thin blanket, so lowering the temperature by 2 degrees would ensure comfort. "Yi Jifan wants to see you, so she's even more afraid that you'll be at a disadvantage. I'm also a little worried. One of them is an old fox in the bureaucracy, and the other is still a student. Although she's good, she's not as experienced as an old fox. Everyone will be at ease if she goes with you. Sixth brother will also be at ease." Hosey didn't think that he was a person who was passionate about other people's matters. However, regarding Yi Qian's matter, even if sixth brother wasn't involved, he would still help. He had no choice. When he first met Yi Qian, he saw the shadow of himself when he was young and ruthless in her. That was the kind of ruthlessness that never bowed down to fate and never admitted defeat. Even if her body was covered in scars, she would still hold her chin high and not lose her pride. This time, Yi Qian insisted on her own opinion. She smiled and said, "Brother Z, I really don't need you and Sister Yiwei to accompany me. Now that Yi Jifan is in jail, I don't know if he will say anything unpleasant. I'm afraid that Sister Yiwei will feel sorry for me and get angry, which will affect her mood." Chapter 2456. When it came to his wife, Hosey was naturally 100% cautious. He thought about it and nodded in agreement, but he was still worried. "We'll wait outside. If there's anything, you can call me immediately." Yiwei really liked Old Six as a girlfriend. When she was resting at home, other than meeting a few good friends, she would only walk around the neighborhood for the sake of the 2 children in her belly. Other than that, she would not easily leave the house. Ever since she found out that Yi Jifan was taken away by the Discipline Inspection Commission, she kept an eye on him. When she found out that the Southern Province Public Security Bureau notified Yi Qian that he was coming back, she immediately asked him to book a plane ticket. She even instructed him to personally pick him up at the airport. She said righteously, "Your subordinates are all rough people who fight and kill. Don't scare my sister-in-law." He was a little jealous that she was so protective of him, Scare little Yi? When he dealt with Sun Yaozu, his trusted subordinates came back to report. From the beginning to the end, they were terrifyingly calm. They did not seem like newbies at all. He had no choice. His wife was so protective of Yi Qian, so he had to be more careful. Moreover, he also admired Yi Qian's way of doing things. After giving his instructions, Ho Zi did not say anything else. He more or less knew some of Yi Qian's private matters. When he saw the faint hostility between her eyebrows, he was relieved. She did not look like she would be at a disadvantage. If there was a grudge, then there was a grudge. If there was a grudge, then there was a grudge. When they arrived at the Southern Province Public Security Bureau, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. In the end, Xia Yiwei did not accompany Yi Qian in. She sat in a cafe not far from the Public Security Bureau and waited quietly. After Yi Qian entered the Southern Province Public Security Bureau, she still needed to go through some procedures to see Yi Jifan. She could only go and see Yi Jifan after she had filled in the information. While she was filling in the information, the police officer who served her reported that Yi Qian had arrived at the Southern Province Public Security Bureau. The higher-ups had instructed that if Yi Qian came, they needed to report to the higher-ups. When Yi Qian finished filling out the information and went to see Yi Jifan, Madame Li, who was far away in the capital, would know. Mrs. Li, who received a call from her old classmate, smiled elegantly. It was good that she was here. This little girl was harder to deal with than Sunning. However, no matter how difficult it was to deal with her, she was still a little girl. He could talk to her and analyze the pros and cons. He believed that she would make a choice. In the detention room, Yi Jifan was sitting quietly, motionless like a statue. Yi Jifan's eyes moved slightly. Soon, he saw someone standing in front of the metal door where he was locked up. The lock was pulled open, and 2 police officers walked in. Yi Jifan, someone's here to see you. Yi Jifan, who was sitting quietly in the corner of the guardhouse, slowly raised his head and asked in a hoarse voice, "Who is it?" Ever since he was taken away by the disciplinary committee, he had never left this place. He did not go through the disciplinary committee's double-standard procedure. He was taken away by the disciplinary committee that morning. Before he even got out of the car, the arrest warrant from the procuratorate had already arrived. Receiving reports, preliminary investigation of clues, filing a case for investigation, arrest warrant, transfer to the court for prosecution, all these processes went very, very quickly. It was so fast that every day that passed made him feel more and more hopeless. Someone was secretly pushing the entire investigation process, and someone was determined to pull him down. That stupid Sun Dongqing's report letter was just a trigger. Otherwise, it would not have happened so quickly. It was so fast that he had no way to deal with it. It was so fast that he clearly knew that this time, he was really going to fall. The metal door where he was locked up opened with a clang. The uniformed police officer was expressionless as he answered in a businesslike manner. "We'll know who it is when we get there." Chapter 2457. Yi Jifan didn't ask any more questions. He was a person who was very good at getting what he wanted. All these years, he had been like this. He just didn't know if he could continue to hide from them. After walking out of the detention room and into the meeting room, Yi Jifan knew who had come to visit him. When he was first brought in by the Commission for Discipline Inspection, he really wanted to see Yi Qian. However, no one paid any attention to his request, and no one told Yi Qian that he wanted to see her. When he finally gave up, Yi Qian came. "Yi Qian," he muttered softly. His gaze was locked on Yi Qian. Before he even sat down, he directly asked, "You're the one behind this?" He had 2 suspects. One was the young face in front of him that he had never looked at, but had made him suffer again and again. The other was Madame Li, who had been offended by Sun Ying. Other than these 2, he couldn't think of anyone else who wanted to mess with him. Yi Qian sat down and raised her eyebrows slightly. She smiled faintly and said, "Director Yi, you think too highly of me. I'm just an orphan. How could I have the ability to push Director Yi down? If Director Yi was honest, why would you be afraid of being investigated? Why would you be in jail? If you don't want people to know, then don't do it. Isn't Director Yi asking for all the trouble you're going through now? Director Yi, please don't think too highly of me. I really don't have the ability to do that." Yi Qian was also surprised by the speed at which Yi Jifan had fallen. Under normal circumstances, it would take a certain amount of time for a report to be accepted. Then, it would take a long time for the preliminary investigation to be completed. Given Yi Jifan's status as a provincial official, it would take him at least 3 months to complete the investigation. Now, he had used less than 2 months to transfer the case to the court for prosecution. The process was quite fast. Yes, with the help of the military and the Commission for Discipline Inspection, it was hard not to be fast. Seeing how serious and mocking she was, Yi Jifan's expression darkened, but at the same time, he believed her. Although Yi Qian didn't get along with his family, the way she did things was indeed open and above board. She dared to take responsibility for her actions. This was also what he had taught Sun Ying to learn from Yi Qian. If it was not Yi Qian, then it had to be Madame Li. Yi Jifan clenched his fist when he saw that she was dressed in a military uniform while he was in a prisoner's uniform. However, his eyes were calm as he said, "I have nothing to say to you. Now that I've ended up like this, it's exactly what you wanted. You've seen it. So please go back." After he finished speaking, he got up and was about to leave. "I've been waiting for you to end up like this for a long, long time. I'm very happy that you've fallen from grace today. I've finally gotten what I wanted." Facing the enemy that he had hated for 2 lifetimes, Yi Qian really didn't want to miss the opportunity to add insult to injury. Everyone said that she was broad-minded, but they were wrong. Facing someone she hated, she really couldn't be broad-minded. She couldn't do it, and she didn't want to do it. She didn't want to make things difficult for herself just to gain a good reputation. Hearing her slightly smiling voice, Yi Jifan, who was getting up, felt a little sluggish. This niece of his wasn't a descendant of a Yi family. She didn't have the dark secrets of a Yi family. Even if she was ruthless, she was open and above board. She wasn't afraid of you finding out. "Sunning, oh Sunning, what right do you have to compete with Yi Jian?" Yi Jian thought, "Sunning, how can you compete with Yi Jian? You want to betray your own father in exchange for your own safety. You've lost from here on out." Thinking of all the things that his own daughter had done, Yi Jifan's heart was filled with anger. Chapter 2458. It was true that he did not try to get her out of the police station, but that was all he did. He secretly made connections, asked people he knew to take care of her, and not make things too difficult for Sun Ying. He did all these little things that could not be seen. With his ability, this was all he could do. Did he dare to go any further? With Madame Li and the power behind her, would he dare to get Sun Ying out? He did not dare. He did not dare and did not have the ability. But what about the end? Who knew what he had done? Did Sun Ying know? She knew nothing. Did Sun Dongqing know? If that stupid woman knew, she would not have written a report. Both of them hoped that he would not have a good time. Both of them thought that he was black-hearted and hard-hearted. That was because they had not seen him black-hearted and hard-hearted. Since they wanted to see him so much, then he would let them see him. This family had long fallen apart. He did not climb up and was pushed down by his own wife and daughter. Then he really thought that he was all alone. Seeing him slowly sit back down, Yi Qian could not help but raise his eyebrows. He did not ask anything. His bright black eyes held a faint smile as he looked at him calmly. He also saw the coldness that flashed across his face. "Yi Qian, you got what you wanted when I came in, but what about Sun Dongqing and Sun Ying? If we were to talk about harming you, those 2 mother and daughter are the ones who have harmed you the most." Yi Jifan, who had sat back down, spoke very calmly. He had been an official for decades, but he still looked calm on the surface. "When I first came here, I did want you to come, but later I felt that there was not much point. But now I have changed my mind. There are some things that I still need to tell you." In the past, he wanted Yi Qian to come over and say something that would benefit him. He also wanted to secretly make a deal with Yi Qian so that he could escape. However, as the Commission for Discipline Inspection investigated further, some things gradually surfaced, especially Sun Shiweqing's sacrifice. 2 days ago, 2 officers came directly to interrogate him. At this point, he knew that he could not make a comeback. Even if the person behind the jade pendant could not help him, he did not hope that the person behind the jade pendant could help him. Jade pendant. That's right, there was still the matter of the jade pendant. Thinking of the jade pendant, Yi Jifan chuckled. You really don't want that priceless jade pendant? This is what your mother left for you. Don't tell me you don't even want what your mother left for you? Sitting down again, Yi Jifan faced Yi Qian, who was calm and composed, as if nothing could affect her. He slowly began to talk about some things. This piece of jade is a good thing. It pushed me step by step from my position as a village cadre to the position of the chief of the Urban Construction Bureau. I went from a village official to a small official. Yi Qian, if you had this piece of jade, wouldn't you have achieved meteoric success? Now that the jade pendant is in Sun Ying's hands, do you want to see Sun Ying soar in power and then come back to settle the score with you? Would you like to? Sun Ying had been bullied since she was young, and it was not easy for her to make a comeback. He did not believe that Yi Qian would let Sun Ying off so easily. Those videotapes, I thought about it. It should be your doing. Since you want to destroy Sun Ying's path to the Li family, you probably don't want to see her live a luxurious life. If that's the case, then all the more you should take back everything that belongs to you. Even if you don't want the power behind the jade pendant, it is still what your mother left for you. Maybe Yi Jifan paused intentionally and threw out another bait. Maybe you can use this jade pendant to find your biological father. Chapter 2459. The Jade Pendant, her mother's belongings, finding her biological father. If it had been in her previous life, Yi Qian would definitely have been moved. But in this life, seeing that Yi Jifan wanted her to fight Sun Ying to avenge him, the corners of Yi Qian's mouth curled up slightly. She said with a faint smile, "The jade pendant is just an inanimate object. You said it helped you achieve meteoric success, but why hasn't the person behind the jade pendant appeared yet?" These words struck Yi Jifan's heart. He had thought about it before, but he couldn't understand. If the jade pendant helped him achieve meteoric success, then why hadn't the person behind it appeared now that he was in trouble? Yi Jifan's face turned cold. He couldn't answer Yi Qian, and he didn't know how to answer her. When he saw Yi Qian's faint smile and understanding look, Yi Jifan's heart suddenly sank. He, who had been sitting obediently, leaned against the marble platform in front of the iron window. He supported himself with one hand and asked in a low voice, "Do you know something? Otherwise, why would she be so indifferent after hearing him say so much?" Anyone would be moved by a chance to achieve meteoric success, a chance to get rid of all obstacles in their way. But why was Yi Qian so calm? It was as if she knew all along. Yi Qian saw that his pupils had contracted and couldn't help but laugh. "What do I know? I know that Director Yi achieved meteoric success because of the person behind the jade pendant. I know that Director Yi is where he is today because of Sun Dongqing and Sun Ying. I know all of this. I've heard about it outside, and Director Yi told me personally. How could I not know?" He wanted to ask her if she knew about the power behind the jade pendant. She wouldn't tell him. She would let him think and guess on his own. The more he wanted to know, the more she wouldn't tell him. She was deliberately torturing him like this. In her previous life, she had gone through too many days like this. Since she had the chance to repay him in this life, she would definitely repay him well. How could Yi Jifan not know her intentions? But what could he say? For a moment, he clenched his teeth. The fire in his heart burned brighter and brighter. In the end, it burned until his eyes turned red and his expression was especially gloomy. "Yi Qian, I don't believe you won't be moved. The jade pendant was left to you by your mother. It's very likely that your biological father gave it to your mother. I don't believe you won't be moved." He gritted his teeth as he spoke, pausing between each word, as if he was trying to increase his bargaining chip. This is such a good opportunity, an opportunity that can prevent Sun Ying and Sun Dongqing from ever leaving prison. I don't believe that you won't be tempted. It had to be said that Yi Jifan was really good at manipulating people's hearts. But to Yi Jian, what he said really didn't appeal to her. She was still smiling faintly. She looked at Yi Jifan as if he was a clown on stage. Her eyes were full of mockery. "It's true that the jade pendant was left behind by my mother. I will definitely take it back, but not now. As for who my biological father is, you don't have to worry about it, Director Yi." Who was her biological father? She already knew who her biological father was. Why should she care so much about the jade pendant? The jade pendant couldn't be touched. After Yi Jifan's downfall, the military and the military commission were secretly investigating the truth behind her mother's death. She didn't believe that the person behind the jade pendant could remain calm. He would definitely do something. Now, she just had to wait for him to make his move. She wasn't the only one waiting. The military and the military commission were probably waiting too. Chapter 2460. Seeing Yi Jian's indifference, Yi Jifan, whose face was full of malice, suddenly let out a strange laugh and said in a sinister voice, "Do you know why I didn't give you the jade pendant? Do you know why Granny Yi wants to torture you to death? Do you know why Sun Yaozu wants to take your life personally? Yi Qian, if you want to know, let's make a deal. Don't worry, this deal is very beneficial to you. And I only have one request. Don't let that unfilial daughter take a step out of prison. Blood relatives, blood enemies. Father and daughter had come to this point. You can't wait for him to die. He can't wait for you to die." Yi Qian frowned slightly and said softly, "Fortunately, my father doesn't have the blood of the Yi family running through his veins." She was glad that Granny Yi brought her homeless father back from the outside. She was glad that her father didn't have any blood relations with the Yi family. She was even more glad that she had her father to protect her when she was young and felt the warmth of a family. Yi Jifan suddenly looked up when he heard that. You knew everything." Yi Qian smiled faintly in response. She didn't say anything, but it was as if she had already said everything. Faced with her silent smile, Yi Jifan felt as if he had suddenly been submerged in a cold pond. The icy water pierced his bones, causing his limbs to stiffen to the point that he couldn't move at all. No wonder she didn't have any attachment to the Yi family. No wonder she hated Granny Yi and Sun Yaozu to the bone. No wonder she always hoped that he wouldn't have a good ending. So she knew everything. After all the calculations, she actually knew everything that they had planned. Yi Qian saw his expression twitch, as if he had been greatly agitated. She felt very happy and slowly said, "I know everything that I should know. You wanted to raise me into a useless person, and you wanted to hide things from my mother. All these, I know everything. All these, I know. That's why I've been watching all of you jump around, watching all of you scheme and scheme." At this moment, Yi Jifan suddenly felt that it was funny. They had calculated so much and schemed so much. They all thought that they were smart enough to have a child under their control. Who knew? Who knew that in the end, all of them would be played by a child? Laughable, truly laughable. You think you're smart, but you don't know that there's always someone better than you. A mere child turned the Yi family upside down. Granny Yi, you really are a lucky old lady. If you had left just one step later, you would have been angered to the point of death by Yi Qian. She knew everything. She watched. Sun Xueqing's daughter was too smart. She knew everything, yet she didn't say anything. Could he still pretend that he didn't know anything and just stand at the side and watch coldly as the Yi clan schemed and schemed? In her eyes, everyone in the Yi clan was probably just a bunch of clowns. The more they jumped around, the more miserable they would end up. Sun Yaozu was killed inexplicably. Yi Zhixiang was forced to close down the company and leave with Old Man Yi. Old Lady Yi died of a stroke, and he was reported by his ex-wife and daughter and thrown into prison. They thought they got all the benefits left by Sun Xueqing, but in the end, none of them ended up well. Yi, too. How laughable. How laughable. Everyone hoped that Yi Qian would accomplish nothing and become a useless person. Then, they would be able to do whatever they wanted. In the end, they became useless people. Yi Qian would be able to do whatever he wanted. How ironic. They thought so well, but the reality was so ironic. Chapter 2461. He couldn't get out now either. Everything that had happened was brought up one by one, making him realize that someone was purposely messing with him to make him fall from grace and be locked up in prison. Since he couldn't get out, he couldn't let the people outside have an easy time either. Yi Jifan stared at Yi Qian with his hazy eyes. The voice that came out of his mouth was cold and gloomy. Yi Qian, you are indeed very smart. So smart that even I am afraid of you. No wonder. A strange smile appeared on his face, making him lose his scholarly aura. No wonder that idiot Sun Ing couldn't win against you. Even I am no match for you. How can an arrogant idiot like her win against you? That's why he wanted to use her hand to make sure that unfilial daughter, Sun Ing, never leaves prison. She didn't even care about their father-daughter relationship. He really didn't expect her to come and see him after she got out. He could still remember the proud expression on her face the last time they met. Father, my good father, you still want to have a son? Don't even think about having a son in this lifetime. You want to kick me away so that you can rise up the ranks? Dream on. I've been waiting day and night in prison for you to come and save me. But you want to have a son with a slut? Father, wake up. If I don't have an easy time, you won't have an easy time either. Seeing you locked up now, I'm so happy. Don't you think this is retribution? You don't even want your own daughter. Just stay in prison for the rest of your life. His daughter ran over and deliberately said those words. That expression, that look, made him want to vomit. Retribution? Then let's see who gets this retribution. Yi Jifan smiled coldly. He and Yi Qian entered into a formal negotiation. Yi Qian, the person behind the jade pendant, is indeed not simple. After your mother died, I received a letter. Letter? The person behind the jade pendant sent a letter to Yi Jifan? Was this giving Yi Jifan something to use against him? Yi Qian didn't believe it. Yi Jifan did not expect her to believe him immediately. They had 15 minutes to talk, and he could convince her to believe him. There was no one else in the meeting room to disturb them. Yi Jifan lowered his voice and said clearly, the mailing address and sender are unknown. The person in the letter told me that if I want to be promoted from a village official to a high-ranking official, as long as I follow his instructions, I can achieve it. The letter also told me that there was a jade pendant among your mother's belongings and asked me to get it. But I didn't expect that old lady Yi also knew about the jade pendant. Why did old lady Yi send you to my house for foster care? It was because her biological daughter and son-in-law received benefits, and the condition was that they could not continue to stay in Shuku village. The person who proposed this condition is none other than the person behind the jade pendant. When Yi Jifan said this, he paused for a moment. At the same time, he carefully observed Yi Qian's facial expression. He needed to know if Yi Qian would be interested in what he said. He carefully observed Yi Qian's facial expression. Every time he said a sentence, his gaze would be extremely careful. He needed to know which sentence would move Yi Qian the most. But unfortunately, he didn't find anything different. She still had that indifferent expression that was as calm as water, with no desire for anything, and that pair of eyes that were as dark as night did not have the slightest ripple. When the bright light fell into her eyes, when she looked at him again, it actually gave him the illusion that all the careful calculations in his heart had been seen through by her, and there was nowhere to hide. Chapter 2462. Even though they only met for 10 minutes, Yi Jifan knew that it would be difficult for him to see Yi Qian again. So he sped up and told Yi Qian more things that no one else knew about. When you were in elementary school, old Madam Yi didn't bring Yi Jixiang and her family back for the new year, but to hide from disaster. Everything they do outside is a major violation of the law. Otherwise, with their connections, how could they have acquired such a large business? Just like me, they were all controlled by the person behind the jade pendant. Yi Qian's interest wasn't completely piqued. Sun Yaozu was wanted for arrest, so naturally, he had done something illegal. Now that he had been dealt with by himself, Yi Jifan's words were useless. Her calmness made Yi Jifan grit his teeth and say, I can tell you with certainty that the person behind the jade pendant had been plotting to kill your mother for a long time, and old Madam Yi knew it very well. That's why she forced your father to leave home, to work again and again, and in the end, he died in an accident. Then, she used your mother's death as an excuse to make your mother restless every time she came back from vacation. When you were 2 years old, your mother originally wanted to retire from the military and focus on raising you. But old Madam Yi didn't agree. The last time your mother came back, she received a notice to return from the military. Old Madam Yi told Yi Jixiang that her chance had come, and I received a letter from the person behind the jade pendant at that time. The letter told me that if I followed his arrangements, I would get everything I wanted. Just as he was about to get to the main point, the policeman holding Yi Qian in custody suddenly walked in and reminded him, "There's still 5 minutes left, hurry up." The policeman's attitude towards Yi Qian, who was wearing a military uniform, was quite polite. In this day and age, there were very few girls who could get into military schools. While being polite, there was also a hint of admiration. The policeman's arrival interrupted Yi Jifan's train of thought. He, who had always been cautious, realized that he had said too much. He pressed his lips together and temporarily swallowed his unfinished words. He had said so much, but Yi Jian, who was sitting outside the iron window, dressed in a military uniform and looking like a bamboo soaring into the sky, did not react at all. Yi Qian's heart was not as calm as it seemed on the surface, because Yi Jifan had said, "If we follow his arrangements, we will get everything we want." Grandpa Jin had told her that the jade pendant was priceless, but it wasn't a good thing. Before she had enough power, it would be a disaster. Grandpa Jin knew that his mother's sacrifice was not simple. He also guessed that his mother's sacrifice had something to do with the Yi family. But why didn't Grandpa Jin investigate? Was it because the relationship between the old lady and her mother was not good enough? No, definitely not. The reason why her mother was able to join the military was because of Grandpa Jin's recommendation. Therefore, during the era when it was difficult for female soldiers to join the military, her mother became a soldier and became one of the first female special forces soldiers in our country. Yi Qian's mind was not calm at all. As she listened to Yi Jifan's words, she thought quickly. Soon, she thought of what Captain Xia had said. She thought about how her mother's life had been erased. After a flash of inspiration, Yi Qian understood Grandpa Jin's concerns. At the end of the day, it was because the other party held a high position and was not someone ordinary people could shake. Grandpa Jin did not want her to risk her future for the sake of revenge. So he reminded her again and again that before she could do anything, she had to be capable first. Chapter 2463. With her abilities, she could walk into the eyes of the higher-ups in the military and occupy a position that no one dared to touch. Then, she would face less resistance when she tried to find out the truth behind her mother's death. That was indeed the case. The involvement of the military and the Military Commission for Discipline Inspection allowed her to stay out of the matter and not be targeted by the power behind the jade pendant. It was all because the military had protected her. Captain Xia reported everything to Commander-in-Chief Xia, and Commander-in-Chief Xia reported everything to the Military Commission for Discipline Inspection. The Military Commission for Discipline Inspection secretly set up an investigation team to protect her. So, no matter how much she wanted to know who killed her mother, she could not be impulsive and disappoint the people who protected her. Faced with Yi Jifan's temptation, Yi Qian became calmer and calmer. The apple that was handed to her was indeed fragrant and sweet and full of temptation. But compared to the concern and worry that so many people had for her, she had to reject it. She rejected it on the inside, but on the surface, she had to show some emotion. Only then would Yi Jifan have the motivation to continue talking. As for how much of his words were true and how much of it was false, she would slowly choose and reduce it. 5 minutes passed, and then another minute passed. Faced with Yi Qian's calmness, Yi Jifan was a little anxious. That's right, Yi Qian was not sunning. After she underwent a big change in middle school, everything she did and said made him feel troubled. From this, he knew that she was a mature girl and could not negotiate with her, as if he were coaxing a child. Plus, she always knew that the Yi family had killed her mother and that the Yi family had done something wrong to her. In that case, it was even more impossible for him to casually say a few words to make her agree. He had to say more things that interested her. He suddenly leaned a little closer to Yi Qian and lowered his voice. Your mother was definitely not sacrificed. She was killed by someone else. The person who killed your mother was not someone else, but someone who helped me and Sun Yaozu. What did Yi Qian want to know? From her face, Yi Jifan could not tell what she wanted to know. He could only keep probing and telling her what he knew in order to figure out what Yi Qian wanted to know. He had said so much to no avail. He didn't believe that she wouldn't be interested in what he was going to say next. Yi Qian, you don't have to take the jade pendant. You don't have to find your biological father. But don't you want to know who killed your mother? Not only did the letter mention the jade pendant, it also clearly told me that your mother doesn't have long to live. After saying so much and waiting for so long, Yi Jifan finally saw the ripple in Yi Qian's eyes. Her calm gaze suddenly shot straight at him, like a cold arrow shooting at him. The coldness in her gaze made his back abruptly turn cold. The iron chain under his feet made a clanging sound. Yi Jifan, who was shocked by the gaze, unconsciously moved his feet and adjusted his sitting position. Although he was frightened, Yi Jifan breathed a sigh of relief. He finally got to the bottom of her heart. That's good. That's good. His biggest bargaining chip would definitely be her guarantee. But before that, he needed her to agree to his request. Then he would tell her the biggest secret he knew. Yi Jifan steadied his mind and said in a low voice, "If you want to know, I will tell you everything I've found over the years. And the deal I want to make with you is very simple." Chapter 2464. His low voice was filled with malice as he stared unblinkingly at Yi Qian. Every word was filled with malice as he slowly said, "I only want Sun Dongqing and her stupid mother to stay. And I will tell you more about the jade pendant. There are some things you know, but there are some things you may not know." Yi Qian was indeed a little shaken. Earlier, she had deliberately looked cold, but now she wanted to hear what else Yi Jifan had to say. She knew that her mother was most likely harmed by the person behind the jade pendant. Yi Jifan was the only one who had contacted the person behind the jade pendant. Perhaps he did know something. "What else do you know?" she said coldly. "Tell me everything in one go. Don't keep me in suspense." Yi Jifan, who had calmed down a little, looked around, then looked at Yi Qian. "If you agreed to my request, I can tell you." "Okay. Didn't he just want to use her to prevent Sun Ying from escaping?" "Sure. She didn't want to let Sun Ying escape either." When Yi Qian agreed, Yi Jifan didn't have any doubts. But her agreement wasn't enough to make him feel at ease until she nodded. Yi Jifan, who had chains on his hands, crossed his fingers and said his last bargaining chip. "The letter mentioned the jade pendant and your mother's death." These words finally caused great waves to surge in Yi Jian's heart. The shocking waves surged and fiercely slapped her heart, causing the tips of her fingers to tremble slightly. "The letter mentioned the jade pendant and your mother's death." This sentence was even more evidence that her mother was harmed. This was evidence. When she heard Yi Jifan mention the letter again, Yi Qian knew that the letter did exist and that Yi Jifan might have kept it. She needed the letter in Yi Jifan's hands. "Deal, but I need the original letter in your hands." Yi Qian emphasized the word original. "That's exactly what I was thinking." It was only then that Yi Jifan truly believed Yi Qian. "I've kept this letter in the bank. You could go and get it when you get out later. Be careful when you read it. I've kept it for nearly 20 years, so the paper is very fragile." It was ironic that in the end, the person he believed was Yi Qian, whom he had persecuted. After looking at Yi Qian for a few seconds, Yi Jifan retracted his gaze to hide the coldness that was about to disappear from the depths of his eyes. After a few seconds of silence, he said in a deep voice, "Sun Ying has Madame Li behind her. I suspect that Madame Li approached her and gave her the idea to report me. Sun Ying is my daughter. I know her. Madame Li made a promise, so she dared to attack me, her father. Yi Qian, what I want Sun Ying to know is that it's better to rely on yourself than on others. If you agree, you'll be going against Madame Li. Do you dare?" If it wasn't for the matter with Sun Xueqing, the jade pendant, and his meteoric rise, he would have admired Yi Qian very much. Even if she had someone behind her, everyone could see how hard she worked. That was why he reminded Sun Ying again and again that if she wanted to surpass Yi Qian, she had to work hard and have the ability to compete with Yi Qian. But Sun Ying was too ambitious. She only wanted to use others to deal with Yi Qian. Even if she still did that, as her father, he didn't mind teaching her another life lesson. Yi Qian was a little surprised. She didn't expect Yi Jifan to remind her. Chapter 2465. Don't be surprised. Putting aside all that, you are indeed a child that I admire very much. You don't have the selfish blood of the Yi family in you, and you are stronger than your mother. I'm afraid you take after your father. Yi Jifan spoke lightly. His voice was filled with loneliness. Neither of old Madame Ye's children are her biological children. The only real child is Yi Jixiang. So, why does she fight for Yi Jixiang and make things difficult for me and her father? It's because we are not her biological children. Yi Qian couldn't help but look up when he suddenly heard an old secret that he didn't even know about for 2 lifetimes. He really didn't expect that. Yi Jifan wasn't old Madame Ye's biological son. Now many things could be explained. No wonder old Madame Yi treated Yi Jixiang's family so well. She had 2 sons and 1 daughter, and only the daughter was her biological child. Now, he could see Yi Jifan's sincerity in negotiating. Sun Ying made Madame Li a joke in Beijing. Even if she had a deal with Sun Ying, she wouldn't let Sun Ying go. Madame Li has power and influence, but Director Yi, don't forget that it wasn't Madame Li who sent Sun Ying back to Nan Province, but the military. So, even if Madame Li wants to make a move, she has to consider the military. After Yi Qian finished speaking, Yi Jifan understood what he meant. The reason why Madame Li had to consider the military was because of the Deputy Chief of Staff. Yi Jifan's eyes flickered when he saw that Yi Jian had finally relented. He lowered his eyelids to hide the coldness in the depths of his eyes, as well as the darkness that flashed through his eyes. His low voice came softly, as if he was afraid that the walls might have ears. Just as you said, the person behind the jade really didn't want to waste you. Also, he didn't want your mother's comrades to know about your existence. The reason why I gave the jade to Sun Ying was because he told me to raise Sun Ying well. From this, I could tell that he wanted Sun Ying to replace you. In the past 20 years, I've only contacted him 4 times, and each time, I did as he told me to. After Sun Yaozu was killed, he called and suspected that I killed Sun Yaozu. From this, I was even more certain that Sun Yaozu had been working for him. So, if you want to find traces of that person, you can first check what Sun Yaozu has been doing in the coastal area for so many years. Hearing this, Yi Qian raised her eyebrows. All these years, Sun Yaozu had been working for the person behind the jade pendant. They're all ordinary people. Naturally, they want to have wealth. It's normal for the person behind the jade pendant to ask Sun Yaozu to help him accumulate wealth. Back then, when Sun Yaozu went out, he suddenly made a fortune and came back. The price was that one of his eyes was blinded by your mother. I believe you know about this. Sun Yaozu, whose eyes were injured, left the village. Before he left, old lady even took away the things your mother left behind. It was just a cover. Otherwise, how could Sun Yaozu save up hundreds of millions of yuan when one was old and the other was disabled and didn't know anything? Yi Qian pursed her lips slightly. She had missed this point. When she had dealt with Sun Yaozu, she hadn't thought in this direction. It seemed that if she wanted to investigate the person behind the jade pendant, she could start from Sun Yaozu's previous company. She might be able to get more clues from there. Yi Jifan saw that Yi Qian's expression was no longer as calm as before. When she looked up, her gaze was like a knife, flashing with a fine cold light. He was even more certain that she had set her heart on him. Chapter 2466. Suppressing the sneer in his heart, he continued, "Last year I took a stab for Du Kaiwei. He is the eldest son of the Deputy Chief of Staff Du, and it was also his arrangement. That's how I managed to establish a relationship with the Deputy Chief of Staff Du before your mother died. He wrote a letter to me and established a relationship with old Madame Yi. Later on, he was able to promote me from a village official to a provincial official. Then he got Sun Yaozu to do things for him. Later on, he even arranged for me to save Du Kaiwei and establish a relationship with the Deputy Chief of Staff, Du Yiqian. The person who caused your mother's death is someone from the military, and he has a lot of power. It won't be easy for you to find him. Even if you find him, how are you going to take revenge? He's not like me. I don't have a strong foundation, and once something happens, everyone will push me down. But he's not like me. He had such power 20 years ago, and 20 years later, he's still the same. He can even deceive an important deputy chief of staff. Yi Qian, your enemy is not simple. I have a suggestion. You can hold on for the time being and see if you can find your biological father first. Yi Jifan was a scheming person. Now that he knew it would be difficult for him to get out, he didn't mind giving Yi Qian some pointers. Of course, he didn't want to rely on Yi Qian to get him out of here. What he was doing now was just to make Yi Qian believe in his sincerity. Other than that, he had no other plans. When Yi Jian heard that he was making suggestions for her, the coldness on her face almost disappeared. She raised her eyebrows slightly, giving Yi Jifan the illusion that she wanted to continue listening. Seeing that she really believed him, Yi Jifan's expression became more sincere. Your mother has always been in the military, so your father should be in the military too. Go to the military when your mother was alive and look for him. Maybe you can find your father and then slowly investigate who wanted to harm your mother. You can even tolerate our family for more than 10 years, so 3 to 5 years won't make a difference. What's more, now that you've made a name for yourself and know a commander-in-chief, you should establish yourself and gain the attention of the higher-ups in the army. You should get to know those who are really powerful and influential. Then, you can slowly investigate your mother's matter. This will be more reliable and safer for you. This was Yi Jifan's suggestion. It was indeed sincere and sounded like he was thinking for Yi Jian. There was nothing strange about it at all. But to Yi Qian, this was the scariest part of Yi Jifan. He, who didn't care about his family, was indeed talented and realistic. He could clearly see the situation he was in. After reminding her so much, he didn't ask for anything other than Sun Ying not being able to leave prison. This was because he knew that she wouldn't agree to any of his requests. Since that was the case, why should he embarrass himself? At this point, Yi Jifan was still calmly planning. This time, he wasn't planning how to climb up, but how to deal with the people outside who wanted to pull him down. He wanted to see her go against Mrs. Li. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reminded her of what kind of person Mrs. Li was. The reason he reminded her was very simple. He wanted to see if she had the courage to agree to it. If she didn't, he wouldn't lose anything. At most, he would be disappointed. If she dared to do it, it meant that she did have someone behind her, and that person was powerful enough to compete with Mrs. Li. This was the scariest part of Yi Jifan. He was always looking for the biggest chance of survival in the cracks. I've said so much, and you've seen my sincerity. Yi Qian, you already know what I want. Sun Ying, Sun Dongqing. 5 minutes had passed. Yi Jifan stood up and left. When he mentioned the mother and daughter he hated the most, his elegant features were gloomy and vicious. Don't even think about leaving. Chapter 2467. He wasn't as stupid as Sun Dongqing, who even tried to get Yi Qian to come out and save Sun Ying. What a joke. After doing so many things, did she still think that Yi Qian wouldn't hold a grudge against her? Only stupid people would dream of unrealistic things. A truly smart person would use everything to their advantage to protect their own interests. As for him, he didn't want to protect his own interests. What he wanted was to let the people outside do the dirty work. As Yi Jifan walked, the sound of the chains clanging could be heard. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the chains dragging on the ground sank into people's hearts. Yi Qian stood up and looked at Yi Jifan, who had walked a few steps and turned back to look at him. When their eyes met, Yi Qian chuckled. There seemed to be another meaning in that chuckle. It was clear, indifferent, and a little sharp. Yi Jifan suddenly regretted turning back to look at her. He shouldn't have turned back just now. He should have kept walking forward. When he turned back, her chuckle told him that she knew everything. It was true that he was harmed by the mother and daughter pair, but the real culprit was Yi Qian. If she hadn't sent the videotape to Madame Li, this wouldn't have happened. The battle between him and Yi Qian wasn't over yet. He didn't want to let the mother and daughter pair go, but Yi Qian, he never wanted to let her live a good life. He never wanted to. Yi Qian was one of the reasons why he ended up in this state. They had been fighting for more than 10 years. Then let's continue fighting. What reconciliation? Let bygones be bygones? He didn't believe in that nonsense. Yi Qian wouldn't forgive him, Yi Jifan. She definitely wouldn't let him go. Whether it was Sun Ying or Sun Dongqing, she would settle her debts one by one and settle them one by one. She wanted to settle the score, but Madame Li still wanted to use Sun Ying. One wanted to settle the score, and the other wanted to use her. Then let the two of them fight. It didn't matter who won or lost. What mattered was that they were fighting. That was what Yi Jifan was thinking. Compared to Sun Ying, who pretended to be ruthless but didn't take any action, Yi Jifan was more skillful. Unfortunately, Yi Jifan was a paranoid person. He was worried, so before he left, he turned back to take a look. That look, Yi Jifan knew things were bad. Seeing Yi Qian smile, he felt a chill in his heart. Seeing the panic on his face, Yi Qian's smile deepened. Yi Jifan, who had turned his head, did not immediately look away in panic. With a calm expression, he said coldly, "You should go and see Sun Ying. She wanted to trample you under her feet so much. In the end, you won, but she didn't care at all. She's still in jail and can't get out. You should really go and see her. See her as a winner. Isn't this more interesting? Isn't this more interesting?" Not bad. It was indeed very interesting. Seeing Yi Jifan panic and become confused, she really felt that it was extremely interesting. In her previous life, she didn't have the ability to fight a battle of wits with Yi Jifan. In this life, it was different. In this life, she had finally waited for Yi Jifan to fall from grace. She had waited for an outcome. Every member of the Yi family had a part to play in her mother's sacrifice. Their greed and selfishness caused her parents to die young. 2 lives. She had waited 2 lives for revenge. Now that she had waited for this day, how could she let Yi Jifan get what he wanted? So what if Sun Ying got out? With Madame Li's personality, would she let her have a good life? No, even if Sun Ying got out, she wouldn't have a good life. Chapter 2468. The iron door closed with a clang, followed by the sound of a lock. Yi Jian turned around and walked out of the shady room. However, what Yi Jifan was scheming against was possible. With Du Jiayi and the family Xiao's relationship with the Du family, it was possible that they would face off against Madame Li in the future. But it was definitely not now. There was one more thing that Yi Jifan was right about. Her enemy was indeed not simple. All the clues pointed to the person who caused her mother's death being a high-ranking official in the military. Only someone like that could slowly push Yi Jifan from a village official to a high-ranking official. Grandpa Jin knew, she knew, Captain Xia knew, the military and the Commission for Discipline Inspection all knew, which was why they were so cautious. As she walked, Yi Jian slowed down again. She muttered, "Train Sun Ying well," and her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. "Raise Sun Ying well." The jade pendant was her mother's keepsake. Yi Jifan suspected that it was a keepsake that her father had left for her mother. She might be able to find her father. The jade pendant was not in her hands. It was in Sun Ying's hands. The person who knew the origin of the jade pendant even asked Yi Jifan to raise Sun Ying well, and at the same time, to raise her to a useless state and not let anyone find out. After leaving the prison, Yi Qian walked towards the coffee shop in Hozi, where the couple was waiting for her. As she walked, she thought slowly and connected some things. After connecting the dots, she had a very bold guess. Could it be that the person behind the jade pendant wanted Sun Ying to replace her? Wanted Sun Ying to return to the Fu family? As soon as the thought appeared, Yi Qian immediately denied it. In this day and age, it was not possible to acknowledge one's ancestors with any kind of token. As for her, Big Brother had specially taken a strand of her hair for a test in her father's bedroom. To be on the safe side, he had even taken a toothbrush and sent it for a DNA test. It was impossible for someone to impersonate her. Yi Qian slapped her forehead. She felt that she was thinking too much. Then there must be another reason. What other reason could it be? It was better to investigate. As for visiting Sun Ying, and doing so as a victor, he could consider it, but there was no need to go out of his way to visit her. Wasn't the court session tomorrow? He could just meet her tomorrow. A black car drove by the roadside. Someone rolled down the car window and cast a glance at Yi Qian, who was walking in the shade. The car passed by Yi Qian across the green belt, and the tinted window slowly rolled up again. Yi Qian looked up and could only see the black roof of the car reflected the sunlight. She could not even see the license plate number of the black car, clearly because of the green belt. However, she knew that someone in the black car was looking at her with a look full of scrutiny. When they walked out of the Southern Province Public Security Bureau, the sun was already shining brightly, and a wave of heat hit them in the face. Yi Qian did not sweat much. After walking for more than 200 meters, she felt refreshed. Compared to the passers-by who were dripping with sweat, Yi Qian was so refreshed that there was not a single drop of sweat on her face or forehead. The sun shone through the leaves, and a few rays of sunlight shone on her face. Her skin was as delicate as white porcelain, clear and sparkling. It attracted the attention of a young woman who walked past her. After walking across the road and crossing the zebra crossing, Yi Qian saw a cafe behind the shade of a tree. She raised her head and glanced at the cafe. She stepped aside and stood behind a tree. Her gaze fell on a man in a suit on a hot day. "You've been following me for a few dozen meters. Is there anything I can help you with?" Chapter 2469. The man in the suit, who was originally 2 meters away from her, narrowed his eyes and walked up to Yi Qian. "Madam has something to tell Miss Yi. Please don't make things difficult for the people locked up in the bureau. If you're angry, you can rest assured. Missy doesn't want anyone to have a good time. Madam also thinks the same. These are Madam's words. In this document, please sign it. Yi Qian." There were other documents to sign. Yi Qian didn't reach out to take it immediately. He looked at the man in the suit calmly and waited for an explanation. "It's not any other document. It's for tomorrow's court session. Madam knows that Missy didn't hire a lawyer, so she hired one for Missy. These documents are for accepting Sun Ying's apology." "Not bad." Madam Li was very thoughtful. Yi Qian took the document, opened it, and skimmed through it. In less than 2 minutes, he finished reading the 3-page document. Madam Li was very good at doing things. She only said that she accepted Sun Ying's apology, but didn't specify what she was apologizing for. This meant that she was giving Madam Li a chance to deal with Sun Ying in the future. With Madam Li's help, Yi Qian felt that he wouldn't have a chance to do anything. After reading it, Yi Qian signed his name. The man in the suit confirmed that there was no mistake. He bowed politely and said, "Madam Li also said that Miss Yi will be happy at tomorrow's court session since Miss Yi has signed it. Sorry to disturb you, goodbye." He then turned and left. Yi Qian looked at the man's back as he strode away. There was a hint of a smile in his eyes. Madam Li was really strong. She directly told him that she wanted Sun Ying to leave the court today. It seemed that he had to thank Madam Li for giving him advance notice. The reason why the domineering Madam Li had informed him in advance was probably because he was a military academy student. Mrs. Li had indeed taken into account the fact that Yi Jian was a military academy student. She thought for a while after answering the phone call and specially arranged for Li Chuhai to bring someone to inform Yi Jian. She had no choice. The Deputy Chief of Staff, Du, was being watched by the General Staff Department. As his wife, she had to avoid unnecessary trouble. Based on her previous way of doing things, why would she need to send someone to explain things to a mere cadet? Yi Qian walked out from behind the tree and returned to the roadside to wait. Xia Yiwei, who was eating cake, saw Yi Qian waiting at the traffic light to cross the road. She immediately said to Ho Zi, who was leisurely reading a business newspaper, "Xiao Yi, you're out. Why do you look so tired? Quick, go and help her cross the road. Take my umbrella, it's sunny outside." After saying that, he added, "It's not you, it's Xiao Yi." Ho Zi felt that there was no need to add anything. Moreover, he really couldn't tell what was wrong with Yi Qian's mental state. She was clearly doing very well and even had a smile on her face. But Xia Yiwei said that she was tired, so he accepted it. When Yi Qian saw that Ho Zi had specially come over to pick him up with a woman's pink floral umbrella, the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. She really wanted to laugh. The tall man had such a strong aura when he walked that even speeding cars would step on their brakes. Even though the traffic light was red, he still walked with a domineering aura that said, "This road is built by me." Yet, he still had to hold a pink floral umbrella. It was so out of place. Yi Jian held back her laughter. It was really funny. The boss of the underworld was holding a woman's umbrella, and it was a very small one. Along the way, he was not holding an umbrella, but carrying a big knife. It was a déjà vu. Chapter 2470. Don't laugh. Yue said you weren't feeling well, so she asked me to come and pick you up. She was the one who asked me to hold the umbrella. She said the sun is too strong, and it won't hurt your skin if you don't get too exposed to it. Ho Zi's expression was cold as he conveyed his wife's words seriously. It was obvious that he was helpless, and his forehead was tense. I know you want to laugh, but don't laugh. I've lived for decades, and this is the first time I'm holding an umbrella under the sun. Jose passed the umbrella over and looked at Yi Qian again. You soldiers are afraid of the sun? What's there to be afraid of? He was the boss of the underworld, but now he was taught a lesson by Xia Yiwei. He would never dare to go east. Xia Yiwei couldn't stop laughing. It was also the first time she saw Jose holding a woman's umbrella. You're still laughing? I've lost all my face. Jose poured a glass of lemonade for her. Seeing that his wife was smiling to the point of tears in her eyes, his tense Jun yin also relaxed. There was only endless indulgence. You drink some water. Xia Yiwei took the glass and lectured her husband. You! Xiaoyi knows to look at the light when crossing the road. What about you? It was clearly a red light, but you still rush forward. Fortunately, it's noon and there aren't many cars. The driver could see you from afar and could step on the brakes. If you don't follow the traffic rules, our children will learn from you in the future. Aren't you worried? Jose wanted to say, who dares to hit him? But when he heard the last sentence, he immediately realized his mistake. He nodded seriously and replied, That's true. There's so many cars nowadays. It's not impossible for someone to hit us. I have to take the lead. With Xia Yiwei around, Jose didn't look like the boss of the underworld at all. He was full of life and was extremely handsome. Although he was 40 years old, he exuded the mature aura of a successful person. The young women at the next table glanced at him from time to time. Yi Qian had already noticed them. When he saw a young woman wearing tight red clothes with a low V-neck, revealing half of her fair and round breasts, Yi Qian's face darkened slightly. In an instant, his eyes were as sharp as a sword as he glanced at her. She was wearing a military uniform. Even though it was a student's uniform, she still exuded the aura of a soldier. The young woman was holding a cup of coffee and throwing flirtatious glances at Jose. Unexpectedly, Jose shot a murderous look at her. The young woman was so frightened that she let out an ah. The brown coffee spilled out of the cup and splashed on her half-exposed breasts. The coffee spilled all over her chest, and she looked extremely embarrassed. You! The young woman put the cup of coffee on the marble table and glared at Yi Qian. If the woman in the black dress hadn't stopped her in time, she probably would have rushed up. Jose finally moved. He turned his head and glanced at the young woman indifferently. The young woman's arrogance instantly disappeared. She lowered her head in panic and took a tissue from her companion to dry the coffee on her chest. All right. Take a break. Who do you think you are? A woman in her late 20s wearing a tight black dress with an exquisite figure scolded her girlfriend. She then apologized to Yi Qian. I'm sorry. My sister didn't do it on purpose. Sorry for offending you. Compared to Yi Qian, the woman in the black dress was more afraid of Jose. They were all from a brothel and had a good eye for people. Although the woman in the military uniform looked at her coldly, it was only a warning. Chapter 2471. His temperament was extraordinary. With one look, one could tell that he was a man with a lot of money. He was not someone to be trifled with. His eyes swept over, cold and full of killing intent. The kind of high and mighty gaze swept over. The lives of these people were just ants in his eyes. He could easily kill them with a raise of his hand. She was apologizing, but Jose didn't even look at her. He looked away indifferently and saw that Xia Yiwei had started eating dessert again. His cold expression changed drastically, and he instantly turned into a filial husband. Baby, the doctor said that you can't eat too much dessert. Be careful of gestational diabetes. You need to control your sugar intake. It can't be too high. You just ate a portion, so you can't eat more today. He coaxed and forced Xia Yiwei to take the dessert away. He was still worried, so he dipped the spoon into the cake. Xia Yiwei didn't even have a chance to speak before he finished the dessert in 2 bites. Yi Qian felt that he didn't have to be so calculative with the young woman at the next table. Their relationship was so good that no one could interfere. She was overthinking things. Xia Yiwei didn't like desserts in the past, but she didn't know why she started eating desserts after she got pregnant. Seeing that her favorite cake was in Jose's stomach, she gritted her teeth and pinched Jose's strong shoulders with her slender fingers. When I give birth, you'll gain at least 20 pounds. I'm giving you a heads up. I don't like fat men. You'd better maintain your figure. Yi Qian, who was sitting opposite her, picked up a business newspaper on the table and started reading. At this time, it wasn't convenient for her to disturb them. Pinch me when we get home. I'll have my fill when we get home. Ho Zi was more than willing. He even put his arm around his wife's shoulders and kissed Xia Yiwei's cheek gently and attentively. Xiao Yi won't be coming home with us later. Let's talk business first. Xia Yiwei removed the strong arm from her shoulder and smiled at Yi Qian, who was reading the newspaper. Your brother Zi can control himself, but I can't. You don't have to worry about me. She pushed the untouched dessert in front of Yi Qian, who had placed the newspaper on the table. Have some dessert to fill your tummy first. We'll go for dinner later. Let's talk while we eat. It took less than half an hour for Yi Qian to meet Yi Zhifan. It was almost 12 o'clock now, just in time for lunch. After eating a small plate of desserts, Ho Zi helped Xia Yiwei up. His actions were so gentle that it was as if his wife was a fragile porcelain doll. Get up slowly. Be careful not to bump your stomach. The floor is a little slippery. Next time, if I don't accompany you, you're not allowed to come here alone. His domineering tone left no room for doubt, but it was comfortable to listen to. Did you see that? He treasures his wife so much. You never learn from your mistakes. Do you think that every man will stare at your breasts and climb into your bed? When they reached the door, Yi Qian heard the woman in the black dress lecturing the woman in the red dress. Out of the 4 people at the table, the woman in the red dress was the most unruly. She was also the prettiest, but she was also the most impudent. Who knew that he wouldn't know how to behave? He's so blind. Shut up. Don't get yourself killed without even knowing it. The door to the coffee shop closed, cutting off the woman in the black dress voice. Yi Qian didn't know if Ho Zi heard it, but seeing that the couple didn't take it to heart, she forgot about it. When they reached the private room of the restaurant and Ho Zi left, Xia Yiwei smiled at Yi Qian. What happened at the coffee shop used to happen a lot. Ho Zi also knows how to behave, but now he knows how to restrain himself. He's scared. He also knows that I can still survive without him, so he doesn't dare to do it anymore. Chapter 2472. Yi Qian was pouring water when she heard that. Her hands paused, and the water stopped flowing. He probably went out to reflect on himself. When the dishes are served, don't call him. We'll eat on our own, Xia Yiwei said calmly. There was no haze between her eyebrows, only tenderness. A prodigal son was more precious than gold. Sister Yiwei had waited for her lover to come back. Although those things in the past hurt her, she still had a long life ahead of her. 20 years of feelings could not be let go so easily. The man she loved still loved her deeply. Let bygones be bygones. Yi Qian could more or less understand Xia Yiwei's thoughts, but when it came to her, ha. She smirked and filled a glass with water. When she passed it to her, she replied softly, I can't do it. Some things hurt and can't be forgiven. Yes, I know your personality. So now that you're in a relationship with Six Brother, no matter how much he flirts with you, you have to protect yourself. Don't let him get to you so easily. Men are all the same. They don't know how to cherish the moment they get what they want too early. Xia Yiwei said gently. She was like a big sister telling Yi Qian intimate words. Yi Qian had never been taught these words in her 2 lifetimes. Hearing that, she nodded. Thank you, Sister Yiwei. I'll remember it. Don't tell Six Brother. Xia Yiwei winked playfully. She had the maturity of a woman and the playfulness of a young girl. Her bright and beautiful face glowed with happiness. She saw Yi Qian's stubbornness, so she wanted to remind her. She believed in Sixth Brother's character, but there were too many uncertainties in life. Some things were clearly within your control, but there were bound to be some deviations. Yi Jian was a good girl with an unyielding character. However, such a girl happened to have a fatal flaw, which was that she would never nod her head easily. If Sixth Brother really did something wrong to her, she would not choose to forgive him. She would definitely leave and not give Sixth Brother a chance to start over. The more determined she was, the greater the pain in her heart. She did not wish for this to happen. Men with family Xia were very loyal before and after marriage. Everyone in their family was in a high position. None of them were involved in any scandals. Sixth Brother was a little reckless, so it was better to play it safe. When Xia Jinyuan found out later, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Not only did he have a father who was a burden, but he also had a sister who was a burden. Jose came back after about 10 minutes. There was still a faint smell of cigarettes on his body. There were some things that his lover did not care about, but he felt extremely guilty every time he thought about it. That, with a private room, no one would disturb them. Yi Jian told Jose about some of Yi Jifan's affairs. Jose couldn't help with other things, but she could ask someone to keep an eye on Madame Li and see what she would do. There's no point in specially visiting a defeated opponent in prison. He wants you to see Sun Ying because he wants to make the conflict between you and Sun Ying worse, so that he can achieve his goal. I won't go. The court will be held tomorrow afternoon. I'll just listen. Madame Li made a big move in the southern province 2 months ago. After she came back to the capital, she did not do anything. Now, her brother, Li Chuhai, is in charge of the southern province. He's a ruthless businessman who doesn't like to share the profits with others. Chapter 2473. When Jose talked about the Li family, she added, I heard that Li Chuhai used to be a soldier. I've met him twice, and I can see that he still has the demeanor of a soldier. His posture is different from others, and it's a little similar to you and Sixth Brother. When he and Yi Qian talked about serious matters, Xia Yiwei would occasionally add, Madame Li probably won't come to the court session tomorrow. Not necessarily. It's also unknown whether the court session will go smoothly tomorrow. Jose smiled and shook his head. Xiao Yi just said that Sun Ying reported Yi Jifan because she had a deal with Madame Li. Yi Qian took a sip of his new tea and smiled. She won't come. I met someone sent by Madame Li at the coffee shop. He told me very politely about what Madame Li wanted to do next. After he told the couple what the man in the suit said, he sighed, I didn't think that Madame Li would be so polite to a little military academy student like me. Xia Yiwei's face turned cold when she heard this. Then she mocked. Madame Li has always been domineering in the capital. Not many families are worthy of her attention. Even if she sent someone over, it must be because she had no choice. Who knows? Maybe he's still angry. It was unknown whether she was angry or not, but Yi Qian knew that Madame Li remembered him. Not wanting to affect Xia Yiwei's mood, Yi Qian smiled and said, At least she gave me a heads up. It made me feel better. Xiao Yi is right. At least she gave me a heads up. Sun Ying wanted Madame Li to make a deal with Xiao Yi and not let Sun Ying be sentenced. But Jose looked at Yi Qian and said slowly, since Madame Li said that she doesn't want Sun Ying to have an easy time, then you can let her handle Sun Ying. You can let her handle it. Yi Qian smiled and nodded. I've always thought so. The southern province notified me so late and said that the court session would start tomorrow. I didn't even have the chance to hire a lawyer. If something so illegal happened to me, it's clear that Madame Li and the southern province have already arranged for me to lose. Now that she's informed me, let's do as she wishes. Madame Li, I don't want to face her for the time being. Let's wait and see. Yi Qian had thought things through, so she was not worried at all when Madame Li wanted to bail Sun Ying out. After talking so much with Yi Jifan, the only thing he was interested in was the letter that the person behind the jade pendant had written to Yi Jifan. Her indifference made Jose secretly nod his head. When they returned home, he sighed to Xia Yiwei. Xiao Yi, when I was her age, I really didn't have her temperament or her temperament. The surface of the water is calm, but the depths of the water are unfathomable. Sometimes I have to think twice before I speak to her. Xia Yiwei laughed for a long time. She lay in his arms and said lazily, That's why I have to watch over little Yi for Sixth Brother. We can't let Sixth Brother ruin such a good girl. She was ruined by Sixth Brother. Jose changed the topic. There was no way he could continue the conversation. To him, Sixth Brother was more than enough for Yi Qian. He was talented, good-looking, responsible, and had a rare EQ. How could he ruin Yi Qian? She didn't want to say it at first, but seeing that they were both men, Jose said, You're Sixth Brother's sister after all, and he has a good relationship with you. Don't drag him down, okay? Chapter 2474. Sixth Brother told me that for such an outstanding girl like Yi Qian to join the masculine army, it would be like falling into a wolf's den, surrounded by hungry wolves. For the sake of his lifelong happiness, he's always thinking about how to take Yi Qian in. He's your younger brother, and you're his older sister. Since you want the two of you to be happy, then don't get involved, understand? With that, Jose hugged his wife a little tighter lowered his head, and kissed his wife's forehead. Sixth brother is different from me. Even though he's young, he's much more mature than I was when I was 27. He's very responsible, and he won't do anything to hurt little Yi. Don't put old Sixth in the circle of people like us. He's a soldier, and he's born different from hooligans like me. Xia Yiwei remained silent. It's too late, it's too late. I've already said it. Afternoon nap, afternoon nap. I'm so sleepy. Tomorrow, you can go with little Yi. I won't go. Xia Yiwei felt a little guilty, so she closed her eyes and refused to continue the conversation. Hosey studied the letter for a while, then narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed she had said something unfavorable to Yi Qian, and he didn't know if Sixth brother could get in touch with him. He had to let him know. The sun was shining brightly outside, and the glaring rays made it hard for people to open their eyes. Without an umbrella, Yi Qian pushed open the bank door, walked out of the bank about 10 minutes later, and quickly left in a car. Back at the Caesar Hotel, Yi Jian opened the yellowed envelope. The letter paper was an ordinary letter paper with one thin and one thick red horizontal stripe. The person who wrote the letter must have deliberately used his left hand to write it, or perhaps he had hired someone to write it. The handwriting was crooked, and the wrong words were corrected with a fountain pen. It was indeed the original. Yi Jifan didn't lie to her. There wasn't much in the letter, but it was just as Yi Jifan had said. The person behind the jade pendant wanted to make him useless. He also asked Yi Jifan to hide the jade pendant in advance and not let anyone know about it. It will turn you from a village official to a high-ranking official. In order to emphasize the importance of this sentence, there were two underlined words at the bottom. Yi Qian's gaze fell on the double-dashed line. It was drawn very straight, and it was drawn in one stroke. The two lines were of the same length, and it was so flat that it seemed like it had been calculated. From this, it could be seen that the person who wrote this letter had a certain degree of obsessive-compulsive disorder. She had no way of knowing who wrote the letter, but the double underline must have been written by the person behind the scenes. There weren't many words. Only half of the letter was written, but to Yi Jifan, just the sentence, "It will make you a high-ranking official from a village official," was enough to tempt him. After so many years, he had not just changed from a village official to a high-ranking official. Carefully putting away the yellowed letter, Yi Qian called Principal Chun, who was the instructor at the Southern Province Sniper Base. Principal Chun didn't know that she had returned to Southern Province. When he heard that she was at the Caesar Hotel, Principal Chun immediately said, "I'll take a car now. Wait for me at the hotel." Yi Qian didn't want him to rush back and forth. She smiled and said, "Uncle Chun, you should rest well. Sun Ying's court date is tomorrow. It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it." With Mrs. Li's interference and the delay in informing her of the court date, it was obvious that she would see Sun Ying's smug face at the court tomorrow. If she hadn't promised Uncle Chun that Yi Jifan's family had to report to him in detail, she wouldn't have told Uncle Chun about her return to Southern Province. Chapter 2475. How could Principal Chun be at ease with Yi Qian? To him, Yi Jifan's family wouldn't settle down even if they were in jail. They might still have some tricks up their sleeves. Wait for me at the hotel. Chief Kai came over last time and brought some things your mother used in the army. There's also an old-fashioned military uniform that your mother used to wear. I'll bring it over for you. Yi Qian couldn't refuse Principal Chen's request. Her closest kin always knew where her weakness was, and she wasn't afraid that they would find out, because they would never use her soft spot to hurt her. Principal Chun arrived at the hotel at 5 in the afternoon. When he entered the hotel, he asked Yi Qian to tell him about his meeting with Yi Jifan today and what they had talked about. Meanwhile, in a 15-story building in the Southern Province Science Park, Li Chuhai called Madame Li, who was far away in the capital. "You've already told her, haven't you? Just tell her." Madame Li was preparing dessert for dinner. She rarely cooked, but today's guests were different, so she had to put in some effort. She held the phone in one hand and took out some butter from the fridge to put on the counter. Li Chuhai rubbed his brows. He didn't think Madame Li's relaxed tone was good. "Sis, Yi Jifan will definitely say something bad about Sunning when he sees Yi Qian. Why aren't you worried at all? In my opinion, they shouldn't have met in the first place. So what if they meet? What's the problem?" Madame Li's brows relaxed. She smiled disapprovingly. Don't worry, nothing will happen. At this time, everyone who used to know Yi Jifan is avoiding him like the plague. As far as I know, no one has gone to visit him. Her family has done so many things to hurt Yi Qian, but Yi Qian really went over. This shows that this girl still cares about family ties. Madame Li had already investigated Yi Qian and Yi Jifan's relationship. That was why she said this. Why does it sound like you're admiring Yi Qian now? How could I admire someone from the Yi family? Madame Li laughed softly, as if she had heard a joke. This Yi Qian, her memory was not very good at her age. When the results of the investigation came out, she did not remember for a while. It was only after old Du reminded her that she remembered. A face flashed across her mind. Only then did she remember that it was the military academy student who had argued with Sun Ying previously. That girl was quite well-proportioned and had a good temperament. It was just that her gaze was too headstrong and did not seem docile. She lacked the gentleness that a woman should have. She was also a girl who was not afraid of trouble and could stand on her own 2 feet. Madame Li's impression of Yi Qian was neither good nor bad. It was just so. She wanted to take a look. She was just a little girl. It was said that he had lost his parents and relied on the army to support him. In the end, he was admitted to the military academy. She was a girl who had her own opinions. She didn't have a good relationship with Yi Jifan's family, so it wasn't a big deal to meet her. If she didn't go to see Yi Jifan, I wouldn't be able to send her a message. That's right. Did your subordinate say anything else after she heard what I said? Or did she have any expression of displeasure? The servant who worked in Madame Li's house came in and saw that her mistress was on the phone, so she quietly left the kitchen. There were many rules in the Li family, and all the servants knew them. When she left the kitchen, she closed the sliding door so that the servants in the living room could not hear them. Chapter 2476. Li Chuhai, who was sitting in the office, stood up and pulled open the blinds of the floor-to-ceiling window to look down at the evening scenery of the city. The sun was gradually setting in the west, leaving behind a resplendent sunset glow that was as gorgeous as silk and as in full swing. Not really. She accepted it quite calmly. Li Chuhai looked at the beautiful scenery on the horizon and smirked. He sighed. Sis, Sun Ying and Yi Qian have a grudge against each other. In order to be released, Sun Ying reported Yi Jifan. Yi Jifan cut off all ties with Sun Ying because he didn't want to be dragged down by his daughter. Now that Sun Ying reported him, how could Yi Jifan, who is greedy for power, be willing to let it go? You know that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Sis, tomorrow is mainly a matter between Sun Ying and Yi Qian. You want to bail Sun Ying out, but what if Yi Qian doesn't agree? What if he doesn't give you face? Mrs. Li laughed when she heard this. Chuhai, you've been abroad for more than 10 years and haven't come back. You probably don't know much about domestic matters. Don't worry. Since I dare to promise Sun Ying, I have the ability to get her out. I'm also sure that Yi Qian will agree because she's a smart girl. She knows how to let go. The things that Sun Ying did are just small things. She already paid the price for it and can't take the college entrance exam for a few years. Things like hiring someone to kill someone or being an accomplice, these are not big things. I've already investigated. The so-called hiring someone to kill someone or being an accomplice was done by a high school classmate of hers named Yao Jing. Sun Ying didn't participate. As for the other things, they didn't cause any substantial harm. They only damaged Yi Qian's reputation. Purposely fabricating and spreading false facts is a crime of defamation. Eliminating the impact, restoring the reputation, and apologizing, these are all small things to Sun Ying. She won't be sentenced. As for being sent to the military has already issued the punishment. The fine and imprisonment have already been completed. That's not a big deal. Mrs. Li, who was in a good mood, explained everything clearly. She didn't want to talk about these things. She said to her brother happily, Mrs. Qin is here today. I have to treat her well. Congratulations, this is a good thing. The smile on Li Chuhai's face deepened. The Du family's foundation was still too shallow, and it would be a good thing if they could become in-laws with the Qin family. This was a good thing for the Du family and the Li family. Seeing that it was getting late, Mrs. Li did not want to say more. She said, Sun Ying will be fine. Then she hung up the phone. Li Chuhai, who was looking at the scenery in the distance, put his phone back in his pocket and crossed his arms in front of his chest. The smile on his face gradually disappeared as he stood there quietly. As the sun gradually faded, there seemed to be a hint of darkness in his eyes. He hadn't been in the country for a long time, so he didn't really understand. Some people and some things were a little out of his control. He had to find an opportunity to sort them out slowly. Those disobedient people, those useless people, and those old and rotten things, all of them had to be cleaned up. He stood there until the sun set in the west. The dark night stretched across the horizon. Li Chuhai, who was like a statue, finally moved. He took out his phone and dialed a number. "Arrange something for me. I want to see someone." On the other hand, Yi Qian said something similar to Principal Chun. "There are many things that Sun Ying can't commit a substantial crime. Even if I hire a lawyer now, it won't be of much use. Plus, she has Mrs. Li behind her. I really don't need a lawyer." Chapter 2477. If she really wanted to hire a lawyer, Xia Yiwei and Ho Zi would remind her. Commander-in-Chief Xia would also probably call to ask about it. The last time she left Beijing, the commander-in-chief said that he would keep an eye on the situation in the southern province. He would probably know about the court hearing tomorrow. Principal Chen didn't really care about what was going on outside. When he heard this, he nodded slightly with a cold expression. That's fine. Although Sun Ying's actions were indeed outrageous, compared to what Yi Jifan and old Madame Yi did, what she did was a small crime. A light punishment is enough. She's so young, but she's so vicious. You didn't take the initiative to harm her, but she still chased after you to harm you. If you weren't vigilant, how could you have avoided her dirty tricks? Teach her a lesson so that she won't run amok in the future. After all, Principal Chun used to be a principal and had high moral standards. No matter how vicious Sun Ying was, to him, she was still a student who needed to be disciplined and taught a lesson. Now that she had been locked up in jail for a few months, Principal Chun felt that this was the punishment that Sun Ying deserved. As for making Sun Ying beg for death, Principal Chun never thought about it. He didn't know that Yi Qian was killed by Sun Ying in his previous life. Naturally, he didn't know how much Yi Qian hated her. If a girl didn't take the right path, it was mostly because of her family. In the end, the responsibility of an adult was still greater. In the past, when Sun Dongqing caused trouble at school, when was it not unreasonable? When was it not a role model for Sun Ying? Therefore, in Principal Chen's eyes, Sun Ying's punishment was about enough. He couldn't bear to put a young girl to death. Seeing that Yi Qian didn't go into a dead end, he smiled and said with relief, "Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. Yi Jifan's sins are his own, so let him pay for them." As for Sun Ying's side, since Madame Li is involved, then you don't have to worry too much. Besides, Principal Chun thought of what Yi Qian had just said. He shook his head in pity. She made the wife of a deputy chief of staff lose so much face. And you said that Madame Li is not a magnanimous lady. Even if Sun Ying is released, I'm afraid her life will not be easy. Unfortunately, Sun Ying was a very good student in junior high. Her grades were good, and she was good at singing and dancing. Why did she become worse as she grew older? At such a young age, she already knew how to scheme against Yi Qian. Sigh, what a pity that such a good child was ruined just like that. Being dismissed by the army was a stain on her record. Her life was over. Yi Qian had always thought the same as Principal Chun. Sun Ying had offended Madame Li and was sent back to her hometown by the army. Her life was indeed ruined. She wanted to marry into a noble family like she had in her previous life and become a real golden phoenix. She could forget about it in this life. She originally wanted to settle the score with Sun Ying, then slowly wait for the military and the disciplinary committee to settle the score with Yi Jifan, who knew that the plot would take a turn and settle the score with Yi Jifan first. Either way, it was the result she wanted to see. The next day, the court session was held at 2 in the afternoon. Yi Jifan and Sun Dongqing were both escorted to the court by the bailiffs. As Sun Ying's parents, they were allowed to attend the court session. However, they were both prisoners. Even if they were there, they could only wear prisoners' uniforms and enter the court with handcuffs. Sun Ying, who was locked up in the detention room, felt that the day passed by exceptionally slowly. She didn't know how many times she paced back and forth in the small, smelly room, but it wasn't even 2 in the afternoon. Chapter 2478. Every day here felt like a year to her. Every minute and every second here was torture, but today, Madame Lee said she could leave. She had been looking forward to it, and this day had finally arrived. The more anxious she was, the slower time passed. Tired from walking, Sun Ying sat down against the cold wall and stared blankly at it. She had waited for too long, and it had exhausted her vitality and her patience. But she couldn't make any noise, or the consequences would be even worse. 2 o'clock. Everything would be fine after 2 o'clock. After 2 o'clock, she would be free. She had to wait patiently. At 12 o'clock, someone finally arrived. It was the police who were escorting Sun Ying to the court. Sun Ying, a cold and serious voice rang out, announcing Sun Ying's name, place of birth, and ID number. The court and the police exchanged documents, and all the procedures were completed. The metal door opened with a clang, and Sun Ying walked out of the narrow room that had almost driven her crazy. When she finally walked out into the sunlight, she couldn't help but laugh. It was a low, soft, and particularly gloomy laugh. The staff escorting her to the court didn't find it strange. They had seen it many times and were used to it. However, Sun Ying didn't know that what awaited her was not a good thing. Even if she could regain her freedom today, Madame Lee's arrangement was enough to make her a villain that everyone hated. At around 1:40, Yi Qian walked into the court accompanied by Ho Zi and Principal Chun. Walking past the second courtroom, Yi Qian saw dozens of people sitting in the audience. She understood what the man in the suit meant when he said, "Madam will make Miss Yi happy tomorrow." There were a lot of people. There were at least 30 people. Sitting in the audience were not just anyone. Many of her classmates from middle school and high school, and there were also villagers from Shuka village. Among them, the famous gossipy Aunt Yu and Aunt Xiu were all there. Everyone in the audience turned their heads, and their eyes fell on Yi Qian, who pushed the door open. These students were all junior high school students. After graduating from high school, they had never seen Yi Qian again, especially junior high school students. Other than in Jiasin and a male student whom they met during training, no one else had seen Yi Qian. Now that they saw Yi Qian in his military uniform, the junior high school students were all shocked by the military might emanating from Yi Qian. This Yi Qian was too unfamiliar to them. Some of the students could not believe that the cadet walking over was Yi Qian. "Oh my God, is this Yi Qian? This, why doesn't it seem like it at all? Really, so handsome, so energetic." She had changed. She had changed. She was no longer like Yi Qian. Oh my God, why did he change so much? In their memories, Yi Qian was a skinny, small, soft-spoken, slow-walking Yi Qian. He did everything half-heartedly and walked with his head lowered all year round. Although he suddenly changed in the second half of the second year of junior high school, he left a deep impression on them. So much so that after 4 years of not seeing him, the one they remember the most was still Yi Qian, who was subservient to Sun Ying. In most people's memories, Yi Qian was still the same. That's right, it's Yi Qian. Look at her face and her eyes. She looks just like she did in the 3rd year of junior high school. Back then, she was prettier than Ying. Oh, Sun Ying. Hasn't she graduated 4 years ago? She must be even prettier than before. Chapter 2479. She's not just pretty. Look at how tall she's grown. She's already 7 meters tall. She was so short and skinny back then. I was afraid that she would be blown away if the wind blew. Look at Yi Qian now. Yi Qian has changed the most in our class. Usually, when I walk on the street, even if I recognize him, I don't dare to go up and greet him. She felt a little awkward, a little embarrassed, and a little afraid. After all, other than a few students with good grades who didn't really bully Yi Qian back then, the other students who liked to play and quarrel had more or less bullied him, especially the girls who shared the same dormitory as Yi Qian. In fact, they all knew that teacher had purposely arranged for all the girls who liked to bully Yi Qian to stay there. The few of them had seen it before, so they probably felt even worse. The girl who spoke was a little emotional and a little jealous. Her words were also acknowledged by the students beside her. Wasn't that right? If they met Yi Qian on the street, they wouldn't dare to recognize him because they were afraid that they would mistake him for someone else. The current Yi Qian was no longer the same as before. His eyebrows were sharp, his eyes were like stars, and below his beautiful nose were petal-like lips. She pursed her lips slightly and looked serious. Even the look in her eyes changed. Although her facial features were exquisite, there was a sense of intimidating majesty. She looked like Yi Jian in every way, but at the same time, she didn't. Confident and reserved. Compared to when he was in junior high, Yi Qian had changed too much. It was as if he was a different person. On the other side, the audience was also talking. It was Aunt Yu's voice. Little Yi. Ayo, it's really Little Yi. Uncle, look, Little Yi is here. Amazing, amazing. Little Yi came out in her military uniform. Why is she so handsome? She's so energetic. Ayo, we're sitting in the wrong seat. We should be sitting by the door. We can't even talk to her sitting here. What's the rush? She'll definitely come. Little Yi looked in our direction just now. What's the rush? Wait. Hey, look beside her. Isn't that town middle school's Principal Chun? Why is he here too? Aren't you talking nonsense? Principal Chun was raised by Uncle General. Why can't he come? There's a man beside Little Yi. Who is he? I've never seen him before. He was talking about Ho Zi. Ho Zi looked at the huge lineup of people in the audience. When she saw a girl stand up, she smiled at Yi Qian and said, I'll come in later. You guys go ahead and catch up. The person who stood up and walked over was Zhang Na, who had a good relationship with Yi Qian during middle school. She was sitting in the last row, so she was the first to speak. It's been 4 years since we last met. I didn't expect that we would meet in a place like this. Yi Qian, it's been a while. It was different if they had a good relationship. Although they were a little distant, at least they weren't stiff. The moment Zhang Na opened her mouth, the junior high school classmates sitting around her all started talking. Yi Qian, Yi Qian. Yi Qian, it's me, Tan Wei. Do you still remember me? Tan Wei remembered. They were in the same dormitory in middle school. Back then, when Sun Ying instigated He Jiamin to bully her, Tan Wei would step out to defend her. Yi Qian, who had just finished hugging Zhang Na, smiled and said, I know you. We were in the same dormitory. Yes. I didn't expect you to remember. Tan Wei smiled. She didn't get into university or high school. She studied vocational school and worked in a factory in the southern province. After entering society for a year, she had the maturity and sophistication of an adult. She even nudged a girl beside her. This is He Jiamin. She came with me. We're working in the same factory now. Do you still know He Jiamin? Chapter 2480. He Jiamin, who was sitting with her head down, didn't dare to face Yi Qian, especially Yi Qian in his military uniform. She was caught off guard by Tan Wei's sudden appearance, and a trace of panic flashed across her eyes. The other students couldn't help but quieten down. Their gazes shifted from Yi Qian to He Jiamin. Everyone's expression changed slightly, and they all had different thoughts. He Jiamin, of course they knew each other. Yi Qian definitely knew her as well, and there were too many bad memories in their acquaintance. She didn't know if Yi Qian would give her a hard time. In the past, He Jiamin often gave Yi Qian a hard time, and even helped Sun Ying to make things difficult for Yi Qian. The atmosphere suddenly became a little tense. Some students even held their breaths. If Yi Qian really wanted to make things difficult for He Jiamin, it was reasonable. Under the gaze of the students, Yi Qian, whose expression didn't change, smiled and nodded. Long time no see. Good, long time no see. Yi Qian. Compared to Tan Wei, He Jiamin was much more restrained. Her tone was even more nervous. How could she not be nervous? In the past, in order to help Sun Ying in class, she would bully Yi Qian from time to time. She would get water for her, do the laundry, and make Yi Qian do all the cleaning for her. In the past, she bullied him so much that she didn't have the face to face Yi Qian now. If Tan Wei hadn't persuaded her, she really wouldn't have dared to come. But Tan Wei also said that there was a world of difference between them and Yi Qian. While there was still a chance to mend their relationship, it was better to do it as soon as possible. After thinking about it for 2 nights, she finally made up her mind and agreed. She was so nervous and uneasy. It wasn't until Yi Qian smiled at her that He Jiamin's tense heart finally relaxed. Don't bully the young for being poor. Now, she finally understood the true meaning of this sentence. When Yi Qian was young, he was so self-abased that he was almost cowardly. But when she was young, she was arrogant and confident, as if she would really become someone great in the future. For years had passed, and the monotonous factory life had long worn away her arrogance. Now she only lived for the sake of survival. Yi Qian, who she looked down on, became the brightest star, shining so brightly that she felt ashamed of her own inferiority. Yi Qian looked at her and knew why she was so nervous. He smiled and asked, "Where's Xie Sifeng? I remember that you guys is. Where she is right now." Yi Qian's heart says, "Who knows how to be considerate? Yi, to be remembered, thank Tess. S was some girls secretly rejoiced. The boys, on the other hand, were thinking about something else entirely. They thought that Yi Jian was capable now and still remembered her classmates. She was quite affectionate. Sifeng is working in an electronics factory in the coastal area. She hasn't come back yet." Tan Wei replied with a smile. His eyes kept glancing at Yi Qian, full of envy. "Yi Qian, you're the most promising in our class. You're the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Back then, the town went crazy for you. I heard from my brother that our town's middle school even hung a banner at school. Life was truly unpredictable. Who would have thought that Yi Qian, who used to be last in class, would become the most promising student in town? A military academy student. Fujian Town's is the town's pride. It was said that the town's mayor had accompanied the city's education bureau to Shuku Village to award a scholarship to Yi Qian. But they couldn't find Yi Qian and didn't know where she went. Chapter 2481. Tan Wei's envy was also the envy of his junior high classmates. Who would have thought that Yi Qian, who was bullied by Sun Ying and scolded by Mr. Ke every day, would become so successful? Back in the day, Mr. Ke even pointed at Yi Qian's nose and scolded him. "Look at you. You're just a waste of society's resources. If you grow up to be successful, I'll twist my head off and let you kick it like a ball." Now that Yi Jian was so successful, she didn't know how Teacher Dao would feel when he saw her. She guessed that he would be scared. 8 girls and 5 boys from his junior high class came. Among them, Zhou Liao was studying at Southern Province University. The girls, Zhang Na and Zhang Wenjin, were also in college. The rest were already in society. Yi Qian could name them accurately. Although she missed Yi Qian as a junior high student, she didn't hate him. However, it would be difficult for her to forget what Xie Sifeng and He Jiamin had done to her. She didn't want to talk about being classmates. She wanted to keep a certain distance. She was familiar with her senior high classmates, but there were also a few unfamiliar faces. After asking around, she realized that they were Sun Ying's former senior high classmates. "Hello, Yi Qian. We're Yi, Sun Ying's sophomore and junior high classmates. Nice to meet you. We're not senior high classmates. We used to be in the same dance class. We were in the same English class as her. She was in Sun Ying's piano class. We used to hang out together during the summer vacation." Although they had never met Yi Qian, they had more or less heard about Yi Qian from Sun Ying. They knew that Sun Ying had an ungrateful cousin who always made things difficult for Sun Ying. They also knew that Sun Ying's cousin only got into high school by cheating. They had never met Yi Qian, but they all thought that Yi Qian was a hypocrite. Sometimes when they went out together, he would come up with ideas for Sun Ying. Now that they thought about it, they were all deceived by Sun Ying. If someone hadn't asked them to come over, they wouldn't have known that they were so stupid. After listening to their introductions and looking at the lineup, Yi Qian was even more certain that Madame Li was worried that she would mention today's incident to the military and make things difficult for the Deputy Chief of Staff do therefore. He tried his best to handle things as perfectly as possible so that she would feel better. She really didn't expect Mrs. Li to be able to gather all her high school and junior high school classmates together. She even invited the villagers of Shuku Village. In order to shut her up, Madame Li had put in a lot of effort. The second courtroom was very big. The auditorium would be in the middle, with 3 large sections on the left and right. The high school and junior high school students would be on the left, while the villagers would be on the right. The villagers had already noticed Yi Qian entering the courtroom, but they had been reminded not to walk around freely in the courtroom. Therefore, they only watched as the group of young people surrounded Yi Qian and talked to her. They did not let her in. Those youngsters are really ignorant. We're from the same village and haven't even talked to her yet. That's enough, big mouth you. Stop talking. Village Chief Zhang Difu said in a low voice. The few people from the village had been brought over in a car. They said that the court had asked the village to choose a few representatives to attend Yi Jifan's court hearing. They had specially chosen Big Mouth Yu and Big Mouth Chiu. The rest would be chosen by him as the village chief. Yi Jifan was a high-ranking official from the village. Now that his wife and daughter had reported him as a prisoner, he had become the joke of the entire Fujian town. When he saw that the court had specially sent a car over, he didn't think much of it and entered the provincial capital together. Chapter 2482. Zhang Difu didn't feel too good about the current situation. They were from the same village, and they were uncle and nephew. In the end, they became enemies that couldn't be untied. Sigh. The Yi family was disbanded. The village chief's face darkened. And you didn't say anything more. She pursed her lips and turned her head away angrily. She didn't say anything wrong, so why couldn't she say anything? But after a while, Aunt Yu's gloomy face immediately brightened up. She heard Yi Qian's voice. It was refreshing, as if she had eaten a slice of iced watermelon on a hot day. Her whole body felt comfortable. Yi Qian was greeting the village chief, Zhang Difu. He was polite and familiar with the villagers. Zhang Difu was very pleased to hear this. It's not that hard. It's just that I'm getting old, and riding the car is too torturous. Zhang Difu looked at Yi Qian. It was also his first time seeing Yi Qian in his military uniform. He was spirited, very spirited. He wanted to raise his hand to pat her on the shoulder, but he retracted it after reaching out his hand. The Yi girl in front of him wasn't the Yi girl of the past. How could he casually pat her on the shoulder? You're very good like this. You've won glory for our village. Good, very good. Life was a little bitter, but after the bitterness came the sweetness. Aunt Yu squeezed over and said to Yi Qian in a loud and clear voice, Yi girl, Auntie is here to see you. Don't worry, Annie will definitely stand by you. That little wench, Sun Ying, has been scheming since she was young. She always bullied you. Now that she's in court, we have to teach her a lesson. You have to make her bow and apologize to you. Our entire village is watching and supporting you. You're quite good with words. Big Mouth Chiu, who was pushed aside, rolled his eyes at her. His fat body squeezed over and pushed Aunt Yu to the side of the stage. He smiled and said, Yi girl, don't be afraid. Auntie is here to support you. We really didn't know that Sun Ying had done so many bad things behind our backs. This time, we won't let her off. Only even specially asked me to speak up for you in court. She wanted me to tell the judge about how that little bitch Sun Ying bullied you. Don't be afraid. Everyone in our village is here to support you. They were the two women who had come to the village. When the other villagers heard this, their faces burned. Women just don't know anything. He even had her back. Stop talking so much. Yi Qian accepted each and every one of them with a smile. No matter when it came to flattering the strong and stepping on the weak, it was not like she had not experienced it before. She also knew that Annie Chiu was just being polite. Wenli was a college student, so how could she say things like, I'll speak up for you in court? The testimonies and evidence were all prepared in advance, and the witnesses would also be announced. How could they speak one after another in a solemn court like a market? She understood the meaning behind Annie Chiu's words. They were not malicious and were just human nature. She understood it in her heart, so there was no need to say it out loud to save some face for the elders. After greeting the other villagers, Village Chief Zhang Difu said sternly, Sit down, everyone. It's almost time. Let Yi Qian sit in the front. If you have anything to say, it won't be too late to say it later. After all, the village chief was different. He was more knowledgeable. Taking note of the time, he saw that there were still 10 minutes before the start of the court session. So he stepped forward to stop the villagers from continuing to chat with Yi Qian. He did not say anything too definite. They could chat after the end of the court session. He also wanted to chat with Yi Qian. Yi Qian politely said a few more words before returning to her seat. Chapter 2483. In her previous life, Shuku village had left her with too many bad memories. Even the village chief had made things difficult for her in order to cater to Yi Jifan's family. Because she wanted to get a certificate and then go to the police station to get her ID card, all the village leaders said, "Your ID card is at your uncle's house. Why do you need a certificate? You don't need one. Just go get it from your uncle." That made sense. No one was willing to speak up for her. She still remembered what had happened in her previous life. Those villagers who had made things difficult for her and hurt her. She could ignore them in this life, but she could not truly accept them. She was not a saint. She was not so open-minded. She chose to keep a certain distance from them. That was her choice. Just as she sat in the audience, the heavy wooden door of the court opened. Yi Jifan was escorted out by two bailiffs. There was a wave of sighs from the audience, as well as a buzz of discussion. Yi Jifan, who had walked out, did not expect the scene to be so big. When his gaze swept across the audience, Yi Jifan was so embarrassed that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. It was better than walking in front of everyone and being humiliated by their gazes. I know him. He's Sun Ying's father. When Sun Ying came to school, her father would often drive a small car to school to pick her up. Yes. I've seen him before. He was so impressive back then. Even the teachers in our training class had to bow down to him. Isn't that so? Sun Ying was also impressive back then. She looked down on others just because her father was an official. The first to speak were Sun Ying's former classmates. They did not spend much time with Sun Ying, so they did not have much camaraderie with her. It was inevitable that their words would be much harsher. The high school and middle school students had mixed feelings, especially the middle school students. The mayor, that was the highest-ranking official in Fujian town. Back then, because Sun Ying had a mayor as her father, the teachers in school treated her exceptionally well. Teacher Ku, her homeroom teacher, was even more so. Whenever something good happened in school or class, Sun Ying's name would always appear in her name list. Many of her classmates were secretly envious and wished that they could have a mayor as their father. What is this called? Life is full of ups and downs. I never thought that the highest-ranking official I've ever met would become a prisoner. The middle school students whispered among themselves. Sun Ying and her mother were the ones who wrote the complaint letter for revenge. They said that they couldn't find anything. That's so scary. She reported her own father. Why did I hear that Sun Ying was the one who reported her father to the police in order to free herself? How do you know? I've never heard of this. It should be true. I didn't expect Sun Ying to be so ruthless. She even dared to kill her own father in order to get me out. Thank God I didn't offend Sun to offend me to my back. One of the girls patted her chest lightly. There was obvious fear on her face. She then turned to He Jiamin and asked, "You used to be so close to Sun Ying. Didn't you notice that there was something wrong with her character?" He Jiamin did not want to have anything to do with Sun Ying at all. Her face turned cold as she replied stiffly, "Why are you asking so many questions? Can't you see for yourself?" Chapter 2484. In front of Yi Qian, she felt guilty, but in front of her former classmates, He Jiamin still had the same temper. They were all the same. There was no need for her to be afraid. Tan Wei was a smooth talker. He smiled and said, "For years ago, we were all girls in our teens. How could we know so much? We didn't think so much. It's different now. We haven't kept in touch with Sun Ying since we graduated from middle school. Like you guys, we didn't expect her to be so ruthless." That's true. The girl who asked the question didn't say anything else. When she looked away, she rolled her eyes at He Jiamin and snorted to express her disdain. He Jiamin's heart was stifled. "Why are you so angry? I'm here today to help you repair your relationship with Yi Jian, not to have conflict with other students." Tan Wei frowned and tried to persuade him. "If you continue like this, you'll suffer a bigger loss sooner or later." Tan Wei's eyes suddenly widened. Then his expression changed. He tightened his grip on He Jiamin's hand and said, "Are you still not convinced? Jiamin, are you crazy? You were upset about Yi Qian in high school. Have you forgotten? It's already generous of her not to hold a grudge against you. You still dare to be unconvinced? During the military training in the second year of high school, Yao Jing and Luo Ran tried to embarrass Yi Qian. Sun Ying and He Jiamin also tried to do the same. Later, when He Jiamin found out that Yi Qian performed well in the military training, she was scared and wrote a letter to Tan Wei to mention it. When Tan Wei found out, he wrote a letter to scold He Jiamin and told her to stay away from Sun Ying. Now, looking at He Jiamin's expression, Tan Wei couldn't help but shudder. Jiamin, if you continue to be like this, I won't treat you as a friend anymore. Tan Wei didn't try to persuade her anymore. He let go of her wrist and shook his head in disappointment. What makes you think you're better than Yi Qian? Look at you. You're just an ordinary factory worker who didn't even graduate from high school. And Yi Qian, he's a military student. Don't even think about wearing that military uniform for the rest of your life. Do you understand? This is the difference between you and Yi Qian. Look carefully. Even his future path will be different from yours. He Jiamin didn't say a word as she stubbornly pursed her lips. Of course, she knew the difference between her and Yi Qian. It was because she knew it that she couldn't accept it. Just now, when she was talking to Yi Qian, even her fingers were trembling. She was afraid that Yi Qian would make things difficult for her. In the past, she was the only one who could make things difficult for Yi Qian. Before she saw Yi Qian, she didn't feel much. Now that she saw her, she was shocked. When she came over to talk to her, she was so scared that even her fingers were trembling. At that time, he didn't think too much about it. Now that he had calmed down and thought about it, his heart was filled with resentment. A person who had been bullied by her in the past had actually become the biggest winner and made her tremble in fear. The huge difference made her feel uneasy. The more she thought about it, the more ashamed and angry she felt. Tan Wei immediately distanced himself from He Jiamin and severed ties with her. He didn't want a classmate like her. Wave after wave of discussions from the audience reached Yi Jifan's ears. They were like the sharpest arrows, instantly piercing him into a bloody mess. What was this? What was this? This was humiliating him. He clearly knew, but what could he do? It was impossible for him to protest. The audience seats were meant to accompany the audience. Could he say loudly, he doesn't want to see any of this? Ask them to leave? Or something like that? Why did he have to say that?